We're going to be here for the next 4 hours. 4 hours watching this process unfold. At stake, the process. At stake, potentially at least, the next president of the United States, the Democratic and the Republican candidates. I want to go right out to Persia, Iowa. This is a small caucus that's unfolding right now. About 53 people are there. It's a Democratic caucus. It's being held at the Raines family home in the living room. They're packed. They're jammed in there. Let's listen in briefly to see how it unfolds.
Reduce the size of any refund you may receive. It will only help elect more Iowa Democrats. We had great success with this checkoff in 2006, and we want to build on that success in 2008. We made history in 2006 when Democrats held the governor's mansion and turned the Iowa House and Senate blue for the first time in 42 years. We also elected 2 new Democratic members to Congress, creating a majority of Democrats in our Iowa delegation. Because of your continued financial support, the Iowa Democratic Party has been able to utilize technological innovations.
They're reading the rules right now of what's at stake. I want to bring in our senior analyst, Jeff Toobin. He's watching all of this unfold. And Jeff, explain first of all, on the Democratic side, what is going on? Because we're going to be dipping in to these caucuses throughout the coming hour.
Well, Wolf, I think the most important thing to remember about the Democratic caucuses is they're not an election. They are a caucus. They're more like a meeting. They are a public meeting. In fact, there is no secret ballot here in Iowa on the Democratic side. And what happens, like what's happening in that living room in Persia, is that here we have a model of 100 question marks, 100 people, which is fairly typical for a caucus in Iowa, and people stand up and be counted. They actually walk up to their candidate's location. They usually put up a poster for each candidate, and in front of their neighbors, they decide who to vote for. So we're going to do a demonstration. Come on, Wolf. We're going to vote here.
Randomly.
We're going to just throw them around. And let's knock that down, and here, we'll just move that down. And here we have everybody's voting. And now we come to the key rule on the Democratic side.
This is very different than the Republican side.
This is very different. 15%, any candidate who is 15% or more gets to go on to the next round. It's called the viability threshold. And any candidate who is not does not get 15%, they're out. And so here we go. We're going to get rid of, sadly, the candidates who didn't make the 15% threshold.
And all of their supporters now can go to the 3 candidates who did make that threshold.
That's exactly right. And what's a little even more tricky is, let's say we've seen Barack Obama eliminated in our mock caucus. Some of these people could get back together and get 15% for him. But usually what happens is the candidates then gather their support among the in the realignment, as it's called. And here you have the final result. And this is the result that's going to be called into headquarters.
From this one caucus.
From this one caucus in our pretend caucus here. And what is another peculiarity is, on the Democratic side, we will not get raw vote totals. We will only get percentages, because under the Iowa Democratic peculiar rules, they do not release the vote totals. They only use the percentages according to a formula that is, frankly, very complicated, and that's what we'll get. The Republican side is very different. The Republican side is simply a straw poll.
No viability.
No viability. People will just go vote, and it's actually done in secret. They write it down on a piece of paper, and they just decide who they're going to vote for, and that's what's recorded, and that's the number we'll get later in the night.
And this is just an example. This is just a mock example. On the Republican side, it literally is a straw poll, if you will, and they will be reporting to us the actual numbers. Let's say 100,000 Republicans show up to vote. We will get a breakdown of how they voted.
And we will never get a breakdown like that of the Democrats. I mean, it is really quite extraordinary that to this day we don't know the vote totals of historic Democratic caucuses.
They just give us percentages.
Right, and there remains some controversy going back to 1988 when Richard Gephardt beat Senator Paul Simon. Some people think Paul Simon actually may have had more voters, but because of the peculiar rules, Gephardt was declared the winner. Didn't wind up doing him much good in 1988, but that's the kind of strangeness that you have.
All right, so let's just walk through what's happening right now. It's just after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, 7 p.m. in the Central Time Zone. People have gathered in these caucuses, 3,500 or so across the state, Democratic and Republicans. Let's focus in on the Democrats first right now. The Democrats, they're hearing the rules, and at some point, the organizer, the chair, if you will, of this caucus will ask everyone to go to respective corners and to identify their respective preferential candidate.
That's right. What we'll do is they are simply in front of all their neighbors. They are standing around. There'll be brief campaign speeches. They're supposed to be limited to 1 minute apiece. I don't think any politicians in America limit themselves to 1 minute apiece, but basically there are brief speeches by all the candidates, and then they...
Not the candidates, the surrogates.
No, not the surrogates, the supporters, and then they go to walk to their corners.
And they say Obama supporters go to this corner. Hillary Clinton supporters go to this corner. And John Edwards supporters go to this corner.
And everybody has got a mental calculator in their head for 15%. Because everyone is looking to see which candidates are viable.
So if there are 100 people in that room, you got to get 15.
You got to get 15. And what makes the Iowa caucuses so unusual is that it's very important to be the second choice of the minor candidates. I mean, based on the polls, we think that Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and John Edwards will be the leading candidates, but all of them have been soliciting support from the other candidates.
From Bill Richardson supporters or Joe Biden supporters.
Dennis Kucinich, who had a very low-profile campaign, has said openly that his supporters, if they can't muster a viable group at any caucus, should go to Barack Obama. We don't know if any other side deals have been made. That's public. Sometimes these deals are made in private.
You know what I want to do, because I think this will help our viewers better understand what's going on. We have a live picture, a live feed coming in from the Democratic caucus at the cafeteria at the Merrill Middle School in Des Moines. Let's watch this.
We've got about 30 or 35 people outside in line right now to register. That should take about another 10 minutes. And then we're going to be able to do the grilled meat and potatoes of the caucus, where you divide into our preference groups and stuff. So as soon as those people get in here, about another 10 minutes, then we'll start that process. Be all right with that?
All right, as we watch this Democratic caucus at the cafeteria at this middle school in Des Moines, I just want to update you on what we're learning from our so-called entrance polls. As these caucus goers went into their respective meetings throughout the state, we had sample precincts and we asked them their preferences on what they thought they were going to do as they walked in. Normally we have exit polls, but these are entrance polls. And let me characterize the estimates that we're getting. These are not by any means a done deal. These are by no means a sure thing of what we're seeing. But what we are seeing, based on the initial questions that we asked the caucus goers going into these precincts, it looks right now like a tight race between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama on the Democratic side, with John Edwards behind. This is the initial estimate coming in from our entrance polls. On the Republican side, we see that Mitt Romney and Mike Huckabee are leading the GOP field. These entrance polls historically have been more reliable, more accurate on the Republican side, where we just heard Jeff Toobin explain it's basically a straw poll. There aren't the very complex rules that exist on the Democratic side. Democratic side, the first choice is very important, but sometimes the second choice might be even more important in lifting someone up to first place at the end of the night. So let me just restate what our entrance polls are showing us: a tight race between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, with Edwards behind. On the Republican side, Huckabee and Romney are leading the GOP poll. Let's go back and take a look at what's going on at this caucus that's unfolding right now.
I'd like to give some opportunity for folks to do that before we divide into our preference groups. So I know we have some precinct captains here. Would folks like to stand and read? Okay. We have and I think you're our Edwards precinct captain, sir, correct? Yeah. So we've got a letter up here, or I don't know if you have something as well. You do? Okay. Outstanding. And you can read from there if you would prefer. You can come up here either way. That way the folks out here can all hear too.
I left my purse at home.
Give me a chance to rest my voice for a moment here. I'll sneak back this way so not blocking. Okay, please go ahead, sir.
I'm Tom Wick. I'm the Margaret's husband and John Edwards' precinct chairman. Dear caucus goer, like a lot of people in Iowa, I grew up in a rural blue-collar town. My mother worked at the post office, and my father earned his living in a textile mill. They didn't have a great deal of money, but they had family. Going to the mill alongside my father, I learned the value of hard work and perseverance. I'll never forget where I came from. I was lucky enough to be the first in my family to go to college, and since then, Elizabeth and I have been blessed in so many ways. I'm running for president to make sure that every American can have the same opportunities in life that I've had: strong schools, affordable and universal health care, and a good job to support your family. We desperately need a president with the backbone to actually stand up to special interests that have rigged the system against regular people. I'm proud to be the only candidate who has never taken a dime from political action committees or Washington lobbyists, because I'm determined to be a voice for regular families like...
All right, we're going to break away from that caucus out in Persia, Iowa. It's a small farmhouse. About 53 people have shown up for that Democratic caucus. What you were hearing were surrogate supporters for the respective candidates begin to make what's supposed to be a one-minute presentation on behalf of their candidate. In this particular case, that individual was reading a letter from John Edwards explaining why he thinks he should be the next president of the United States. We'll go back. By the way, if you ever want to see these caucuses unfold, you can go to cnnpolitics.com and you can watch it yourself on your laptop, on your computer. Tom Foreman is watching all of this for us. He's at the Merrill Middle School, where there are four caucuses underway in various rooms there. Tom, tell our viewers something about the, I guess it must be pretty exciting in Des Moines where you are.
Well, I'll tell you, a lot more people than they have out in Persia. This hallway, for more than an hour now, has been absolutely packed wall to wall with people jamming in, and this is where they all are now. There are people in the theater for the school, there are people who are in the cafeteria for the school, down in the gymnasium, and also in the library right over here. Hundreds and hundreds of people have shown up. Now, right over here, if you walk this way, is where the Republicans are meeting. This was the theater group we mentioned. You can take a quick look inside, and you can see how they're gathering and just getting started. Their conference will take a lot less time than some of the other ones, but if we walk over this way, you can see the library, where they've got one of the smaller Democratic groups just getting started right now. And you can see right now the leader of the precinct is up there talking to everyone. They're beginning to discuss things and work their way forward. I will say, Wolf, that I heard plenty of people here for every candidate. And they were talking about how it's going to be an interesting night to sort things out, and very much true to the polls. There were at least a quarter of the people I talked to who said they are undecided, standing right in this hallway, saying they don't really know who they're going to back tonight. But the most dramatic moment of all came when one of the precinct leaders, the fellow who's leading that huge group in the gymnasium, right here, came rushing by, and he said, "I'll tell you the first headline for this area. record turnout. He expects he may have more than 600 people in the room. Thought yesterday he might only have 400. Right now he says it's going to take me a half hour just to count the people before we even get to the process of deciding who they're for. Wolf?
You know, they're about to break up into their respective camps on the Democratic side. At where you are, there are 3 Democratic caucuses underway, Tom. There's a Democratic caucus in the gym, a Democratic caucus in the cafeteria, and a 3rd Democratic caucus in the library at the Merrill Middle School in Des Moines. There's a Republican caucus underway at the auditorium there, and we're showing our viewers some of these live pictures coming in. They're still delivering their opening statements, the surrogates, the supporters. They're explaining why they are hoping the caucus goers will align themselves with their respective favorite, their respective candidate. Once they start to break up and go into their respective corners, I'm going to show that to our viewers because I think it's a fascinating element. Where you are, Tom, at the Merrill Middle School, I guess you got to multiply that scene by hundreds all over the, 3,500 or so of these Republican and Democratic caucuses are taking place right now in Iowa.
Sure, lots and lots of them. And interestingly enough, Wolf, when you talk about the idea of when they break up and they pick camps, I have to tell you, if we look at what's happening in the cafeteria, which you see is jammed up here, I was talking to some of the people from the Edwards camp, for example. And when they go into this room, they're not assigned to a place, they pick a place. And so they very strategically picked an area that put them alongside some people they thought might not be viable. And that way they can pick up those people before they can reach other camps.
These are not secret ballots by any means. Everyone has to go there, Tom, and they have to publicly announce if they're going to be with a Republican caucus or a Democratic caucus, and then they have to announce who they're supporting, whether it would be a specific candidate, and if their candidate didn't get the 15%, then they have to change their minds, presumably. Let's go to the cafeteria and watch Democratic caucus number 71 unfold.
There's more cable.
It looks like it's Obama is over there. Biden is there. I'm not seeing any.
You see them counting right now, Tom. They're, I guess they're trying to see if the viability, the 15% on that first round really holds up for some of these candidates.
Absolutely, Wolf, and this is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This group right over here is where the Biden people are, and the Edwards people are right over here. This is an Edwards guy right here, and what he's doing right now is counting his own people, but he's also leaning toward the Biden people over here, saying if they're not viable, he wants to be right next to them to say you should join us, because guess what? The Clinton people and the Obama people are on the other side of him. So for them to join their camp, they'll actually have to walk through Edwards territory. So there's a lot of card playing going on here. And one other point we should make, Wolf, you mentioned how people come in and declare whether they're a Democrat or Republican or independent. One of the things people may not know is you can walk in this door as a Republican and say, I want to register tonight as a Democrat, and I want to go in and caucus with the Democrats. And I met a Republican who did this tonight. He walked into caucus with the Democrats, and tomorrow he can change back to a Republican if he wants to. That adds another element of uncertainty to all of this in terms of predicting what might happen.
And they're getting ready as they're moving around. You can see at that caucus over there, looks like they're moving into their respective corners to align themselves with their favorite candidates. I guess what the people in Iowa have to do on the Democratic side, Tom, is basically come in knowing that they support one candidate, but if their candidate doesn't meet that 15% threshold, they've got a second choice. So it's almost as important to have a second choice as opposed to a first choice.
Here, you can look in the back right now.
Absolutely. Well, let's walk down the hall. I'll show you where that cafeteria is in relation to where we are. You saw where the Republicans were and the other Democrats over here. But everyone we talked to tonight, if they were decided, also said they've already thought about their alternatives. So look, here's that cafeteria we've been watching. You see the folks standing up in here and deciding what they're going to do and figuring out if they have to realign themselves, as they call it. And I will tell you this, the folks we talked to who had candidates who might be considered on the cusp all said to me, it is a heart-wrenching experience. When you walk in and you've stuck a button on or a sticker on that says, I'm for Bill or I'm for anybody else, if you have to reach the point in the evening where you have to say, I now have to take this off and walk over to somebody else. But here's an interesting strategic thing that people may not think about. People aren't just trying to get delegates, they're trying to get a lot of them. So, for example, if you're in a camp that can't be viable, you feel like you can't make it, but you're within 1 or 2 people of being viable, you may look at the big camps and say to one big camp, you give us a couple people to make us viable, or we'll take all of our people and go to your opponent to give them more delegates. Wolf?
Tom, stand by, because we're going to be coming back to the Merrill Middle School where you are, but I want to check in with Soledad O'Brien. She's standing by with Bill Schneider, our senior political analyst. The entrance polls. We're going to be hearing a lot, Soledad, about these entrance polls tonight. We're already getting some initial flavor from these entrance polls, but talk a little bit about what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I'm sure Bill would agree with me. It doesn't hurt to caution a lot that these are early numbers, but there's some information to be gleaned. So let's first talk about what you're seeing on the Democratic side. Who are these people who are the early arrivers really at the caucuses?
A lot of them are women. A majority of the Democrats who arrived early at the caucus, nearly 60% are women. They're older, which is traditional for a caucus. About a third are over 65, and half of them are first-time caucus goers.
Is that a surprise for you?
That is a very big surprise. That's an extraordinary number. Half the people there have never been to a caucus before. Even though they're older, a lot of them are new to the caucus process.
Who are the folks who are arriving early on at the Republican side?
The Republican side include a lot of older voters, just like the Democrats. About a third are over 65. 60% of them are, over 60% are born again or evangelical Christians. A very heavy turnout of religious voters, and their top issue, immigration. Illegal immigration is the top issue to the Republican voters.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. Let's start right back to Wolf.
And we're going to have a lot more explanation on these entrance polls. That's coming up. Bill Schneider, Soledad O'Brien, they're going to be with us throughout the night. The best political team on television. We're all standing by to bring you the results as they come in. Our special coverage from the CNN Election Center continues right after this.
This lush expanse of green does more than beautify our world. Trees help clean the air of carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas. As North America's largest recycler, last year alone, Waste Management recycled enough paper to save over 41 million trees. How's that for thinking green? From everyday collection to environmental protection, think green. Think Waste Management. Inspiration pulled from your life. That's professional grade. That's the Acadia from GMC. With the best-in-class interior space and better fuel efficiency than any 8-passenger SUV, Acadia is helping to redefine the category. Welcome to Acadia, the crossover from GMC.
Because financial solutions have no borders or boundaries, UBS operates in only 2 locations. Everywhere. And right next to you. You and us. UBS.
Would you like to win $5,000 every week for life? Just enter the Publishers Clearinghouse Sweepstakes by mail or at PCH.com, where there's a new winner every day. Enter today, win tomorrow.
Larry King, tonight at midnight. Live coverage of the Iowa caucus results. Hear from the candidates themselves and Bob Woodward. Larry King Live, tonight, midnight Eastern, only on CNN.
Hey, I'm Don Shula, and I lost 32 pounds on Nutrisystem.
And I'm Marianne Shula, and I've lost 23 pounds on Nutrisystem.
Introducing the all-new Nutrisystem Advanced, our healthiest, easiest weight loss program ever, including our Silver Plan, designed for older Americans.
Let's face it, the older you get, the harder it is to lose weight.
Not anymore, honey. It's easy with Nutrisystem.
Every perfectly portioned Nutrisystem Advanced meal is delivered right to your door, and your shipping is free.
I look and feel so much better.
I'm 77 years old, and I feel great.
And it's affordable. For about $10 a day, you can enjoy 4 weeks of Nutrisystem Silver meals.
This is the kind of food you grew up loving. Pizza, burgers, lasagna.
Order now and find out how you can get an extra 2 weeks of delicious food. Plus a 30-day supply of our specially formulated vitamins free.
It's so easy.
Trust me, you will lose weight.
Call now to find out how.
Get down on the ground! Homicide in Hollenbach, CNN, Saturday and Sunday night, 8 Eastern.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses. And now, for the first time, we're actually beginning to get some results coming in. The Democratic caucuses, remember, in Iowa, 57 national delegates to the Democratic convention at stake. 2% of the precincts have now reported, and this is the initial results that we're getting. John Edwards coming in with 42%, Hillary Clinton 33%, Barack Obama 25%. These are real numbers, but remember, it's very, very early. Only 2% of those 1,700 or so precincts have reported, but the first precincts have reported, and Edwards so far, with 2% in, is atop with 42% to Clinton's 33, 25 for Obama. I caution everyone, it's very, very early in the night. This process is only just beginning. Pretty soon we'll start getting some real numbers coming in from the Republicans as well. And as soon as they come into the CNN Election Center, we're going to share those numbers with you. You're going to get every step of the way. You're going to get it right here throughout the night. There's no doubt also that this process, the bigger caucuses are a lot more complicated than the smaller ones, because if you only have 20 or 30 or 40 people at a caucus, it's going to be over with relatively quickly. But if there's 700 or 800 people at a caucus, then clearly it could take a lot more time to whittle down all of the candidates to see which ones reach that 15% threshold, and then the second choice process begins. This is a small caucus in Persia, Iowa. About 53 Democrats, caucus goers, are there. It's at the living room of someone's house, the Raines family in Persia, Iowa, and you can see that they're now breaking into respective rooms, respective corners, to try to stand up for their respective candidates, whether it would be Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama or John Edwards or any of the other Democrats. And if some of the candidates don't have 15% of the 53 who have signed up at this caucus, then the wheeling and dealing begins, the cajoling. Neighbors will be encouraging their friends to join them for one of the candidates. This is the cafeteria at the Merrill Middle School, by the way, in Des Moines, Iowa, right now, and they're beginning that process of cajoling as well. Maybe we can listen in and hear what they're saying. So that's the cafeteria. It's a Democratic caucus, caucus number 71 in Des Moines, Iowa. We'll stay on top of this. We'll see what happens there. Anderson Cooper is going to be with us throughout the night. He's got the best political team on television, analysts, our correspondents. Anderson, it's going to be a long night, but it's an exciting night for all of us.
It is an exciting night. Only 3% of precincts of caucuses reporting in, so those numbers obviously going to change a lot. A lot of the folks here at this desk, though, have been on their BlackBerries, checking with their sources and crunching discussing some of these entrance polling numbers. John King, Chief National Correspondent, you were looking at basically kind of busting some of the myths about when people made up their minds.
Well, it's interesting. One of the cliches about Iowa and New Hampshire is that people wait till the last possible second, and that's certainly true of a sizable number. And again, emphasizing these are very early results from the entrance polls. But if you look, there are only 23% of Democrats say they made up their mind in the last 7 days. Most of them, that's a huge number, said they made up their mind way before that. Now, 38% of Republicans say they made up their mind in the last week, so that's a bigger group, more volatility on the Republican side. That also means that 62% of Republicans have made up their mind a long time ago, in the last month or even longer than that, which leads you to believe if such large groups in both parties made up their mind a long time ago, that all the late attacks in the mail, over the TV, in the speeches, perhaps not as effective as the candidates delivering them would have liked.
Gloria Borger, senior political analyst, as you look at these entrance polls, what do you see?
Well, I'm looking at some very interesting numbers on the Democratic side, Anderson. First of all, more than half of these caucus goers on the Democratic side say they're new. They've never been to caucuses before. That, you know, that could be some news for Barack Obama that he would like to hear, because those are exactly the kind of people that he tried to get interested in going to caucuses. Also on the Democratic side, when you ask people why they went to the caucuses to vote for their candidates, change 51%, experience 20%. Again, cautioning this is very, very early, but the argument on the Democratic side has been the change versus experience argument between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. And those are some interesting numbers that I'm going to keep looking at tonight.
David Gergen, senior political analyst as well for CNN, and also advisor to past presidents, Republican and Democrat. As you look forward to tonight, what should viewers at home be watching for? What are you personally going to be watching for, besides obviously who wins, who loses?
Well, right now I see a need for patience because the numbers we have because the numbers we have on our screens, you know, should say Edwards is trailing. The numbers we're hearing from the early returns say Edwards is ahead. So yeah, I think we're looking at a microscopic sampling so far. What I'm looking for, and what we are getting a little bit of a sense of, is the size of turnout. If you know, with these early caucuses, variety of reports there, we're getting large turnout. Gloria says, I think Bill Schneider pointed out, a significant number of new caucus goers. That would seem to favor Barack Obama and might favor Hillary Clinton. Interesting question on the Republican side. Does it favor Mike Huckabee? Does that mean a lot of evangelicals are showing up who haven't normally come out in the past? And that, in which case, we could have I thought Romney was probably favored with his organization, but if Huckabee can turn him out with his evangelicals, that could be a big surprise.
Well, just so show the vote board on the big board. We're now at 5% here. Joe Biden is now on in the chart with 2%. John Edwards, 36%, Hillary Clinton, 31%, Obama, 29%. Again, only 5% of these caucuses reporting. White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux, what are you looking for tonight?
Well, Anderson, when you look at the Democrats, I mean, really, the numbers are, it's very, very early. But if you look at what their priorities are, bringing about change to experience, 2-to-1 change over experience. When it comes to change and electability, 5-to-1. When it comes to change over electability, that would really work in Obama's favor if these numbers are if they're representative, as we see as the evening goes on. When it looks at the issues, the economy and the war in Iraq, pretty much the same, on par. And interestingly enough, you take a look at this and they say people have decided, at least the folks who've gone ahead with these entrance numbers, 70%, had decided within a month or even before that. So a lot of what happened in the last couple of weeks perhaps didn't make such a big difference, but then they say Pakistan really did weigh in on the debate.
First Republican votes are in. I just want to show viewers on the board. Total delegates 40 right now. 2%, again, only 2% caucuses on this pie chart. But here you see Huckabee with 33%, Mitt Romney 24%, Governor Thompson there has 17%. John McCain, 11%. Again, just 2% in. Gloria Borger?
I think I can answer part of your question about evangelical Christians, David, because these very early preliminary entrance polls do show that there is a significant evangelical Christian turnout.
Bill Schneider saying more than 60% describe themselves as evangelical or born again.
And that would be good for Huckabee.
But we don't know, again, exactly where these numbers come from.
Right.
We don't know what precincts we're looking at. I just think
atypical in Iowa.
Yeah.
Right. And early numbers may be from the rural western part of the state, which would favor Huckabee.
Another key point about these entrance polls is that because the way the caucuses are, the people's opinions can change throughout the evening. I just want to check in with our other analysts here. Bill Bennett, always good to have you, political at advisor, I guess we could call it, or analyst. What do you see tonight?
Well, two things. Dave Gergen's calling for patience. I'm calling for coffee along with that patience. We all need it. If I can, as the former philosophy professor, we've been watching pictures out of Kenya of people with machetes killing each other. We've been watching pictures from Pakistan, the Budo thing. Some people like to make fun of Iowa, but there they are in their homes, you know, welcoming people in, talking. There's no violence, there's no killing, there's no imposition of will. It's a great country.
It's,
you know,
incredible.
It's a great system.
It's an incredible process when you see strangers being allowed into another person's home. They don't know these people, but they're there to take part in the process.
Two intimate American acts, inviting people into your home and voting. You know, they're right. Well, we'll see what, I think the evangelical turnout will be big. That's my prediction. I predicted that Huckabee would still be on this rise, though he's made some mistakes. I think he's made some mistakes that'll hurt him.
It's interesting, though, in some of that entrance polling, more than 60% say they're evangelical or born again, and they say immigration is the #1 issue, and yet it seems that's benefiting Huckabee. Well, whereas he's been attacked on immigration.
Well, remember, though, that evangelicals don't neatly fall into the categories of conservative this, conservative that. They're all over the map on certain things. There are a lot of evangelicals who are strong on immigration, who think the immigrant must be welcomed, that he is another soul, and that he should be welcomed into the United States. You get people with opinions all over the map on this, so it's too soon to tell.
Bill will have a lot more on his radio show, Morning in America, tomorrow. Donna Brazil, political contributor. What are you watching for tonight?
Well, I'm looking at the age of the caucus goers on the Democratic side. Right now, we see about 44% of the people are under 45 years of age. That tells me that Senator Clinton has been able to get out a lot of her older women. 56% of the caucus goers right now, they're women. Again, that tells me why Senator Clinton right now might have a slight lead. On the other hand, 20% of the caucus goers on the Democratic side right now are independent, and that's a sign that perhaps Obama has not been able to expand the universe, but is still young. I agree with Bill. We need some coffee.
A lot of coffee. Jack Cafferty, the best-selling book, It's Getting Ugly Out There. I think your official title is Lovable Curmudgeon. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Anderson.
What are you looking for tonight?
Well, a couple of things. I think we ought to let the people in Iowa just decide all of the elections from now on. Obviously, they spend more time and energy at this than any of the rest of us do. The rest of us drop by the local schoolhouse, complain if we have to wait in line more than 10 minutes to pull the lever in a voting machine. These people spend hours, take nights out of their lives. They visit and met the candidates. They're meeting now tonight. It'll take several hours to determine what it is that they're finally going to decide, and I'd be very content to just let their judgment decide it all for us. The other thing I'm interested in watching is whether or not we see the first tentative steps by the American electorate down that road less traveled. There is a lot of dissatisfaction in this country. Look at any national poll. Opposition to the war, hatred of the Congress, disapproval of the president. 70% of the country thinks we're going in the wrong direction. This is the beginning of the process to change it if we as a nation decide we want to change it. And it might be the last best opportunity to do meaningful change to the government in this country. And so I'm going to be excited to see what the people in Iowa think about those possibilities and whether or not those tentative first steps could maybe become a stampede by next November.
Registered independents outnumber Democrats and Republicans in Iowa.
Yeah, there's interest out there that's never existed before, and that's dramatic stuff. And so it'll be exciting to see where it goes from here. But it's encouraging.
We'll get some coffee for the best political team on television. Let's go back to Will.
Anderson, thanks very much. Let's recap what we know right now. And these are early numbers, but they are real numbers. They're constantly changing. On the Democratic side right now, with 10%. 10% of the Democratic precincts now officially reporting to Des Moines. Take a look at this. John Edwards leads with 34%. Hillary Clinton close behind with 32%. Barack Obama very close behind with 31%. Bill Richardson's got 2%. Everybody else so far not registering in significant numbers. But remember, this is only 10% of the Democratic caucuses have now officially reported. You see a three-way race underway. Let's take a close look at the Republican caucuses. Only 2% have actually reported so far, a very, very small percentage. But Mike Huckabee is atop with 33%. Mitt Romney, 24%. Fred Thompson coming in third so far. Only 2% of the precincts have reported, 17%. John McCain, 11%. Everybody else not really registering yet. Let's take a close look at one of these caucuses that's underway right now. This is a Republican caucus in Des Moines. Moines. They're counting ballots as they do at Republican caucuses. Maybe we could eavesdrop a little bit and see what they're saying. All right, they're still trying to get their act together over there. They're going to come up with their tally pretty soon. We'll go back there and see what the Republicans at that one caucus at that middle school in Des Moines, what they came up with. In the meantime, let's go back out to Persia, Iowa. There's a Democratic caucus underway out there. About 53 people have signed up there, and they're cajoling. They're talking to each other, trying to convince their friends and their neighbors to align themselves with one candidate. Let's see if we can hear a little bit of this.
I know. So he's been working on her already for yeah, he called her a few days ago.
I never really heard that much.
All right, we're getting a little flavor of what's going on. One caucus in Persia, Iowa. That's a Democratic caucus. Jeff Toobin is our senior analyst. Talk a little bit about what these people are doing right now as we watch these pictures of a home. The Raines family home. They've opened up their homes to their friends and their neighbors, and they're getting involved in this caucus process.
And we have a reporter in that room, and the reporter has reported back to us what the results of the first round of voting were. 49 people were in attendance, and that meant you needed 8 to be viable. So you had 49 people, you needed 8 to get to the 15% threshold. Of these people in this caucus, there were 16 for Hillary Clinton, 16 for Edwards, 10 for Obama, and 6 for Biden. So Biden, as well as the other candidates, are not viable. And so what's going on now is what's called the realignment process. That's when they are deciding what to do next.
And they're trying to convince those 6 Biden supporters who didn't reach that 15% or 8, that 15% viability or 8. They're trying to convince them to support either Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, or John Edwards, and that process is unfolding, and we're watching it live. We're watching it unfold right here from the CNN Election Center. It's a fascinating process, and it's one that is unique really right now to Iowa. It's been going on there for a long time. This is not a primary, it's a caucus, it's different, but it's critical right now. We're going to continue our special coverage from the CNN Center. Much more coming up. The numbers are coming in. We'll update you on the official numbers right after this.
eHarmony was the place to go. New Year's Eve day, I said, I'm ready for eHarmony.
Make this the year that it happens for you. Log on to eHarmony.com today and review your mattress for free.
Would you like to win $5,000 a week for life?
You have to be kidding me.
You can with the new Win for Life Super Prize from Publishers Clearinghouse. Win, and it'll be like getting a Prize Patrol visit every single week for the rest of your life.
This is incredible.
Enter at PCH.com.
And I think you're wasting your time on the computer.
Or by mail. And you could win $5,000 a week every single week for life.
Some men live by the rule of law.
I don't like the idea of men like you on the loose.
Some men live to break it.
Man's nature to take what he wants.
Listen up!
The best Western since Unforgiven.
Here we go.
4 stars. An instant classic. From the director of Walk the Line.
You're not all bad.
Russell Crowe.
Yes, I am.
Christian Bale.
It's time.
3:10 to Yuma. On DVD and Blu-ray disc, January 8th.
The
first-of-its-kind all-wheel drive system can react to a change in driving conditions in 1/100th of a second. So even if a surface is compromised, your power isn't. Torque transfer technology, taking the new 2008 Lincoln MKZ to even greater heights.
Starting a new garden doesn't have to be backbreaking. Not when you have the Mantis Tiller Cultivator. It does all the hard work for you. The powerful two-cycle engine spins the patented tines deep into the soil. It cuts through the hardest clay and tangled weeds, yet maneuvers nimbly through the tightest spaces. Now get this amazing Mantis at huge factory direct savings. Plus, we'll give you this border edger free. Call now for complete information.
Call 1-800-335-9236.
CNN Tuesday night, the New Hampshire primary, live from the CNN Election Center. The best political team gives you updates and results as they happen. The New Hampshire primary, CNN Tuesday night, 8 Eastern.
Welcome back to the CNN Election Center. A very exciting night unfolding, and we're going to show you why right now. Take a look at this. 17% of the Democratic precincts have now officially reported. John Edwards is ahead so far with 34%. Hillary Clinton has 32%. Barack Obama 31%. Bill Richardson's down at 2%. Everybody else even further below. But remember, this is 17% of the precincts have reported. It's a three-man or three-person race, I should say, on the Democratic side. On the Republican side right now, only 2% of the precincts have reported. Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, is atop with 33%. Mitt Romney, the former governor of Massachusetts, 24%. Fred Thompson, the former senator from Tennessee, 17%. And the current U.S. senator from Arizona, John McCain, who really didn't campaign all that hard in Iowa. He's coming in fourth so far with 11%. But remember, only 2% of the precincts on the Republican side have reported. We want to mention to you something that's important from now on for the rest of the night. You'll notice a running vote tally board at the bottom of your television screen. It'll have up-to-date statewide and county results. And for those of you watching our coverage in high definition, you will see additional delegate information on the left and right side, sides of your picture. Consider it a little value added for your high-def dollar. And remember, you can go at any time to cnnpolitics.com if you want to see how these results are changing minute by minute. cnnpolitics.com will show you these results minute by minute. So stay with us here on CNN as well as in CNN Politics, cnnpolitics.com to get all the latest information. Let's go back to one of these caucuses out of the cafeteria at the Merrill Middle School. Let's hear what they're saying.
Vote that way. And the only candidate who's won in a red state. We need red states, people. This is not over tonight. It's not over February 5th. Am I right, Richardson people, Biden people? It's not over tonight. Bill Richardson, Democrat governor, elected in a red state, so he can carry red. He can carry red. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let me just explain what they're doing. Surrogates or supporters of the respective Democratic candidates are trying to encourage some of the people there whose candidates whose first choice didn't necessarily get to the 15% threshold. They're trying to urge them to come into their corner, to come and support their candidate. I believe this individual is trying to wean over supporters for John Edwards, but let's listen.
These special interests don't need to be negotiated with. And the key word is not negotiated. They need to be punched in the nose a little bit, and this man knows how to punch. We need a fighter, not a negotiator, against these special interests. Right. No, I'm right, Chris, on that point. We need a fighter, and John Edwards has spent 20 years knowing who these people are that fight is about. And that's why I'm standing here tonight for John Edwards. So all of you candidates over there, you've got a fine candidate, but not a fighter like you have in John Edwards. That's the distinction. And lastly, I'd like to look around the room and see all the signage around here, and I'd like to say that I think John Edwards is now spent about 4 to 1, 6 to 1. It shows by the number of signs around the room. Here's our meager sign. Yeah, please show our one sign. We've been outspent 4 to 1, 6 to 1, and we still...
All right, so that's it. So we saw in the cafeteria that John Edwards supporter urging the Democrats there whose candidate did not make that 15% threshold to come and support John Edwards. This process is underway at that cafeteria at the Merrill Middle School in Des Moines. Let's go out to Persia in Iowa right now, because we've got some results. And Jeff Toobin, it looks like that Democratic caucus in Persia is over with and the results are in.
It's over. And just remember, this was the original results of the first round of voting. We had 48 people voting, 16 for Obama, 16 for 16 for Clinton, 16 for Edwards, and 10 for Obama. So Biden, who had 6 votes, was not viable. So he and all the other candidates were out. So what happened to the 6 voters who went for Biden? Well, Hillary Clinton didn't get any of them. Barack Obama got 1 of them, and all the rest of them went to John Edwards. So the final results were 44% for Edwards, 23% for Obama, and 33% for Clinton. And this is an illustration of one thing that many people had anticipated, which was that Hillary Clinton would not be a very popular second choice. People in America, it said, have already made up their minds about Hillary Clinton, and if she wasn't a first choice, she wasn't going to be any choice. And at least in this very small sample, that was borne out, because the second choice voters, 1 of them went to Obama, all the rest went to Edwards, at least in Little Persia County, in Little Persia, Iowa, right near the Nebraska border on the west.
Jeff Toobin, thank you, and we're going to stay on top of this. Let me update our viewers right now on the official tallies that we're getting. First, on the Democratic side, 23%, almost a quarter of the precincts have now officially reported. And look, a 3-person race clearly underway. John Edwards still atop, 33%. Hillary Clinton, 32%. Barack Obama, 32%. Bill Richardson, 2%. Everybody else even less. It's clearly a race for the Democrats out in Iowa. 23% of the precincts have reported now. And last time we took a look, only 2% of the Republican precincts had reported, but now 15%. 15% of the Republican precincts have now reported, and Mike Huckabee is still ahead with 36%. Mitt Romney, 23%. Fred Thompson, 15%. John McCain, 12%. It's clearly a race out there, although Mike Huckabee seems to be doing fairly well. He's atop. He's number 1, at least with 15% of the precincts. I want to caution our viewers right now, we don't know which of these Republican precincts they are, but we do see that Mike Huckabee, at least so far with 15% of the Republican vote in, is coming out on top. We're going to continue to update you on these numbers, and we're going to share them with you. You can always go to cnnpolitics.com and see these tallies change minute by minute. Remember, we're showing you the activity on the Democratic caucuses because it's more complex. People have to go out and cajole and convince. The Republicans are basically a straw poll. People vote, they read the ballots. That's what they're doing right now at this Republican caucus out at the Merrill Middle School in Des Moines. They're basically going through the old-fashioned way. People mark a ballot, and that's that. It's a lot simpler on the Republican side in Iowa than it is on the Democratic side. Bill Schneider and Soledad O'Brien are taking a closer look at all of this, and they've got entrance polls that are giving us a good indication of what's going on.
Yeah, I want to go back to the entrance polls and really what Donna Brazil said just a few moments ago. She talked about age and how critical that's going to be, and I think we're really seeing that shaping up to be important in who's going to win is who's showing up, the age of the folks who are showing up. So we'll take the first category. In the Democrats, and you're looking at 17 to 29-year-old Bill. How are they voting so far?
Yeah, we are seeing a clash of generations as dramatic as I've ever seen in politics. Look at the younger voters, and they are showing up now. They're about a quarter of the voters. They are voting 57% for Barack Obama. Edwards 13, Hillary Clinton 11. Obama is getting 5-1 more votes than Hillary Clinton among the youngest generation of voters at these caucuses.
Completely flipped if you flip the ages. 65 plus, different story.
And they're about the same in number at these caucuses as the young voters. Among those 65 and older, it's a totally different situation. Hillary Clinton is getting 45% of the vote, and she's clearly beating, here it is, Barack Obama 17. That's better than 2-1. Obama is coming in third among the oldest voters, whereas he's easily winning the youngest voters. We've just never seen a clash of generations this dramatic.
Really spilled out so clearly. Oh, the ideology of the people that we've seen so far in these entrance poll numbers, are they very liberal? Are they very conservative?
They're different. The Democrats are moderate. Only about 16% of them call themselves very liberal. There's a cliche that only liberal Democrats and conservative Republicans show up. That's half true. Republicans are very conservative. Almost half of them say they are very conservative. But Democrats are pretty moderate voters.
So age is what we're watching now.
We're watching that age difference. It's a clash of generations of epic proportions.
All right, Bill Schneider, thank you very much. Wolf, back to you.
All right, guys, thanks very much. And we're going to continue to go back to you guys to get all of the latest information we're getting on these entrance polls. And remember, when Bill Schneider is not here with us at the CNN Center, he's at CNNpolitics.com. He's giving some running commentary and analysis on what is going on. Let's go out to Tom Foreman right now, because I guess the Republican caucus there has broken up. Tom, you got an opportunity to speak with some of those Republicans?
Well, Wolf, I tell you, it's just exactly as we promised. Very quick for the Republicans here. John McCain got 55 votes here. Mitt Romney, 39. Thompson, 21. Huckabee, 19. Giuliani, 14. Ron Paul, 13. Hunter and Tancredo each got 0. Let's walk over here real quick, and we'll grab a couple of Republicans real quick and ask them what they think about this whole thing. Excuse me, can I ask you a quick question? I'm with CNN. You came here as a Republican tonight.
Yes.
You're happy with the results?
Well, I actually supported Huckabee, but I don't think this precinct is probably one in which he would normally play very strongly. But yeah, I'm encouraged with the numbers that were posted by our precinct.
And were you happy with the comments you heard about overall? Obviously, the concern for Republicans is also the next step.
Well, I think the whole premise of this is to have each candidate have a representative speak for them. But by now, everybody, I think, has pretty much made up their mind. So whatever that was worth, it was good to listen to, but in the end, I think people had pretty much decided by the time they got here who they were going to support.
All right, thanks very much. We'll ask somebody else here real quickly if we can. Hi, you were here as a Republican?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tom Foreman.
Hi, Randy Helm.
Tell me what you thought about the voting tonight. Who were you here for?
I was here for Huckabee.
You were also here for Huckabee?
Yes.
So were you happy or not? He got 19 votes, McCain 55. That's a lot more, obviously.
Yeah, that's not how I was wanting it to go.
So now, obviously, this is very early. You can move on to the next step. But what do you watch for the rest of the night?
Well, I'm just waiting to see what the outcome is in the rest of the state.
The rest of the state, see how it turns out. All right, thanks so much. Wolf, that's a little sense of what's going on with the Republicans, as promised, very quick. But a lot of horse trading going on down the hall that we'll tell you about when you get back to us later on. Wolf?
CNN can now project that Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, will win the Iowa Republican caucuses tonight. Based on all of the indications that we're getting, the entrance polls and the hard numbers that are coming in, the official ballots that are coming in from the Republican precincts, we can now project that Mike Huckabee, who only weeks ago was seemingly coming out of nowhere, Mike Huckabee will win the Iowa caucuses. A dramatic development for Mike Huckabee, showing his support, especially among evangelical Christians in Iowa, which is a critically important block among those Republican caucus goers. Mike Huckabee, we can project, will emerge from Iowa tonight the winner. A huge win for Mike Huckabee, but clearly a setback for Mitt Romney, who had spent a whole lot more money in Iowa than Mike Huckabee, was counting on a win in Iowa to propel him into New Hampshire next Tuesday. That apparently is not happening, because based on our projection, our estimates on the entrance polls as well as the hard numbers that are coming in, and on the Republican side, these entrance polls are much more reliable because their rules are a lot more simple than the Democratic caucus goers. Mike Huckabee emerges a winner in Iowa tonight. Anderson Cooper's got the best political team on television looking at this as well. Anderson, looks like Huckabee did it.
It's incredible. You look at the ad spending. Mitt Romney spent $6,565,000 on commercials, some 8,000 spots, 8,107. Mike Huckabee, $1,042,000. Some 1,371 spots. John King, Mike Huckabee, I mean, really came out of nowhere just a couple months ago.
He is now the insurgent and the conservative favorite, at least in Iowa in the Republican race. The question is, does he have staying power as he goes on? New Hampshire is not fertile territory for a Republican who's a former Baptist preacher. Republicans in New Hampshire are more pro-choice on abortion rights than the country as a whole. So he has a tough sales job in New Hampshire. And the question is, it's not just Huckabee in New Hampshire. Can he sell himself coming out of Iowa? What happens now that Romney, who was the front runner in both Iowa and New Hampshire in the summer, Romney loses Iowa? What is the effect on the former Massachusetts governor in his neighboring state of New Hampshire? If he drops down some, McCain is sitting there poised to win New Hampshire, could dramatically reshape the Republican race. And remember, New Hampshire this time is only 5 days away.
John McCain wanted Huckabee to win. If he wasn't going to win in Iowa, he wanted Huckabee to win in Iowa.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and that's exactly what happened here. But I want to tell you, Anderson, I spoke with a Republican strategist who's unaffiliated but is in contact with every campaign, and he's very upset about Huckabee win. He said, look, this was the right kind of state, the right kind of structure, large evangelical community, but this is a quote. He said, this is the equivalent of Pat Robertson winning. The idea that Huckabee could mount a credible general election campaign is laughable.
He's so worried about it.
The splintering of the old Reagan coalition that George W. Bush put back together for a while, and Mike Huckabee win. And to call it this early suggests it's a significant win. This is not by a hair. He had to win sort of going away to call it this early, which I think is really interesting. That surge of evangelicals really is a rejection of someone in Mitt Romney who did represent the old coalition. He was trying to be socially conservative and, an economic conservative as well as a national security conservative. So this scrambles the race, and it means that I think nobody knows where this is going to go now, because as John King was just saying, New Hampshire greatly strengthens McCain, New Hampshire. Yep. Coming out of New Hampshire, Rudy Giuliani is now in a stronger position. Romney doesn't come out with that kind of momentum. He hoped he was going to come out with this early stage strategy, and Rudy Giuliani's strategy may now work. So I think we're into a very interesting race, but for a lot of Republicans who were, trying to hold this party together, I think this is not good news. Yeah. I think Lori is right about that.
And Anderson, I think it brings up a very important question about just the tone and the mood of people in Iowa in general here. You're talking about the insurgent versus the person who really represented establishment. So far what we've seen when we look at the Democrats, it's change over experience, it's change over electability. What is this going to mean when you look at Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama? Is this once again going to be something where you turn to the Iowans and they say, look, we want something that is very, very different here. We're rooting for the insurgent, not establishment, which would be Hillary Clinton.
I want to talk to conservative Bill Bennett in a moment about Mike Huckabee, but first let's go to Wolf with some new numbers.
All right, thanks very much, Anderson. I just want to update our viewers, get to the Republicans in a second. 37% of the Democratic precincts have now officially reported, and Barack Obama is atop with 33%. John Edwards, 32%. Hillary Clinton, 32%. Bill Richardson, 2%. On the Republican side, 15% of the precincts have reported. But Mike Huckabee, we have projected Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, will win the Republican caucus in Iowa. Dana Bash is out there watching this. Dana, you're over at Mike Huckabee's headquarters out in Des Moines. I guess they must be thrilled.
That's an understatement, Wolf. There, the ballroom is filling up here, but the mood is absolutely electric, as you can imagine. Mike Huckabee's campaign manager just came in and he addressed the crowd here, and he said something that we've heard over and over again from Mike Huckabee himself. We'll probably hear it later tonight. He said this is evidence that message matters, and he said you cannot buy votes in Iowa. This is again what we've heard from Mike Huckabee. The whole the theme of his campaign, particularly in the last few days as he's been trying to wind up his campaign, is that he's sort of been leading a revolution. That is what he's been trying to tell Iowa Republicans, that he is somebody, we've heard him say over and over, that he has been outspent by 20-1. We heard now, because they do have a little bit more money now in the Huckabee campaign, it's about 15-1 Romney to Huckabee. But what we have seen at these events, and I have been with him at several events over the past month, 2 months here in Iowa, is, group after group, we hear him addressing not just evangelicals, but the issue of the fair tax, the issue of sort of populism. So he has this strange mix, this strange theme that he gets across. He certainly does address issues like abortion, and he's really been able to capture some of the evangelicals discussed basically with some of the other candidates. He was the surprise candidate for many of those evangelicals, but he also addresses some economic issues that really have hit a chord here in Iowa, and that is that combination, that strange combination, really has worked for him, and they are definitely, as you can imagine, extremely excited here. We expect to see Mike Huckabee in here in a short while. We understand he's arriving here at the hotel momentarily, Wolf.
And we can see his strategist, Ed Rollins, right behind you. Maybe you'll grab him and pick his brain. A big win for Mike Huckabee. Stand by, Dana. We're going to be getting back to you. Mary Snow is over at Romney headquarters in Des Moines. The Romney people outspent Huckabee by a lot of money, but they're going to come in second tonight, not first. A huge disappointment for Mitt Romney.
It is, Wolf, and a very subdued crowd here, as you can imagine. Mitt Romney in the final days has been talking about how hard he has worked here in the state, campaigning for nearly a year, spending over $6 million in ads alone in this state. He had a comfortable lead here, and that was eroded in these past several weeks. Mitt Romney today was talking about the fact that if he came in second, that he would have a strong statement. That is how he was bracing, not projecting any kind of confidence as this race became so tight. But for Mitt Romney, so much was at stake here, and he has been saying that he is the only Republican to invest this kind of time and money in not only Iowa, but in New Hampshire. So obviously, there's so much at stake for him, because if he could not win here, what does that mean for New Hampshire? As these barbs have been going back and forth between him, Mike Huckabee, and of course John McCain. Today he was asked, Wolf, at a forum whether or not he would continue with his negative ads, and he said absolutely, but that he didn't consider them negative ads. They're contrast ads, but certainly he's been taking a lot of heat from his opponents for running those ads that target them.
I will be anxious to hear what Mitt Romney has to say, what Mike Huckabee has to say, the other Republican candidates have to say. We'll be checking back with you, Mary. Thank you very much. I just want to show our viewers 25% of the Republican precincts have now officially reported. We've projected that Mike Huckabee will win the majority. Mike Huckabee will win the Iowa caucuses. Right now, with 25% officially in, he's at 35%. Mitt Romney at 24%. Fred Thompson, the former senator from Tennessee, 14%. John McCain, the senator from Arizona, 12%. A big win for Mike Huckabee. Anderson, you've got some analysis. You've got three of the best political team on television. I'm anxious to hear what Bill Bennett has to say about this.
As am I. Bill, what do you make of this? Were you surprised?
No, I predicted this would happen. But I mean, the country's surprised. The party is a little surprised, too. But this is America. Surprises happen. We do this kind of thing all the time. One thing, for the political cynics, I mean, you made the point, but it needs to be made again. People say you can buy elections in America. Everything's for sale. No, sir. This guy was way outspent. I heard, now, Bill Schneider or someone will have to confirm this, that the turnout of evangelical Christians this time was twice what it was in the year 2000. So it's a big night for Huckabee. There's going to be a lot of, I guess, lemonade and tea at the celebration. I don't know what Ed Rollins is going to drink, but
how does this impact New Hampshire?
Well, I don't think it impacts it much, frankly. Remember, in the excitement about Huckabee, remember, Ronald Reagan did not win Iowa. George Bush I did not win Iowa. Bill Clinton did not win Iowa. And you sometimes go to New Hampshire. I'm not trying to diminish the significance of this at all. And after New Hampshire, people can't even remember what happened in Iowa. Now, it looks in Iowa as if Huckabee can't win. But can Romney? If Romney can, he is in serious trouble. But I think the evangelical Christians came out for him. The message was very clear. On a couple of issues, he's fuzzy, but on things like life, he is a man of deep conviction, and I think people saw that. They couldn't make up their minds about Romney, or didn't quite believe the conversion that had taken place, and they decided to stick with it. And as Bill Schneider said, the Republican caucus goer in Iowa is a conservative Christian, is more typically a conservative Christian.
We spent a lot of time talking to Huckabee supporters, and it basically seemed like character trumped any particular issue, that they saw him as a man of faith, of strong values and strong faith, and if they maybe disagree with him on immigration, or maybe they disagreed with him on something else, but the faith trumped everything else. Do you think that's true?
Again, on immigration, it's not entirely clear to me what his position is. I know he's adopted and put something forward, but I've heard him take different views on this. Yeah, I mean, if you are a committed Christian, that is what you believe, that you bear witness to your faith. He made a lot out of bearing witness to his faith. He was criticized, remember the cross in the background, and Christian leader. But this is what people respond to. They think this is indeed something that we need more of and not less of. So, and by the way, if the establishment wants to say, well, he has no business doing this, this is part of the Republican Party. It's a big part of the base. Ronald Reagan doesn't get there, and George Bush doesn't get there without these folks.
Wolf's got an interview, I think, with the RNC chair. Wolf.
All right, thanks very much, Anderson. Mike Duncan is joining us right now from Republican headquarters. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for coming in. What do you think about this? CNN projecting Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, will win the Iowa caucuses.
Good to be with you this evening, Wolf, and I'm very pleased to get this campaign off to a great start. I congratulate all the candidates on both sides and the people of Iowa for doing a great job today. Wolf, my job is not to be an analyst. My job is to be a strategist, someone who does strategy for the party and to prepare for the candidates coming forward, and we've been doing that. We've raised $83 million here at the RNC. I have $17 million cash on hand, and I'm ready for the Democrats.
You can't obviously have any favorites right now as chairman of the RNC. You love all of these Republicans, but give us a little sense of what Mike Huckabee means to the Republican Party.
Well, Wolf, let me talk about what the Democrats are doing and why we're going to win this fall. We're going to win because we're putting forward our ideas. The Democrats are putting forward old ideas of more government, larger government, more taxes, less responsibility, and our candidates are talking about lower taxes, individual responsibility, and a strong national defense. That's going to be the difference, and it's going to be a difference with, if it's Hillary Clinton on their side, it's going to be a difference about trust. If it's Barack Obama, it's going to be a difference about experience. And if it's John Edwards, it's going to be hypocrisy.
What do you think, Mr. Duncan, as the chairman of the party, when you see these Republicans bitterly going after each other, trying to attack each other and their views, whether Romney going after Huckabee or vice versa, or Romney going after John McCain or vice versa, how do you react as someone who would like to see all these Republicans basically on the same page?
Well, Wolf, I have a front row seat to history, and as you know, I don't comment about our candidates. I will say that our candidates are talking about the issues that will resonate with the American people. They're talking about lower taxes and less government. They're talking about individual responsibility, and they're talking about a strong national defense. And what we're hearing on the other side is a real contrast.
So basically what you're saying is that all of the Republicans are great, and all of them would be much better than any of the Democrats. We would hear Howard Dean, the Democratic Party chairman, say obviously exactly the opposite. But give us a little flavor right now. You've become the minority in the House of Representatives. You've become the minority in the Senate. And at least the polls show that generically the Democrats are favored to recapture the White House. If you lose the House, you lose the Senate, and you lose the White House, that's a huge setback for your party.
Well, Wolf, you're talking in 2006 terms. A lot of things happened in 2007. If you've not noticed, the momentum is going with us. We won 2 out of 3 governor's races. We won 2 out of 3 special congressional races this last year. We raised over $30 million more than the Democrat National Committee raised, and recent polls have indicated that we've closed the gap, the generic gap on the people who self-identify as Republicans. We took that from 7 to 2% right now. The Republicans are on a roll. I'm very optimistic about us winning the White House and winning back more congressional seats in 2008.
And are you ready to predict that the Republicans will be the majority in the House and the Senate once again, or are you just going to pick up some seats?
Well, we'll talk about that. As I said, I'm not an analyst. I'm someone who puts the pieces together that helps make it possible later on, and I feel very good about our position right now.
Mike Duncan is the chairman of the Republican Party. Thanks very much for coming in. Good luck to you. Good luck to all of the political leaders out there. Anderson Cooper is standing by. He's got some analysis of what's going on with the best political team on television. You got to expect that the Republican Party chairman and the Democratic Party chairman, they can't take sides among their respective candidates, but they got to say their party is great.
They always do. Gloria Borger, John King, furiously working their Blackberries. What are you finding out, John?
This is called getting spun dizzy.
That's right.
Just getting several emails from Romney people who are saying, look, this is a very huge disappointment for them, but life goes on. Some of them are saying now, even if they come in second in New Hampshire, he will stay in the race and fight on in the state of Michigan.
They're running a national campaign already.
They say they're running a national campaign, but it is very telling to see what happened tonight. He has spent millions on TV ads. He has been the most negative of all the Republican candidates, launching glossy mailings in South Carolina and in Iowa and New Hampshire months and months ago, criticizing the other candidates. And a guy like Huckabee comes out of nowhere spending any money. So passion is driving Iowa. What will drive New Hampshire? John McCain has the energy on the Republican side right now, and the Romney people concede that.
What does it say, though, about Mitt Romney that the more money he spends and the more people get to know him, the less they seem to like him?
I think, quickly, if you look at this campaign, a long campaign, the people who are doing the best, Mike Huckabee, John McCain, and to a degree Barack Obama, although the Democratic numbers are still in a mix, but he has come up against Senator Clinton, and he is performing much better now than we thought he would have 6 or 7 months ago. They are new politicians who say they will reach across the aisle and work on a bipartisan basis. People are tired of a long campaign, tired of politics as usual. The guys who seem authentic and refreshing seem to be doing well.
So, David, you're shaking your head.
I think there's one factor here. We don't know what it says. We don't know how much his Mormonism cost him. You've got a very heavy evangelical turnout. We know the evangelicals and born-agains are very wary to, very hostile to Mormonism. And for people who said in all these exit polls, does religion matter a lot to you? They went overwhelmingly for Huckabee. So we don't know what's happening here. I do think he's badly wounded. I think he's going to be hard for him to win New Hampshire now. And if he comes out of New Hampshire with a loss, he can go on. But I think it's a very, very tough uphill road for him.
And one thing that we do know about New Hampshire is that faith is less of an issue. It is less of a prominent role. And so how that's going to play out, he might not be as strong at all.
He can go on. It's going to be tough. I was talking to some Republicans who are sort of stunned because the Republican Party, Anderson, is not used to having someone who's not part of the establishment win. Republicans generally go to the next fellow whose turn it is to become president. And this race has been anything but that. And I had one person just say to me, this turns the whole race into chaos because he's a Romney supporter, but he doesn't believe that John McCain can win the nomination either. He doesn't believe McCain can win in South Carolina. So maybe the Giuliani strategy pays off by waiting. Who knows?
A couple of quick historical points. Republicans tonight, if you read all these emails and the phone calls, they're trying to figure out, is Mitt Romney Phil Gramm? The reference being in 1996, Phil Gramm got in and had all this money and said he was going to knock off Bob Dole. He went nowhere. And is Mike Huckabee, does he have staying power, or is he Pat Buchanan, who beat a sitting president at one point in New Hampshire primary, but then fizzled and faded? It was a protest vote more than the staying power of that candidacy. Those are the questions people will be asking.
I want to bring in political contributors, Bill Bennett, Donna Brazile, Jack Cafferty. Donna Brazile, if you are on Mike Huckabee's team, what do you do about New Hampshire? Do you not put a lot into it? Mike Huckabee's only spent $29,000 on television spots in New Hampshire. Do you just focus on South Carolina and try to get the evangelical base out there?
Well, first of all, this must be good news for John McCain, who is probably right now breathing a little easy that Mitt Romney did not succeed in winning the Iowa caucuses. Look, Mike Huckabee has run this campaign on a wing and a prayer, so I'm confident that with his faith and his supporters that he can continue to compete in all of the states. But the question is, how will he use his resources? He will receive a lot of money now, a lot of attention, and I think he should go to New Hampshire, but more importantly, I think he should try to really get his organization together in Michigan, South Carolina, and some of the other early states.
Why hasn't he been embraced by the big-name evangelical leaders? Well, I asked him that question. He said, well, I will be once I start doing well.
Well, he may be, but you know, there are a lot of churches here. There are a lot of schisms in this, there are a lot of splits in this. But we'll see. One of the questions about Mike Huckabee is, can he raise money? Can he raise big money now? I think he'll spend some time in New Hampshire. I think he'll split it between New Hampshire and South Carolina. Don't forget, Republicans have one in Michigan too. That could be a very important one. Not the Democrats, but the Republicans have an important one. I think you'll see him playing the guitar more in New Hampshire. And that's not just a lighthearted thing. This is an interesting guy. I mean, he's a minister. He plays that guitar. He's on the Jay Leno show. show, it's different. But again, we have had this in the Republican Party before. We had Pat Robertson, we had Pat Buchanan. People said, oh my gosh, what's going on? That's part of the Republican Party. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win.
I'm going to talk to Jack Caffrey in a moment, but I know, Wolf, you're going to talk to Howard Dean.
Right. I'm going to just update our viewers. First of all, Anderson, on the Republican side, 41% of the precincts have now reported, we've projected that Mike Huckabee will win the Iowa caucuses. Right now, he's got 31% to 23% for Romney. Among the Democrats, 59% of the precincts have now officially reported. Barack Obama leads with 35%, and Edwards and Clinton both have 31%, Richardson 2%. Barack Obama ahead now with 59% of the caucuses having reported. Howard Dean is the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. He knows a lot about Iowa. All of us remember 4 years ago what happened. First of all, what's your reaction to what's happening on the Democratic side, Governor Dean? Because it's a three-person race, clearly.
It has been a three-person race for quite some time, and we are seeing huge, huge turnout. I think it's great, the enthusiasm. I wouldn't be surprised if we doubled the Republican turnout, and that's a very, very good sign for the fall.
And Mike Huckabee, we have projected, will be the winner in the Republican caucuses tonight. What do you say about that?
I honestly think it's a sign of how much trouble the Republicans are in. You had a small governor from a relatively small state who came in from nowhere, and I think it's frankly a sign of the disenchantment of the Republican voters with the mainstream Republican candidates. So well, I certainly want to congratulate Mike, but I think it doesn't say a lot for how much trouble the other guys who spent all that money are in.
He wouldn't be the first former governor from a small state, namely Arkansas. He wouldn't be the first governor from a small state, Arkansas, who happened to have been born in Hope, Arkansas, to move up that political ladder. So you got to give him a lot of credit for capturing the Iowa caucuses. He's obviously a formidable player.
Well, yeah, and I don't spend a lot of time handicapping Republican primaries. You know, what I'm really pleased at is there's a really clear difference between all of our candidates and all of their candidates, including Mike Huckabee. They're all supporting the war. We're not. They all supported President Bush's veto of health care for kids. We wrote that bill. They've all said that Scooter Libby ought to be pardoned. We think we ought to end the Republican culture of corruption they've brought to Washington. So there's a huge gap between where the Democrats are and where the Republicans are. And the fact that we have almost twice as many people coming out to vote on the Democratic side, something which I don't think has ever happened before in a year where both sides are contested, I think says a lot for where we're going to end up in November.
We spoke to Mike Duncan, your counterpart, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, just a few moments ago, and he was very upbeat about the prospects of not only the Republicans keeping hold of the White House, but actually gaining seats in the Senate and House of Representatives. He said the political environment out there has changed dramatically to the benefit of the Republicans. What do you say?
I think somebody must have legalized something that hadn't been legalized prior to that. We've got gas going to well above $3. People are losing their homes. The economy is supplanting even Iraq as the major issue. I think the Republicans are in deep, deep trouble. They're a party that's looking backwards towards the 1950s, and we're a party that's looking forwards. And if given the choice, the American people will always vote for a party that's looking forward instead of backwards.
Governor Dean, thanks very much for coming in. Howard Dean's the chairman of the DNC.
Wolf, thanks for having me on.
All right, I just want to show our viewers these latest numbers. 66% of the Democratic precincts have now reported. Obama is ahead with 35%. Clinton and Edwards both having 31% each. Take a look at this. 66% of the precincts on the Democratic side have reported. On the Republican side, we projected that Mike Huckabee wins the Iowa caucuses. Jeff Toobin is looking county by county by county. What are you seeing, Jeff?
Well, since almost now two-thirds of the results are in, and we're seeing who's winning what part of the state. And each candidate has a different color. These are the counties that Barack Obama is winning. He's now winning most of the counties, including Polk County, which is Des Moines. It's the biggest county in Iowa, certainly the most Democratic votes there, and it is the one that he's winning. That's significant because there's so many votes there, but also if you look back to the 2004 results in John Edwards won Des Moines in won Polk County in 2004. These are the 2004 results. And now we go back to 2008, and we see the Democrats, Hillary Clinton, not leading in many counties, but the county she is leading in, she is on the western edge, which is the most conservative part of Iowa, along the Missouri River, the Nebraska border. And John Edwards, he's still showing strength in South Iowa. Remember, that's where he won before, but importantly, he's not winning in Des Moines or in Iowa City. Now, Iowa City is a very important place, particularly for Barack Obama, because Johnson County is the site of the University of Iowa. And that's where Barack Obama invested a tremendous amount of time. You see he's leading in most parts of the state. Edwards leading in the South, Clinton leading in a few locations in the West and the North. Wolf?
Jeff Toobin, thanks very much. John McCain is making an appearance not in Iowa, but in New Hampshire right now. I want to briefly listen in to hear what he's saying.
I'm very proud of our campaign in Iowa. As we know, because of our financials, we didn't run any ads, and we were predicted to finish very badly. I'm proud of the team that we had on the ground and the work that we did, and I'm glad we were out there working hard. I think that the lesson of this election in Iowa is that, one, you can't buy an election in Iowa, and two, that negative campaigns don't work. They don't work there, and they don't work here in New Hampshire. They're not going to work.
John McCain speaking to his supporters out in New Hampshire. This is an important development for him, this Mike Huckabee win in Iowa, because it setbacks Mitt Romney, who is clearly his #1 rival in New Hampshire. Remember, 5 days from today, the New Hampshire primary next Tuesday. That's coming up. Let's take a look at the numbers on the Democratic side right now. Huckabee, we've projected, wins the Republican caucus in Iowa. Among the Democrats, 69% of the precincts have now reported the Democrats. Obama is ahead with 35%, Edwards 31%, Clinton 31%, Richardson down at 2%, everybody else way down. Obama ahead, but remember, only 69% of the precincts. They're still waiting for 31% of the precincts to report. So this three-person race is clearly subject to change. It's a close race. Very close. We're going to keep these numbers up on the screen even during this break. Much more of our special coverage on the Iowa caucuses. We're at the CNN Election Center. We'll be right back.
Of the Iowa caucus is brought to you by Cisco. Welcome to the Human Network. Visit the Election Center at cnn.com/election for in-depth information on the first in the nation caucus.
You eating enough? You look a little thin.
Yeah, that's a very mom question, but yeah. I mean, enough.
I miss you, baby.
I miss you too.
Love you.
Yeah, we love you. We tell everyone about the relief work you're doing, you know? Of course you do.
Welcome to a network that's bringing countries and families a little closer.
It's been a while now.
Cisco, welcome to the Human Network.
For every romantic moment, there's a way it can be interrupted.
Emergency home repair.
A surprise visit home from college.
Unexpected guests.
But guys with ED can relax because there's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. No other ED tablet can do both.
Sure, Cialis can work fast, but having up to 36 hours is a great option.
And with Cialis, I can respond to her only when we're finally ready.
Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Why ask your doctor about Cialis? Because when the moment is right, you can be ready.
This lush expanse of green does more than beautify our world. Trees help clean the air of carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas. As As North America's largest recycler, last year alone, Waste Management recycled enough paper to save over 41 million trees. How's that for thinking green? From everyday collection to environmental protection, think green. Think Waste Management.
Debate is combat.
When everyone was against that,
I wouldn't be surprised to find you strung up to a tree. You're gonna have to catch me first.
he taught them how to win. Denzel Washington.
My message is to never quit.
The Great Debaters. Rated PG-13. Now playing everywhere.
Convenience stores have walls of brightly colored fluids that promise energy and good health. There's really no need, because there's 100% all-natural Florida orange juice, the original power beverage that during cold and flu season gives your immune system many of the vitamins and minerals it needs. Start your day with Florida orange juice. Healthy, pure, and simple.
CNN is now ready to project that Senator Barack Obama will win the Iowa Democratic caucuses. A dramatic development indeed for the junior senator from Illinois. We can now project that Senator Obama will beat Hillary Clinton, will beat John Edwards, will emerge the leader in the Iowa Democratic caucuses. A huge, huge victory for Barack Obama right now in Iowa. Let's take a look at the actual hard numbers that we have right now. We can make this projection based on the real numbers that have come in, as well as the entrance poll numbers that we received. Take a look at this. Right now, we're projecting with 74% of the actual precincts officially reporting to Des Moines. Barack Obama right now has 35%. Hillary Clinton and John Edwards both have 31%. It's very, very close, but we can project that Senator Barack Obama will emerge the winner tonight in the Iowa Democratic caucuses. He will go on to New Hampshire, the winner, just as we have projected that Mike Huckabee will win the Republican caucuses, will go on to New Hampshire, the winner of that. Anderson Cooper's got the best political team on television looking at this. Two major projections, Obama and Huckabee, very, very dramatic.
A remarkable night. Probably a few months ago, no one would have expected this. Gloria Borger, what do you make of it?
Well, I think it is remarkable, and I think if Hillary Clinton were going to lose to anyone, she would rather have lost to John Edwards than to Barack Obama, because Barack Obama's got the money to continue this race, and she will continue to go toe-to-toe with him, but it's going to be a hard-fought nomination. And to go beyond the experience question, which is, of course, what she was playing up, he was playing up change, I think you could probably look at two things at Hillary Clinton. One is the sense that she could be very divisive in a general election campaign. People in Iowa don't seem to want that. And secondly, her history question, the Clinton baggage, if you will. I think there are a lot of voters there who are saying, we want to get beyond that.
White House correspondent Suzanne Malveaux, you've been following these Democrats. How has Barack Obama changed on the campaign?
It really has been an extraordinary change to watch his campaign, because you'll know, like weeks before, even months before, people used to complain and say he was kind of boring, academic, that he spoke above people. We've really seen a dramatic change in the tone, not necessarily the message, but the tone of the message and the way he's been delivering it. It has been very sharp, very crisp. He uses a cadence, repetitive, if you believe, and he actually defines things when he talks about hope. I asked him in an interview, it was just last week, he said this one thing that really stood out. He said, you know, I'm a black guy running for president named Barack Obama. You gotta have hope. And that was the one line that everybody laughed. They laughed, and he got the greatest applause from that. And I asked him, well, why did that resonate with people? I mean, this was a room that was 99% white, nobody who had a name that was similar to his own. And he used that, and he said, take my example and my experience. We can do anything. And I think people in that room really felt that.
And David Gergen, he has the money and the organization to make the most of this win.
Absolutely, and he's going to now get a great deal of media attention, too, for the next several days, believe me. Let's take the most obvious thing that comes out of this. John Edwards, I think, has nowhere to go now.
Really, even with a second-place win?
Even with a second-place win, because he has no money. And it's really, really hard to raise money and go forward after this. And he had everything staked on this one state. For Hillary Clinton, it's really important to understand this was not a great state for her to start with. She did pretty well, it looks like. And the Clintons are nothing if not resilient. They will fight back, and we'll hear stories about the comeback kid and the rest. So this is no time to start counting Hillary Clinton. Now it's going to be a very tight race, but for Barack Obama, this is a personal triumph for an African American to go into a state that's 95% white and win against Mrs. Clinton.
Right.
Is an absolutely remarkable victory.
David's right, and the Clintons are as resilient as they come in politics, but she needs to stop him in New Hampshire, because then you move on to South Carolina, where you have the first large percentage of African Americans. She has great institutional support among the African Americans in that state right now, but if Barack Obama wins New Hampshire, and he is a viable Democratic nominee, how can her supporters in the state go to the black ministers, go into the black community centers and say, you have to help us stop Obama? They can't do it, and they know they can't do it. She needs to knock him in New Hampshire.
And Obama himself, always when asked, why don't African Americans support you? His answer always has been, they have to see me win somewhere. They have to see that I'm viable, that I'm a winner, and then they'll be with me.
Let's go check in with our political contributors. Bill Bennett, does this change the game a lot?
Well, I think it's and again, a wonder of America here. Remarkable breakthrough this year. As the other group said, 97%, in fact, Iowa, rural, white, farming state. Barack Hussein Obama, a black man, wins this for the Democrats. I have been watching him. I watched him on Meet the Press. I watched him on your show, watched him on all the CNN shows. He never brings race into it. He never plays the race card. Talk about the black community. He has taught the black community you don't have to act like Jesse Jackson. You don't have to act like Al Sharpton. You can talk about the issues. Great dignity, and this is a breakthrough, and good for the people of Iowa. And what does this mean? That it matters not to Hillary Clinton to lose this. She lost to Barack Obama in this state. It's a remarkable thing. It's a change in American politics. Whether he goes on and wins other states, this is something very good that's happened.
Donna, we're going to pick up with you in a moment, but Wolf, you have an interview with Dana Bash and Ed Rollins.
Right. Dana Bash is standing by, guys. Thanks very much. Barack Obama, we've projected, will win the Iowa caucuses on the Democratic side. Mike Huckabee will win on the Republican side. Dana Bash is standing by over at Huckabee headquarters with Ed Rollins, who in recent weeks came in as a key player to help Mike Huckabee. He's clearly helped them in Iowa, Dana.
That's right. Ed Rollins is the national chairman of the Huckabee campaign. He's joining us now. First of all, congratulations.
Well, thank you. Well, congratulations to the governor, and the people of Iowa. I mean, I think they sent a very loud, very clear message today that they want change, and I think Obama was a candidate of change, and certainly we were a candidate of change.
A candidate of change, but there has been a lot of emphasis. I've been out with you and been out with the candidate. There certainly has been a lot of emphasis on sort of he's almost spoken in revolutionary terms about the need to sort of change the establishment, be anti-establishment. We're hearing sort of back in Washington that this, as you can imagine, turned things on its head.
Well, Washington doesn't get to run the world, and I was part of Ronald Reagan, which is a Reagan revolution. And when we came to Washington, everybody thought we were going to tear the buildings down and what have you, and wanted to be one of the great presidents. People in Iowa, people in New Hampshire, they have an opportunity to see candidates up close. With the help of the news media, Mike was able to drive his message. It wasn't about paid commercials. Millions and millions of dollars by independent groups and by the Romney campaign, as negative a commercials as you'd ever see, couldn't basically knock him off his message.
But he was also able to do something that is unique to Iowa. He was able to get here a long time ago and really work it the old-fashioned way in terms of retail politics. How are you going to emulate that with such an accelerated process from here on out?
Well, first of all, we hope a lot of people will see this, and I ask people to go to our website and volunteer and send money and do all the rest of it to keep this going. But more important is it's the new media, blogs, all of you here today help him communicate. And it's not about old 30-second commercials. We saw the 30-second commercials didn't work very well.
Now, the reality, as you know, is that Iowa is a state that really plays well for his message. It's a state with a lot of evangelicals. Clearly, that helped him win here. His next stop, New Hampshire, it's not the case. That really isn't the base of the Republican Party. And his message on the economy, the fair tax, he wants to abolish the IRS and have a consumption tax, that might not sell that well either there.
New Hampshire's always been against taxes. It's always been a state. Many people moved from Boston and Massachusetts. It's always been a state that's different. It's always been a state that nominated from our party or gave to Pat Buchanan. I mean, there's always been some mavericks that have come along. I think this is a maverick candidate. I think it's going to be the establishment candidate. I think the establishment people are going to realize Mike Huckabee is a guy that can draw independent voters, certainly can hold the Republican base, and can expand our base to be a competitive candidate.
How could it be the establishment candidate and still run a Republican revolution?
Well, the bottom line is the Republican revolution, as with Reagan, there'll be a new coalition. The old coalition is done. There's not a third term for President Bush. That's done. If you try and run for a third term, it's not going to work. You've got to basically go out and convince voters that you're going to be different, that you're going to basically support some of the things that are meaningful, but other things are going to be different. Different people, different places.
And one last question. You don't have an infrastructure pretty much at all past New Hampshire. How are you going to build that in a way that you did have a little bit of an infrastructure here, but in the other states, again, with
the reality, like here, there's some smart people in this campaign who've looked down the road. Chip Saltzman has been looking to run a presidential campaign for 3 years. He was Bill Frist's guy. So they've looked at this game. We've got a campaign in South Carolina. We're building one in Florida today where we're leading at both polls. And the bottom line is these other campaigns that have spent a lot of money on professionals don't have the grassroots organization. We are a grassroots, volunteer-driven. We had 200 people in our headquarters who made 13,000 calls yesterday to our supporters. That's the old way. That's not the new way.
Ed Rollins, congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wolf, we'll toss it back to you.
Thanks, Dana. Thanks. Thank Ed Rollins for us as well. Here are the actual numbers. 65% of the Republican precincts have now officially reported. Mike Huckabee has 34%, Mitt Romney 25%, Fred Thompson 14%, John McCain 13%. We have projected Mike Huckabee will win the Iowa caucuses. On the Democratic side, 82% of the Democratic precincts have now officially reported. Barack Obama expanding his lead right now, 37%. We've projected he will win. Right now he has 37% to John Edwards at 30%, Hillary Clinton at 30%, everybody else way, way below. If you want to continue to see all these tallies coming up throughout, minute by minute, second by second, you can always go to cnnpolitics.com and you can see it right there. Mike Huckabee, we've projected, will win the Republican caucuses, and Barack Obama will win the Democratic caucuses. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider are looking at the numbers. They're trying to understand what's going on. Help our viewers better understand why Barack Obama emerged the winner tonight.
Well, with CNN predicting Barack Obama's win, I think it really is a fascinating use of, and maybe the best use of, the entrance polls to say, okay, go back now and find out why. Why did a black guy win an overwhelmingly white state? What do the numbers tell you, Bill?
The numbers tell us this was a debate between change and experience. And you know what? Change won. Hands down. A majority of the voters said change was more important to them. Only 20% said experience. Obama, among those who cited change as the quality they were looking for, Obama 51, Edwards 20, Clinton came in third with 19%.
Hillary Clinton had a message of change too. It just clearly didn't resonate with the voters.
It did not resonate with those voters.
When you talk about age, we've mentioned it several times now, age turned out to be, as you predicted, very, very, very crucial.
It was determinative. Look at the vote among those voters who are under 30 in our entry. This is 17 to 24. Under 25, Obama clearly dominated his constituency, 57% for Obama. Hillary Clinton is among others. She wasn't even in the top three among the youngest cohort of voters.
Didn't even get to the actual the rating there. When you look at independents, we knew that they were going to be important. How important did they turn out to be? What were those numbers?
Well, independents actually were the main reason why Obama edged out Clinton. Among Democrats, it was just about a tie between Obama and Clinton. But among independents, there were only about 20% of the voters in Iowa. But Obama, 41% among independents, clearly outpacing Hillary Clinton, 17. Edwards came in second. Clinton did very poorly among independents. This is very important as we come to New Hampshire. There were about 20% of the voters in the Democratic caucuses in Iowa, but in New Hampshire, independents make up over 40% of the likely Democratic voters in that primary.
So if he continues with the momentum, he continues to do very well.
Those independents, they delivered for Obama in Iowa. They could deliver for Obama in New Hampshire.
How do you do on the issues overall?
He won every issue. The three issues that we asked about among Democrats were the war in Iraq was the #1 issue. That was Obama, his issue. The economy was close behind it. That was Obama's issue. Health care, that's supposed to be Hillary Clinton's issue. Obama outpaced her among voters concerned about health care. The issues were all Obama's.
For the Hillary Clinton team.
Yes, it does.
Bill Schneider, thank you very much, and Wolf will send it right back to you.
Soledad and Bill, thanks very much. I just want to remind our viewers, Bill Schneider will have running analysis on cnnpolitics.com. When you're not seeing him here, you'll see him at cnnpolitics.com for continuing analysis of this dramatic night. Barack Obama, we've projected, will win the Democratic caucuses tonight. A dramatic development for Barack Obama. If you take a look at the latest tallies, the official tallies, by the way, 84% of the Democratic precincts have reported Obama getting 37%. You see that check? That means we've projected he will win 30% for Clinton, 30% for Edwards. A lot more of our coverage coming up. Big nights for Barack Obama and Mike Huckabee. Stay with us. We're at the CNN Election Center. We'll be right back.
I'm Stephanie Acerno, and this is my story. I come to people's homes and I wrap their Christmas and Hanukkah presents for them. People will call me up, can you come over? And it'll be Christmas Eve. And I'm smiling and singing Christmas carols. I want to make their holiday look good. I have arthritis in my back. I sit for long periods of time hunched over. It's a real strain. No one wants to see a holiday grimace. I take a leave. Later, I'm just not in pain, and then I go, oh, that'll leave, it worked again. The real reward is that at the end of it, I'm still smiling. That's the best part for me.
Keep wandering eyes off your computer. Get a privacy filter for laptop and desktop monitors. Buy now at 3mprivacyfilter.com or these retail stores.
50's the new 40. 40's the new 30. Let's get real. You're worried about a few wrinkles? Come on. What should never grow old are your dreams, making them real. That's what keeps you young, and for that, you don't need a nip and a tuck. You need a plan.
Find out why more people come to Ameriprise for financial planning than any other company. Visit us at ameriprise.com/plan.
Hello, friend. I'm Pat Boone. I'm here to tell you about the popular government-insured reverse mortgage program that's sweeping the nation. If you're a homeowner, 62 or over, a reverse mortgage may be the answer you've been looking for. This unique program is a safe, easy way to turn the equity in your home into tax-free cash. Why don't you call my friends at Financial Heritage today for your free information kit with the top 10 things to know about a reverse mortgage. It explains how you can keep your home, eliminate your house payment, and use the money for anything from paying bills to taking that long-awaited vacation.
I have such a great life now. It was very simple and easy to understand.
Thousands of customers have chosen award-winning Financial Heritage to help them reach financial security. So if you or somebody you know is 62 or over, call now for your free information kit and make your dreams finally come true. There's no obligation, so call now.
Introducing Renewin', the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin' with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin' in stores now.
Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. Apply directly where it hurts. Activon. Safe and effective pain relief. Activon Ultra Strength Arthritis. In stores now.
Millions of Americans use Head-On. Try Head-On. If you're not 100% satisfied, we will give you your money back. We will give you your money back.
The Iowa caucuses, they're dramatic indeed. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. I'm Will Switzer at CNN's Election Center. Let's take a look at the numbers. These are the official numbers that we're getting right now. On the Democratic side first, with 86% of the Democratic precincts officially reporting Barack Obama has 37% to 30% for John Edwards, 30% for Hillary Clinton. We've projected Barack Obama wins the Democratic caucuses. On the Republican side, 67% of the precincts have now officially reported. Mike Huckabee has 34%, Mitt Romney 25%, Fred Thompson 14%, John McCain 13%. Let's take a closer look. Mike Huckabee, we've projected he wins the Republican caucuses in Iowa. He has, as of right now, with 67% of the precincts reporting, 26,000 to Mitt Romney's 19,000, Fred Thompson 10,000, McCain 10,000, Ron Paul 7,000, Rudy Giuliani almost 3,000, 2,779. In fact, Rudy Giuliani is joining us now from Miami. Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for joining us. Looks like a pretty disappointing night in Iowa for you.
Well, I congratulate Mike Huckabee. He did a great job, and he
came from way back and won Iowa by campaigning very hard there. We did not put a lot of effort into Iowa. We had to spread out our efforts. I mean, we tried to do a proportionate campaign in 29 states, so it didn't allow us to use a lot of our resources there. So I congratulate Mike, and I think he's got a really big victory there.
Is it a disappointment, though? Looking back on your strategy, should you have devoted more resources, you think, to Iowa?
What we did is we looked at the whole calendar. We've got 29 primaries and caucuses. We've put in proportionate time in each. And I think as we move along, you're going to see that that strategy really pays off in that we've paid a lot of attention to states that some other candidates haven't paid as much attention to. I mean, I'm in Florida right now because there's a January 29th primary here. They've already begun absentee balloting here. In a number of other states, they're going to have early balloting here in a week or so. So, I mean, we've put a lot of time into those states, and, you know, time will tell what the best strategy is. We think this, given the compressed primary schedule, this was the best strategy, well, at least for us, at least for our pluses and minuses.
A lot of pundits always thought what would be good for you, since you didn't devote all your resources to Iowa or New Hampshire for that matter, was to see a split emerge. And that looks like potentially it could happen. Mike Huckabee winning in Iowa. Now we go next Tuesday to New Hampshire, where there's a battle underway, at least according to the polls, between Mitt Romney and John McCain. I assume you're probably rooting for John McCain, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm rooting for myself. We're going to be in New Hampshire tomorrow afternoon, and we'll be devoting our time to New Hampshire. We think we've run a strong campaign there. Again, a proportionate campaign. Some people have paid, you know, a lot of resources to just one state. We've got to spread it out. But, you know, we're ready for whatever the outcome is, so that we can move on to the next one and the next one. And this is a 29. But are
you really competing in New Hampshire, and then let's say in Michigan and South Carolina, which follow?
Well, we're competing right now in New Hampshire, and as we move along, we'll figure out where is the best places to use our resources. We've obviously put a lot already into Florida. I've been here probably more than any other candidate. So this is a state that's important to us, and I came here today to make that point to them. I came from New Hampshire in the morning, came here this afternoon to make the point to Florida how important even their absentee balloting is.
Were you surprised that Huckabee beat Romney pretty decisively, pretty impressively in Iowa?
I guess, you know, 3 or 4 weeks ago I would have been surprised, but we saw Mike sort of make a big move about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it's surprising where we were a couple of months ago. It's not surprising right now. You could see it coming the last 3 or 4 weeks.
What does it say about him, and what does it say about Romney? Because as you know, Romney outspent him in Iowa by millions and millions of dollars.
It's a great credit to his campaigning. I mean, he did it by going door to door, meeting to meeting, talking to people. He does have obviously a strong constituency there, one that he's developed. So it says a lot about him, and, you know, now we've got a group of candidates. I think they're all very good, and we're all going to be battling it out, and let Republicans decide who is the best Republican to win the election for us in November. I believe I am, because I believe I can carry out a 50-state strategy and contest in states that some of the other Republicans can't. But, you know, Republican voters get to decide that.
Mayor Giuliani, thanks very much for joining us. Good luck.
Thanks, Wolf. Thank you very much.
Good. Rudy Giuliani's got his own strategy. It's either going to be a brilliant strategy, maybe not such a brilliant strategy, but you know what? We'll have between now and February 5th, Super Duper Tuesday, as it's called, to figure it all out. This process is now officially underway. We're watching it, and we'll stay on top of it every step of the way. A big night for Mike Huckabee, a big night for Barack Obama. Let's walk over and check in with Anderson Cooper. Once again, he's got the best political team on television with him.
I want to talk to CNN contributor Donna Brazil, a veteran of many Democratic campaigns, about Barack Obama's win tonight. What do you make of it? Where does he go from here?
Well, this was a victory for those who want change in the party, those who want change in the country. This was a victory for national reconciliation. Obama closed his campaign by quoting Martin Luther King speech on the fierce urgency of now. And he reminded the Iowan voters that he was a candidate who could bring people together. He could change the script. He could start a new chapter in American politics. Obama did very well. He won big. He is going to New Hampshire now with a lot of momentum. But this will play down the road in states like South Carolina and many of those states on Super Tuesday.
He has learned a lot as a campaigner on the trail. I mean, I remember when he first used that term, that urgency of now speech. It was, I think it was in Iowa a couple of weeks ago. He really seemed to catch fire that weekend, and from there on.
It was the
How do you think he's changed?
He connected because he showed the Iowan voters and many other people around the country that he understood their problems, that he could bring about the change. He wasn't just talking about hope, but he was actually a candidate who could bring and inspire hope in others. So I think this is a major victory for Obama. And let me just tell you, for African-American voters who've been waiting for this period of time, Bill said it, but look, I can tell you this is huge in terms of historically speaking. As a Democrat, African-Americans has always lifted up Democrats. Now Democrats have an opportunity to lift up African-Americans.
Jack Cafferty, do you think it also says to African-Americans, this guy can win?
Iowa's the whitest place outside the North Pole. I mean, he's not just winning, he's winning handily there. At this point, he's 7 points ahead of both Hillary and John Edwards. This gives tremendous currency to him in states where the color of his skin, unfortunately, might still be an issue. They say, hey, he won in Iowa. It's got to be all right. He passed muster in arguably the whitest state in the country, or one of them. He's also, as Donna suggested, he's a nice guy. He's articulate. He's pleasant. He's smart on the issues. He knows what he's talking about. But more than anything else, he recognizes the appetite, I think, for change in this country. 2 hours ago, I said I was excited to find out tonight if the people in Iowa were willing to take those first tentative steps down the road less traveled. If Mike Huckabee and Barack Obama ain't the road less traveled, then we haven't seen it yet.
Is the story tonight, is the headline tonight, Bill, that personality, that character, trumped any individual issue? I mean, both for Republicans and Democrats?
Well, I think it's organization and character and conviction topped on the Republican side, and I think hope and idealism. If, one discordant note to make this point, one partisan point, not a discordant note, but, Howard Dean says small state governor. What's he talking about? What state was he governor of? What state was Bill Clinton governor of? We have lots of small state governors succeeding. And the other thing is, what was the Clinton theme? What was the song? Wasn't it, don't stop thinking about tomorrow, make hope your friend? Barack Obama has stolen that, lifted that. I won't say stolen that or lifted that. He's taken that from the Clintons. Now what are they going to talk about? Because I think the most important statistic is the statistic about young people. And when you start to appeal to young people, that kind of idealism and the change that he represents, this is a very, very powerful instrument in American politics.
But he also won on the issues, and I think he won on the issues because voters want to change, but they want to change in Iraq, change in health care, change on the economy, and Obama won on those issues as well.
But you look at Hillary Clinton's speeches, you read the text of them, and she mentions change every third word. Do people just not buy it from her?
She talked about experience, and she talked about that she is the candidate that can bring on the change. Look, I don't count Senator Clinton out of this race. She can reboot her campaign in New Hampshire, but she must get back on the ground, and she must go back out there and tell voters that she is actually the change candidate. Right now, we don't think she's the candidate.
She also, the first words out of Hillary's mouth in almost every debate early in the campaign were, when I'm elected, when I'm the president. There was an air of inevitability about Hillary that turns out not to necessarily be valid. And Hillary very much represents what's gone before in this country. How many years has it been since there's been a Bush or a Clinton in the White House? It's been decades. So she's got her work cut out for her. This is not going to be easy for her. If Barack Obama is a breath of fresh air, as he appears to be, I don't know if she can handle him or not.
Clintons aren't done, but, I mean, he needs to watch his back and his knees, because they play hardball.
How'd you like to be Bill tonight?
Huh?
How'd you like to be Bill Clinton?
I never want to be Bill.
With that, we're going to take a short break. As we go to break, we're going to show you the latest numbers as they are for both Republicans and Democrats. We'll be right back.
Of the Iowa Caucus is sponsored by Americans for Balanced Energy Choices. Visit the Election Center at cnn.com/election for in-depth information on the first in the nation caucus.
Throughout history, new ideas have often been met with skepticism. But technology born from American ingenuity can achieve amazing things. We're committed to a future in which our most abundant fuel, coal, generates our electricity with even lower emissions, including the capture and storage of CO2. It's a big challenge, but we've made a commitment. A commitment to clean. Learn more about clean coal at americaspower.org.
The Great Debaters is a Golden Globe nominee for Best Picture of the Year, and the critics agree it's the stuff that best pictures are made of.
You wanted your chance. This is it.
Denzel Washington, The Great Debaters, rated PG-13, now playing everywhere.
And with us today, Stephen Johnston with his brand new DVD Bible.
That's right. This is the DVD Bible with 72 hours of narration, word for word from the King James Bible. Scripture comes up on the screen. You hear my narration fully dramatized.
And God said, "Let there be light."
It's perfect for Bible study. With the touch of your remote, you can go to chapter and book. It's easy. Most audio Bibles come on CDs with no pictures, no scripture on the screen, and they cost as much as $100.
But today, you get the entire King James Bible, both Old and New Testament, for just $29.95.
There's a tour of the Holy Land, gallery of photos with all its rich history.
When you order now, you get the Children's Bible Favorites free. Order your DVD Bible right now.
To order your DVD Bible, both the Old and New Testament, call 1-800-306-5300. That's 1-800-306-5300. Don't delay. Call now at 1-800-306-5300.
Hi, Carrie Gottschall here with the perfect solution to your storage problems. A stylish garage or shop right in your own backyard. U.S. Buildings offers you revolutionary designs that are strong, durable, easy to set up, attractive, and affordable. Why have a cluttered garage when you can have plenty of neatly organized workspace?
U.S. Buildings put me in my new shop in no time. Their high-quality steel structure is American-made. It's even hurricane-rated. Now, I can work on my antique cars right in my own backyard.
Their innovative designs require no internal support, which means you get 100% usable space.
I feel like my home is twice as large because I finally have all the storage space I need. Now all my keepsakes are here at home and not stored in a rental unit across town.
No wonder thousands of Americans are using U.S. Buildings. You should too. Call U.S. Buildings right now. Our service representatives are waiting to answer your questions. Build it yourself and save.
A huge and dramatic win tonight for Barack Obama on the Democratic side. For Mike Huckabee on the Republican side. Welcome back to CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're reporting all the dramatic developments from the Iowa caucuses. Take a look at this. 92% of the Democratic precincts have now officially reported Barack Obama atop with 37%. We project he will win. Edwards and Clinton, they're fighting fiercely right now for second place. So far, 30%, 92% of the precincts have reported. On the Republican side, 72% of the precincts have reported. We've projected that Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, he will win more than Mike Huckabee did. Fred Thompson and John McCain are fighting for third place, 14%, 13% respectively. 72% of the precincts, the Republican precincts, have already reported. Barack Obama, the winner on the Democratic side. Mike Huckabee, the winner on the Republican side. Let's get a little closer look at how this all unfolded. Jeff Toobin is picking up this part of the story. Jeff?
Well, Wolf, this is an extraordinary across-the-board victory for Barack Obama. Look at all the counties he's won so far. He's won all 5 of the biggest counties in Iowa. He's won in Des Moines. He's won in Cedar Rapids. He's won out here in western Iowa, which is really one of the most extraordinary things of all, because this is the part of Iowa that's represented by Steve King, perhaps the most conservative congressman in the entire United States. Hardly any black people live there. It's on the South Dakota border. Barack Obama has won there as well. Now, what about the race for second? Here, the way the votes are counted in Iowa on the Democratic side is they never release the vote totals of people's votes. What they do is they take the votes cast in each precinct, in each caucus, and turn them into delegate equivalents for a state convention. And this is where things stand now. Barack Obama has 845 delegate equivalents. John Edwards has 681. Hillary Clinton has 672. So John Edwards is slightly ahead. And there's another potentially good sign for John Edwards, because the one place we know votes are outstanding is here in Johnson County, and that's Iowa City. That's the site of the University of Iowa, which is disproportionately young. Obviously, a lot of people who go to a university are young, and as we know from our exit poll data, that is an area where Hillary Clinton has been doing badly. So if, in fact, the only votes outstanding, or most of them, come from Iowa City, come from Johnson County, that would suggest that John Edwards will hang on to this very slim lead for second place, and Clinton will finish third. But we're not projecting that. We have not guaranteed it. But Edwards is ahead, and Hillary Clinton's running out of votes. They're less than 10% out there. Wolf?
Jeff Toobin, thank you very much. A fierce battle underway for second place among the Iowa Democrats. Let's walk over and get some analysis. Anderson Cooper's got the best political team on television.
Not only the best political team, this magic pie chart, I just want to show it to here to our viewers, see if that works. There you go. So here you have Obama, 37%. Let's make sure this works. There we go. Here we go. Obama, 37%, Clinton, 30%, Edwards, 30%. This race for second place, very important right now, Gloria.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, Hillary Clinton does not want to come in third place, because if she comes in third place, that's so much more of a hurdle for her in terms of going to New Hampshire. I mean, she really didn't want to lose to Obama. She certainly doesn't want to come in third place to him, and it's going to make her hurdles even larger. Having said that, however, don't ever count the Clintons out. The comeback kid can have the comeback wife.
David Gerger?
Well, it will be a quiet plane ride out there to New Hampshire, someone said, for the Clintons. But, you know, it's an interesting question now. What does she do about Bill Clinton campaigning in New Hampshire? How does she now, the next 4 or 5 days, I think the spotlight's going to be on her. How does she make her comeback? And I would think, rather than having her do it, him do it, that she's going to have to do something pretty emotional. She's going to have to, because Obama is touching the emotions of the voters. That's clearly how he won. He's inspired people. She's really a good comeback person, but she's going to have to do something which I think connects with people emotionally in order to get back in this, because the independents went heavily for Obama, as we all know now in Iowa. What I've also found very interesting in the exit or the entrance polls, Anderson, is even among women, according to these entrance polls, Barack Obama beat Hillary Clinton among women. That's remarkable.
Remarkable because among women of all ages?
Yeah, well, it doesn't distinguish. It's hard to know that those internals. But you look at, he won about 35% to 30% for her among women, and that was her core. And it speaks to this ambivalence we've all experienced talking to women around the country. There are a lot of women who are fiercely for her, and there are other women who either are hostile or very skeptical or wary, or they just don't like her for one reason or another. It's really, really interesting, though, that Obama won the women.
And he is more poised as a candidate, Anderson, and he has a personal connection, which, from everything we've seen tonight, matters so far. We'll see if it matters in New Hampshire. Bill Clinton was the comeback kid in 1992. Worth noting, he finished second in New Hampshire. He didn't win, but he was the comeback kid because he campaigned 20 hours a day, tirelessly. I remember going into pizza places that were still open. He would keep them open even later, into veterans halls. He wanted to talk somebody into voting for him, and yes, he would go. I remember going to a tiny little bar. We'd play Patsy Cline on the jukebox, and then he worked every single person in that bar. Was in the back of the room when he gave this remarkable speech. He could barely speak. If you stay with me, I'll stay with you till the last dog dies. She doesn't campaign like that. She doesn't have that personal connection.
So what does she do, to David Gergen's point?
She has to hope. There are a lot of people up in New Hampshire, I just spent a lot of time there, who are for her because of their relationship with him. It is not a personal bond, and it began to crack, and some of them say they got threatening phone calls. If you go to work for Obama, you can't do that. Will those people who signed on with her because of the affinity for him, will they stay now, and will they work the extra hard they have to do? It's only 5 days.
And Anderson, even the Obama folks know
know, I mean, what they're dealing with here. I just got off the phone with Steve Hildebrand. He's the deputy campaign manager for Obama. He said they're hugging, they're elated, they're shocked, but he also said there's a protracted fight ahead. We've won one state, we've got 49 to go, and he says, look, we've got in the next 33 days at least 23 contests. This is going to be a long battle. We're excited, we're thrilled about this, but we know this is going to be a very, very hard fight.
You know, and I think the question to David's question, you know, the point to David's question, what does she do? Can she change her message yet again? Can she change herself yet again? She ran as an incumbent talking about change. Well, that didn't work. She ran on competency, but she was beaten by inspiration. And what does she do now? Because she's running against inspiration. And that's kind of a hard thing to compete against right now. So they've got a lot of thinking to do in that campaign.
I think that's right. And you're going to see some polls now between now and New Hampshire, which could influence this. Obama versus XYZ on the Republican side. He'll do pretty well in those polls. She may not would do as well. So I think definitely it's a big fight ahead. I think she's very resilient. Very big history of that, but I think how you do it is going to be a conundrum for them.
I want to bring some of our political contributors into this discussion. Donna Brazil, if you were advising Hillary Clinton, I mean, what do you do, particularly with South Carolina coming up, a lot of African Americans in South Carolina, how do you deal with that?
Well, first of all, I think she must change her message. She has to become more in sync with what voters want. They want change. I also think that she needs to tell voters that you can trust me. I will work to earn your trust. I have the experience. You can trust that I can make the change. I don't count Senator Clinton out of this race because she has strong institutional support in New Hampshire. She still has a great deal of resources that she can bring to bear in some of those early states. This is still a very tough fight for Obama as we look down the road.
And as we look at this chart, with this really neck-and-neck race right now, 30% for, let's try to hold up the chart again, 30% for John Edwards, 30% for Senator Clinton. Does it matter who comes? I mean, is it very important that she come in second? Or
Well, I don't think so. I look at this point, John Edwards know that it's an uphill fight. He needs resources. He needs money. He doesn't have a strong organization on the ground in New Hampshire and some of the other key states. For now, Hillary Clinton can live another day. She can go on, reboot her campaign. But right now, Obama will have the momentum. He has the message. And let me just say, my friend Suzanne mentioned Steve Hildebrand. Paul Tooze was the wonder person on the ground who put together this incredible organization that produced this huge turnout among our Democrats.
212,000 people showed up at these caucuses tonight.
That is amazing.
125,000 last time around. And they said, you know, if the turnout started to get into these numbers like this, that Barack Obama was likely to be the beneficiary, and he was.
I got to go to bed and do a radio show in the morning, but let me say this. One headline out of this, it seems to me, is Democrat field narrows. It's down to two people, I think. It's down to Obama and Clinton, maybe Edwards, but he's got the problems that Donna was talking about. Republican field broadens. There are 5 people in this race. Mike Huckabee, obviously. Mitt Romney, if he wins in New Hampshire, still in it. John McCain is surging. Fred Thompson. He looks like he's coming in 3rd. Everybody was saying if he came in 4th, he was out. He's coming in 3rd. He's got a tough decision.
If we can get the Republican chart up on this, let's take a look at that. But what does Fred Thompson do now?
I think he stays. I think he probably campaigns in South Carolina a lot. Probably some in Michigan. I don't think you got a brokered convention, but you still have 5 people vying for this nomination, and we'll see what happens in New Hampshire. I'm not sure it's going to eliminate anybody unless Romney loses New Hampshire. He loses New Hampshire, then I think he's gone.
But for right now, this is not a good sign for the Clinton campaign. They put a lot of effort into Iowa. They had support from the unions, support from the women's organization. Clearly, they did not get out their votes.
I want to bring the conversation back over here. John King, Gloria Borger. Fred Thompson.
You asked the Fred Thompson question. I've been emailing with 2 of his senior advisors as you're back there, and they don't have a schedule tomorrow. They won't tell us where he's going to be, which is leading to this speculation, well, is he going to get out? He doesn't have much money, but I was just assured by 2 people who say they have spoken to him tonight that his intention at the moment is to stay in. And the plan was to be in the New Hampshire debates this weekend, but as Bill noted, campaign in South Carolina and try to become still the conservative alternative. That has been his campaign. When you have Mike Huckabee emerging, it's a tough message for Fred Thompson. So as we speak at this moment, they say their intention is to stay in the race, go to the debates in New Hampshire, focus on South Carolina, but it is worth keeping an eye on not only over the next 24 hours, but over the next 2 or 3 hours. One more point, I think, on the Republican race that gets fascinating. You now will have a three-man race in New Hampshire. Huckabee will get a bounce. It's not a great state for him ideologically, but he will get a bounce, and he has this personal bond. So in a three-way race in New Hampshire, what happens, and is Mike Huckabee willing to attack John McCain and vice versa? They have been the friends, if you will, saying Mitt Romney is running this nasty, negative campaign. Well, what happens now? Will Mike Huckabee and John McCain engage?
Well, John McCain, just on our air, we heard his speech where he said to the crowds in New Hampshire, negative campaigning is not working.
That was really, really smart because he knows, he was inoculating himself essentially. He knows that Romney's going to take a punch at him. And so he said, whoa, wait a minute, American public, understand that I'm going to be attacked and that's not a good thing. So when you see it, just know what it is.
The question is, does Romney recalibrate or does he keep running the negative ads? Because the guys who are winning are the guys who say, I can work with Democrats. Yes, I'm a Republican in McCain and Huckabee's sense, or yes, I'm a Democrat in Obama's sense. But the guys who are doing well are the guys who are saying, look, I can work, I'm willing to work and make compromises and reach across the aisle. Romney had to do that as governor of a Democratic state. Will he recalibrate his message and say, I can get things done too?
We've got some live campaign events. Let's go to Wolf.
All right, guys, thanks very much. And just want to show our viewers what's going on. This is Barack Obama headquarters. They're getting excited. They're pumped. They're doing the wave out there. Take a look at this. Change we can believe in. That's their motto. We expect Barack Obama to be speaking to those supporters momentarily. We're going to go there live. Look at this picture, a lot more subdued. This is Clinton headquarters in Des Moines right now. Their motto, ready for change, ready to lead. We expect Hillary Clinton to be walking in there and speaking to her campaign supporters pretty soon. There you see John Edwards' campaign headquarters in Des Moines as well. You see him walking in with his family right now. We're going to be listening to John Edwards as he makes his statement. It's very close for second and third place among the Democrats right now. We know that Barack Obama has emerged as the winner of the Democratic caucuses in Iowa, but there's a battle for second place underway between John Edwards and Hillary Clinton. It's very, very close. It's an important battle symbolically. Who's going to come in second in Iowa? As soon as these candidates start addressing their supporters, and it looks like John Edwards is getting ready to be first, we'll listen in, we'll hear what he has to say, what Mrs. Edwards, she's about to speak. Presumably she's going to introduce her husband. We'll see what she has to say, and then we'll see where we go from here. A big night for these three Democratic presidential candidates, all of them getting ready to address their supporters. And as we await the start of this, maybe for a moment we'll show you the numbers. Actually, let's listen in.
Don't worry, you only have about 15 seconds of me. Thank y'all. Thank you. In this election, we had a candidate who had a message and was a messenger of such determination and such spirit that despite the fact that he was outspent 6-1, that message got through. I'm glad to introduce the next president of the United States and the second place winner in Iowa, John Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, very much. The one thing that's clear from the results in Iowa tonight is the status quo lost and change won. And now we move on. We move on from Iowa to New Hampshire and to the other states to determine who's best suited to bring about the change that this country so desperately needed. Because what we've seen here in Iowa is we've seen two candidates who thought their money would make them inevitable. But what the Iowa caucus goers have shown is if you're willing to have a little backbone, to have a little courage, to speak for the middle class, to speak for those who have no voice, if you're willing to stand up to corporate greed, that message in the American people are unstoppable. No matter how much money is spent, no matter how much. And we are so proud of this cause. But I want all of us to remember tonight while we're having all these political celebrations, that just a few weeks ago in America, Natalie Sarkeesian, a 17-year-old girl who needed a liver transplant and whose insurance company decided they wouldn't pay for her liver transplant operation. Finally, her nurses spoke up on her behalf. Her doctors spoke up on her behalf. Ultimately, the American people spoke up on her behalf by marching and picketing in front of her health insurance carrier. And finally, the insurance carrier caved in and agreed to pay for her operation. And when they notified the family just a few hours later, she died. She lost her life. Why? Why? James Lowe was born 51 years ago in the United States of America with a severe cleft palate, which kept him from being able to speak. And he lived for 50 years in the greatest, most prosperous nation on the planet, not able to speak because he didn't have health care coverage and couldn't pay for a simple operation. Why? Doug Bishop, who's actually behind me tonight, Doug and his family worked at the Maytag plant in Newton, Iowa, for generations. For generations, they worked, they sacrificed, they did everything you're supposed to do in America. And then recently this plant closed and the jobs went overseas. Why? The reason is because corporate greed has got a stranglehold on America. And unless and until we have a president in the proud tradition of Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry Truman, who has a little backbone, who has some strength, who has some fight, who's willing to stand up to these people, nothing will change. We will never have the America that all of us dream of. The promise of America, which has been available to so many of us, will not be available to our children and our grandchildren. And I take this very personally. I watched my grandmother, who I love dearly, work year after year after year in the mills. We lived in the same neighborhood. She would cook for us, leave the house, walk her way to the mill, work her shift, and come back home and take care of us again. My grandfather, who was partially paralyzed, would go to work the graveyard shift in that mill and come back in the morning when we'd have breakfast together. My father, who's here with me tonight, worked 36 years in the mills. Hard, tedious work. Hard, tedious work. Why did he do it? Why did he struggle and sacrifice? Why did your parents and grandparents struggle and sacrifice? They did it so that you could have a better life. My parents did it so that I could have a better life. And we, all of us, to whom the torch has been passed, we carry an enormous responsibility. And that responsibility transcends politics and transcends elections. It's our responsibility to ensure that we leave America better than we found it, that we give our children a better life than we've had. And this is what I see in America today. I see in America where last year the CEO of one of the largest health insurance companies in America made hundreds of millions of dollars in 1 year. I see in America where ExxonMobil's profits were $40 billion just a couple of years ago. Record amounts, record profits, all of that happening at the same time that this picture of America emerges. Tonight, 47 million Americans will go to bed knowing that if their child gets sick, they'll have to go to the emergency room and beg for health care. Tomorrow morning, women will go to their doctor and be diagnosed with breast cancer, just like Elizabeth was. But unlike Elizabeth, they'll have no health care coverage. And as a result, they know that they can't go to the emergency room and get chemotherapy. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? You can literally see the fear and terror in their eyes. Tomorrow morning, 37 million of our own people will wake up literally worried about feeding and clothing their own children. I went to a shelter here in Des Moines just a few weeks ago where they took single moms with their children who had no place to live. And I said, so do you ever have to turn people away? Yes. A few months ago, they had to turn 70 to 75 families away in 1 month. And I said, these are moms with kids. Yes. Some of them with 3 or 4 children. And I said, well, where did they go when you sent them away? They went back to the street, back to their homes. 35 million people in America went hungry last year, in the richest nation on the planet. And tonight, 200,000 men and women who wore our uniform proudly and served this country courageously as veterans will go to sleep under bridges and on grates. We're better than this. The United States of America is better than this. And what happened tonight is the Iowa caucus goers said, we want something different. We are going to stand up. We are going to rise up. We're going to create an America that all of us believe in, because the truth is, when we speak up for James Lowe and the millions like him who live in the darkness, when we speak up against corporate greed and for the 37 million Americans who live in poverty, when we speak up for single moms who have no place to live with their children, when we speak up for hundreds of thousands of veterans who serve this country proudly and are homeless with no place to live at night, when we do that together as a nation, and Iowa caucus goers did it tonight, when we do it, America's a better place. It says something about who we are. It says something about our character, because when we do, America rises up. America becomes what it's capable of being. And what began, and it is not over, what began tonight in the heartland of America is the Iowa caucus goers said, enough is enough. We are better than this. We are going to bring the change that this country needs. And you have created and started a wave of change, a tidal wave of change that will travel from here to New Hampshire, to Nevada, to South Carolina, all across this country. Because we know the torch has been passed to us. We stand proudly on the shoulders of our parents and grandparents and all those generations who came before us. And we take our responsibility seriously. And this tidal wave of change that began tonight in Iowa and that will sweep across America, when that wave is finished, when it is done, every one of us are going to be able to look our children in the eye and say, we did what our parents did for us and what our grandparents did for us, which is we left America better than we found it, and we gave our children a better life than we have. That's what this is about. That's what this change is about. Continue on. This march of change continues on. God bless you. Thank you for everything you've done. Stay with us in this fight. We are in this fight together. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. John Edwards making it clear he is by no means dropping out. Now we move on. He says he is moving on to New Hampshire, South Carolina, and beyond. We'll see how he does there. A powerful, powerful speech by John Edwards. We're also waiting momentarily to hear from Hillary Clinton. She'll be addressing her supporters at her headquarters out in Des Moines. Barack Obama, the winner of tonight's Democratic caucuses. We're waiting to hear from him as well. As soon as Hillary Clinton starts speaking, we'll bring it to you live. We'll bring Barack Obama's address to you live as well. He's the winner. You can see how much more enthusiastic his supporters are right now as opposed to Hillary Clinton's supporters. But John Edwards just making it clear he's continuing on. His wife said they had come in second place. We're going to look at those numbers in a moment. Let's take a look at the Republican numbers that we have right now. 78% of the Republican precincts have reported. 78% have reported. Mike Huckabee has 34%. We've projected he's the winner tonight among the Republicans. Mitt Romney, 25%. John McCain, 14%. Fred Thompson, 13%. There's a battle underway, an intense battle for third place among the Republicans in Iowa. It's very close. In fact, let's take a look at the raw numbers as they came in tonight. Remember, 78% of the precincts have reported. Huckabee has 31,500 or so, Romney 23,000. Look at how close it is between McCain and Thompson for third place. 12,520 for McCain, 12,484 for Fred Thompson. A real battle underway right now. Hillary Clinton has now come out. She is at the getting ready to address her supporters. You see Madeleine Albright behind her. You see Bill Clinton right there, Chelsea Clinton. This is a night that's not necessarily what she wanted. She wanted to win in Iowa. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. I'll tell you this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Well, we're going to take this enthusiasm and go right to New Hampshire tonight. This is a great night for Democrats. We have seen an unprecedented turnout here in Iowa, and that is good news because today we're sending a clear message that we are going to have change, and that change will be a Democratic president in the White House in 2009. I am so proud to have run with such exceptional candidates. I congratulate Senator Obama and Senator Edwards. I thank Senator Dodd and Senator Biden and Governor Richardson and Congressman Kucinich. Together, we have presented the case for change and have made it absolutely clear that America needs a new beginning. And I am as ready as I can be after having had this incredible experience here in Iowa, starting out a long time ago and making this journey with so many people who have become my friends and who I am so grateful for their hard work and support, those from Iowa, those who have come from around the country, and the people who were there exceeding anybody's expectations about what it would mean to have the caucuses this year. I thank you. I thank each and every one of you for coming out and standing up for a Democrat. What is most important now is that as we go on with this contest, that we keep focused on the two big issues, that we answer correctly the questions that each of us has posed. How will we win in November 2008 by nominating a candidate who will be able to go the distance and who will be the best president on day one? I am ready for that contest. We have always planned to run a national campaign all the way through the early contests because I want the people of America, and particularly Democrats and like-minded independents and Republicans who have seen the light, to understand, number one, that the stakes are huge, that the job is enormous, but that I believe we're going to make the right decision. There will be a lot of people who will get involved, as they have here in Iowa, of all ages, That is what we want, because we're not just trying to elect a president, we're trying to change our country. That is what I am committed to doing. I have set big goals for our country. I want to rebuild a strong and prosperous middle class, and to me, that is the most important job the next president will have here at home. Because if we don't begin to pay attention to the people who do the work and raise the families and make this country great, we will not recognize America in a few years. And I want to make it absolutely clear, I intend to restore America's leadership and our moral authority in the world, and we're going to tackle all of the problems that are going to be inherited because of the current administration, including ending the war in Iraq and bringing our troops home and then giving them the support that they need. And we're going to reform our government. We're going to make sure that it is not the government of the few, by the few, and for the few, but it actually works for every American again. And we're going to reclaim the future for our children. I have done this work for 35 years. It is the work of my lifetime. I have been involved in making it possible for young people to have a better education and for people of all ages to have health care. And that transforming work is what we desperately need in our country again. I am so ready for the rest of this campaign, and I am so ready to lead. If you're concerned about whether or not we can have quality, affordable health care for every American, then I'm your candidate. And if you're concerned about whether we can have an energy policy that will break the shackles of our dependence on foreign oil and set forth a new set of goals for us to meet together, then I'm your candidate. And if you are worried about once and for all taking on global warming, making it clear that we will end the unfunded mandate known as No Child Left Behind, that we will make college affordable again, that we will be, once again, the country of values and ideals that we cherish so much, then please join me in this campaign. We have a long way to go, but I am confident and optimistic, both about the campaign, but maybe more importantly, about our country. This country deserves everything we can give to it. You know, there were a lot of people who couldn't caucus tonight despite the very large turnout. There were a lot of Iowans who are in the military. They were in Iraq or Afghanistan or somewhere else serving our country, and they need a commander-in-chief who respects them and who understands that force should be only used as a last resort, not a first resort. And there are a lot of people who work at night, people who are on their feet, people who are taking care of patients in a hospital or waiting on a table in a restaurant or maybe in a patrol car, keeping our streets safe. And they need a president who's going to care about them and their families. You know, I wrote a book some years ago called It Takes a Village to Raise a Child, and in it I have a chapter that I titled, Every Child Needs a Champion. Well, I think that the American people need a president who is their champion, and that is what I intend to be. So, I want to thank all the people who have been part of this campaign so far. I especially want to thank all of my friends here in Iowa who have worked so hard. I want to thank those who have come from across America. I want to thank all of the unions, the more than 6 million union members who support my candidacy. And I know that we're going to get up tomorrow and keep pushing as hard as we can to get the message out about what is at stake in this election, because we know that it is literally the future of our country. So thank you all so very much for caring enough to be involved in politics, for giving of your time and your resources, for understanding that this great democracy of ours deserves to have all of our best efforts. And I promise you, this campaign that I am running will certainly have mine, and I ask for yours as well. Thank you all very, very much. God bless you.
All right, so there it is. Hillary Clinton speaking to her supporters at her headquarters out in Des Moines, Iowa. Disappointing night for her. We heard from John Edwards just a little while ago. We're still waiting to hear from the winner of the Democratic caucuses, Barack Obama. He should be speaking fairly soon. Once he does, we'll bring you his remarks live. We're also standing by to hear from Mike Huckabee, the Republican winner tonight in the Iowa caucuses, and we're going to be going to hear him as well. We've got some news right now that we want to share with you. CNN has now confirmed that Senator Chris Dodd will drop out of this presidential contest. The senator from Connecticut deciding he simply doesn't have the support. He moved his family to Iowa in recent months to campaign out there. Did not do well tonight. A huge disappointment for Chris Dodd. He will drop out of this race and will move on. Chris Dodd coming in a distant place. John King is watching all of this. John, let me turn to you. Chris Dodd, not good news for him.
No, it's not, Wolf, and I'm just emailing with a source very close to Senator Dodd who says he, in fact, will end his presidential campaign. This source did not know if Senator Dodd would endorse anyone else in the race, and he hasn't had much support, so some would say, well, would that be meaningful even if he did? I think it would be interesting in the psychology of the race at the moment. He is an established veteran incumbent senator. One would assume then that he would go to the establishment candidate, who would be Senator Clinton. If Senator Dodd and some of the older guard, if you will, of the liberals in the Democratic Party go for somebody other than Senator Clinton, that could be significant, but Senator Dodd will get out of the race, we are told.
All right, he comes in 7th place so far in Iowa. This is Mike Huckabee's headquarters in Des Moines, Iowa right now. You're looking at these live pictures. He's out there with his wife. He's about to address his supporters. You see Chuck Norris, the actor, the martial arts actor out there. He's been a big supporter, featured in many of his campaign commercials. Not that he's had that many. He hasn't had that much money. That could change. Let's listen in to Mike Huckabee right now. He's the winner for the Republicans in Iowa. We're going to fix the audio, and as soon as we hear from him, we're actually going to be playing. Meantime, they're applauding, they're excited. Mike Huckabee, a big night for the former governor of Arkansas. Certainly one that he anticipated perhaps in recent weeks, because he emerged in the polls doing very well. But still, he overcame a lot of problems in going forward. We'll move on to Mike Huckabee in a moment. But Mitt Romney is speaking at his headquarters, where it's a huge disappointment for him. Let's listen in quickly to Mitt Romney.
Over the past several months, my family and I have had the marvelous joy and privilege of getting to know many of you, and it's been an incredible honor. I was thinking last night that some of the friendships that we've forged here in the last several months are friendships that will last a lifetime. And we didn't know how this was going to turn out tonight, but I knew one thing. I would be forever grateful to the people that I met, the ones who voted for me, even the ones who didn't, who still treated me with respect, and who gave me their attention, who allowed me to come often, not just into their communities, but into their homes. Not once, but time and time again. And a few of them I even convinced to vote for me tonight, and that's really remarkable. I want to say how much I appreciate my wife, Janet. She was a wonderful First Lady of Arkansas. And I think she'll be a wonderful First Lady for the United States of America. also want to say thanks. Our 3 children are with us tonight. I would like them to come and just be a part of this tonight. They have all been so much involved. Our oldest son, John Mark, our son, David, his wife, Lauren, our daughter, Sarah, who has literally lived in Iowa for the past 2.5 months. And I told her if she stayed much longer, she'll have to get her an Iowa driver's license and probably start paying even more taxes up here. But and I say thanks to all of them for joining with us in this effort, because a family goes through it, not just the candidate. But tonight it's a celebration for everybody on our team, so many of you who have traveled from all across America to be here. I'm amazed, but I'm encouraged, because tonight what we have seen is a new day in American politics. A new day is needed in American politics, just like a new day is needed in American government. And tonight, it starts here in Iowa, but it doesn't end here. It goes all the way through the other states and ends at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue 1 year from now. I think we've learned 3 very important things through this victory tonight. The first thing we've learned is that people really are more important than the purse. And what a great lesson for America to learn. Most of the pundits believe that when you're outspent at least 15 to 1, it's simply impossible to overcome that mountain of money and somehow garner the level of support that's necessary to win an election. Well, tonight we prove that American politics still is in the hands of ordinary folks like you and across this country who believe that it wasn't about who raised the most money, but who raised the greatest hopes, dreams, and aspirations for our children and their future. And tonight, I hope we will forever change the way Americans look at their political system and how we elect presidents and elected officials. Tonight, the people of Iowa made a choice, and their choice was clear. Their choice was for a change. But that choice for a change doesn't end just saying, let's change things. Change can be for the better, it can be for the worse. Americans are looking for a change, but what they want is a change that starts with a challenge to those of us who are given this sacred trust of office, so that we recognize that what our challenge is to bring this country back together, to make Americans once again more proud to be Americans than just to be Democrats or Republicans, to be more concerned about going up instead of just going to the left or to the right. And while we have deep convictions that we'll stand by and not waver on or compromise, those convictions are what brought us to this room tonight. But we carry those convictions not so that we can somehow push back the others, but so we can bring along the others and bring this country to the greatest days ever, because I'm still one who believes that the greatest generation doesn't have to be the ones behind us. The greatest generation can be those who have yet to even be born. And that's what we're going to see. And ladies and gentlemen, we've learned something else tonight, and that is that this election is not about me, it's about we. And I don't say that lightly. I'm the person whose name gets on the signs, who occasionally gets the attention in some of the few ads that came out here and there. But the election is not about me. And the country is not just about me. What is happening tonight in Iowa is going to start really a prairie fire of new hope and zeal. And it's already happening across this nation, because it is about we the people. We saw it tonight. We've seen it in other states, and we're going to continue to see it, because this country yearns and is hungry for leadership that recognizes that when one is elected to public office, One is not elected to be a part of the ruling class. He's elected to be a part of the serving class, because we the people are the ruling class of America. G.K. Chesterton once said that a true soldier fights not because he hates those who are in front of him, but because he loves those who are behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that running for office is not hating those who are in front of us. It's loving those who are behind us. It's about recognizing that behind us are great patriots dating back to the beginning of this wonderful country, when 56 brave men put their signatures on a document that started forth the greatest experiment in government in the history of mankind and gave birth to the idea that all of us are created equal, and we have been given by our Creator inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And these who signed that document, who gave birth to this dream, were the beginnings of those who out our history have continued with great sacrifice, extraordinary valor, to pass on to us that liberty and the quest for something better than the generation before them had. I stand here tonight, the result of parents who made incredible sacrifices as a part of a great generation who went through a depression and a world war and said our kids won't have to go through these things. And every sacrifice they made were to lift us on their shoulders and give us a better America than they ever could have envisioned. And they were successful in doing that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the same reason that our founding fathers and those before us saw what was behind us and gave it their best, I ask you to join me across Iowa and the rest of America to look out there in front of us and not to hate those, but to look behind us and to love them so much that we will do whatever it takes to make America a better country, to give our kids a better future, to give this world a better leader. And we join together tonight for that purpose. God, help you and thank you for all you've done. I'm so grateful for the support, the incredible work that you've done. And now we've got a long journey ahead of us. I wish it were all over tonight and we could just celebrate the whole thing. But unfortunately, if this were a marathon, we've only run half of it. But we've run it well. And now it's on from here to New Hampshire and then to the rest of the country. But I'll always be wanting to come back to this place and say, wherever it ends, and we know where that's going to be, it started here in Iowa. Thank you, and God bless you, every one of you. Thank you tonight. Thank you.
The winner of the Republican caucus in Iowa, that would be Mike Huckabee. You just heard him, the former governor of Arkansas, declaring his win, now off to New Hampshire and beyond. A very, very dramatic victory for Mike Huckabee. A serious setback, a serious disappointment for Mitt Romney, the former governor of Massachusetts. We're standing by to hear from the winner of the Democratic caucuses, Barack Obama. He has not yet addressed his supporters at Barack Obama headquarters in Des Moines. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we expect to hear from the winner of the Democratic caucuses, Barack Obama. We're also going to update you on the hard numbers that are coming in. Who came in second among the Democrats, John Edwards or Hillary Clinton? Who came in third? We'll also update you on all the Republican numbers. A lot more of our coverage from CNN Election Center right after this.
Rob, you know, Verizon Wireless still has lots of really great phones on sale. Got myself a Venus with a touchscreen.
The holidays aren't over yet. Because some of the season's hottest phones are up to 50% off, like the Samsung U620, perfect for Vcast mobile TV, just $49.99. Or get the Moto Q Music, just $99.99. Verizon Wireless.
CNN Tuesday night, the New Hampshire primary, live from the CNN Election Center. Updates as they happen. The New Hampshire primary, CNN Tuesday night, 80.
Premiering Sunday at 9 Eastern, a fascinating new series only from the Weather Channel. Triumphs and tragedies, untold stories of heroism and survival. When man and nature collide, that's when weather changed history. A fascinating new series that reveals the untold stories of how weather changed the world. When weather changed history premieres Sunday, January 6th at 9 Eastern.
9 laps to go and my guy's heading for the pit, and I'm shouting at the TV, "Have you lost your car driving mine?" But now I'm always calm, because now I know why he's doing what he's doing. With NASCAR Hot Pass, I just pick my driver and his audio feed. We can pit right now with the leader. And I'm in, from start to finish. We got nothing to lose, man. I say we take the gamble. What? I'm fine, really, as long as it doesn't cost him the frickin' race.
NASCAR Hot Pass puts you behind the wheel. Now in high definition, only on DirecTV.
We are DirecTV, the leading satellite television programming provider in the industry. Business is growing, and to meet the demands, there are jobs available for system technicians, customer service representatives, dispatchers, warehouse workers, and more. You can apply online simply by going to DirecTV.com. Click About DirecTV. Follow the links to our installation and services online job application, and simply fill out the form. Don't wait. Apply online today.
Homeowners, remember why you got an adjustable rate mortgage in the first place? To keep your payments low. But now that your adjustable payments have shot up, what can you do? Call Countrywide. Refinance to a 30-year fixed. Today's fixed rates are near all-time lows, so you get the low monthly payments you want, and your payments will never change no matter how high rates climb. No one can do what Countrywide can. Apply now to lock in your low fixed rate. Call 1-800-641-7086.
Live coverage of the Iowa caucus results. Very key tonight at midnight.
Closed captioning hours provided by Renewin, the only supplement for joint care and energy.
Introducing Renewin, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin in stores now.
A huge night in Iowa for Barack Obama and Mike Huckabee. CNN projects they will be the winners as the Iowa caucuses shake up the race for president in a big way. Welcome back to our viewers. I'm Will Flitzer at CNN Election Center. Check out these numbers. On the Democratic side, Senator Barack Obama finishes on top in a tight three-way race. And just look at how close it is between John Edwards and Senator Hillary Clinton for second place. The results are already producing casualties. Sources telling CNN Senator Chris Dodd of Connecticut is now dropping out of the race, and he may not be the only one. On the Republican side, Mike Huckabee cruises to a relatively easy victory over Mitt Romney. That's huge when you consider how much time, effort, and money Romney invested in Iowa. Former Senator Fred Thompson and Senator John McCain are in a tight battle right now for third place in Iowa. We're going to be hearing from all of the top finishers as well as some very important absentees. We're also looking at why Huckabee and Obama emerged as the night's big winners. And I want to bring in our numbers and point out to you exactly what we know. First on the Republican side, let's walk over and take a close look. 85% of the Republican precincts have now officially reported. Huckabee with 34%, he's the winner. Romney coming in second with 25%. Look at this battle for third place in Iowa. 13% for McCain, 14% for Thompson. Now, if you want to take a closer look at how these percentages emerged, we're going to show you right now among the Republicans. Republicans basically have a straw poll. All of the people go in and they vote. They vote for their respective candidates. And if you take a look at Huckabee, he got more than 35,000, almost 26,000 for Romney. Romney. But look at Fred Thompson and John McCain. They're really battling for third place right now with 85% of the precincts reporting. Only a few hundred votes separate Thompson and McCain. Ron Paul emerging relatively good numbers with almost 10,000 in Iowa. Giuliani disappointing, 3,500. Duncan Hunter only 452. You take a look at that, you see that there are 40 delegates at stake, 37 delegates at stake out of the total of Iowa Republicans going to their convention in St. Paul, Minneapolis, and those are the numbers right now in Iowa. Let's move over now and take a look at the Democrats. What happened on the Democratic side tonight? A dramatic win for Barack Obama. As we said, 97% of the precincts have now officially reported Barack Obama, and we're still waiting to hear from him tonight. He'll be speaking to his supporters shortly. We'll bring you his remarks live. 38% for Obama. Look at this battle for second place that's still underway between John Edwards and Hillary Clinton. Edwards with 30%. Clinton with 29%, Richardson down at 2%, everybody else lower. But let's take a closer look at how these percentages emerged. And it's a very, very difficult set of numbers than the Republican side. On the Republican side, you had the raw tallies. The Democrats don't do that. They don't tell us the raw numbers. They just give us the numbers, the percentages of the delegates that will go to the Iowa State Convention. And they have a complicated formula how they get to these numbers. And as of right now, with 97% of the precincts reporting, Obama has 914 of these delegates. To Edwards, 727. Looks like he's in second place right now. Clinton with 716. Richardson, Biden, Chris Dodd, everybody else way, way down. Once again, these are the delegates to the state convention that are allocated based on a very complex formula that the Democrats have. You don't see the raw numbers there, but you do see the percentages. There are 57 national delegates who will go to the Democratic National Convention in Denver at the end of August. 45 are at stake by this process, and right now CNN estimates that Barack Obama will get 18 of those delegates, Edwards 17, Clinton 16. If that holds up, Senator Clinton will emerge as the third place winner. The third place, a disappointing third place for her in Iowa. Once again, we're standing by to hear from Senator Barack Obama. He's going to be addressing his supporters momentarily at Obama headquarters out in Des Moines. Once he does, we'll go there live. You heard from Mike Huckabee. You heard him speak to his supporters. A very, very good night for him. An excellent night for Barack Obama. They now move on in 5 days to New Hampshire. In New Hampshire, different scene, different set of Democrats, different set of Republicans. We don't know what's going to emerge in New Hampshire. We don't know what the impact of what has happened tonight in Iowa will be on voters in New Hampshire. We do know it's a 5-day period, though, that all of these candidates will have to get their act together and to move on to New Hampshire. Let's get some closer analysis of all of these numbers. Soledad O'Brien is standing by with Bill Schneider. All right, we had our entrance polls. We have the real numbers as well. Soledad, help us understand better what happened tonight.
All right, well, thanks. You know, the real question is why they won and, of course, what that means moving forward. You've heard everybody we've heard so far talking about as we go to New Hampshire. So let's talk a little bit about that, starting with Barack Obama. Obviously, as you predicted early on, age would be critical. That's why he won. Tell me about those numbers and what happens moving forward.
Very dramatic numbers by age. As you got older, Barack Obama's numbers dropped. Look at this, 57% of those under 30, and it drops steadily until he wins only 18%, just 18% of voters 65 and older. This is as big a generation gap as I've ever seen in covering politics.
When you drill down specifically on women, Hillary Clinton really thought that she would be able to capture a lot of these female voters. Many of them went for Obama.
Yes, they certainly did, and this was a big surprise and probably a shock to the Clinton campaign. Obama carried women, 35, Obama 30% for Clinton, and what we're finding is a big split by age among women. Older women went for Clinton. Among middle-aged women, Clinton came in second to Obama. Among younger women under 30, Clinton came in third behind both Obama and John Edwards.
I find that number so fascinating because if you crunch those numbers, you think those women, those young women, the Bill Clinton effect doesn't really matter to them. That could be one issue to explore as they go forward, certainly, I think. How about race?
Race is important. Iowa is a state that is not, where the voters, the Democratic voters, were 93% white, just 4% black. Why is that important? Because Barack Obama has won an overwhelmingly white state. New Hampshire comes next, another overwhelmingly white state. If he wins 2 overwhelmingly white states, the effect on African-American voters in the next state, that's South Carolina.
Who want to back a winner.
Who want to back a winner is going to be fantastic. They are not going to stop, even though many of them like Hillary Clinton and have shown an inclination to vote for her. I don't think they're going to stop the man who could be the first black president of the United States. So this could really start something.
It's going to be interesting to watch. All right, let's talk a little bit about Mike Huckabee and his victory. You know, we heard him say in his remarks, now it's on to New Hampshire. Okay, so obstacles and opportunities for him as he heads on to New Hampshire. Obviously, born-again evangelicals, clearly they supported him, and it was that support that really, really helped.
That's right. This state was 60% of the voters in the Republican primary were born-again or evangelical Christians. That may not be, it certainly will not be the case in New Hampshire. That's a state which is far less religious and less evangelical than Iowa.
Filed that under obstacle for Mike Huckabee. And if you drill down a little bit further on, for people who said religion matters to them a lot, and you break down those numbers, that top, you know, for people for whom it mattered a great deal, that was Huckabee's voting bloc.
That's right. Remember age for Obama? The same thing happens with religious beliefs for Huckabee voters. Those who say religious beliefs of the candidates matter a great deal, 56% for Huckabee. Those who say it didn't matter much or not at all, Huckabee's support was really negligible. Well, you're going to be coming to states now where religion is far less important than it is among Iowa Republicans.
And in fact, states where people are overwhelmingly not born again and not evangelical. So how did that voting bloc do? How was the turnout for Huckabee, looking at that more closely?
This is a danger sign for Mike Huckabee going forward into New Hampshire and other states. These are voters who are not born again or evangelical, a minority among Iowa Republicans. But look at this. They voted 33% for Mitt Romney. McCain came in second. Mike Huckabee's support among non-born-again or evangelical Republican voters, just 14%.
Third place for him.
Third place, 14%. That's a very poor showing among those voters who are not evangelical. They were relatively small in Iowa. They're going to get much bigger in states like California, Florida, New York.
So the takeaway for Mike Huckabee as he moves forward, looking at a poll like this, what does he say?
He has to appeal to the non-evangelical Republican voters, to those who do not put religion in first place. He's got to broaden his appeal beyond his religious base if he's going to win this nomination.
Right, Bill, thank you very much. Let's throw it right back to Wolf. And Wolf, as you heard, Mike Huckabee said it's on to New Hampshire. He's clearly got a little work to do.
Fascinating material, guys. Thanks very much. And I just want to let our viewers know that there were 220,000 Democrats who showed up at these caucuses. That's a record. And 114,000 Republicans or so who showed up. I think that's a record for the Republicans. A lot more Democrats participated in these caucuses in Iowa, though, than Republicans. Take a look at this picture you're seeing right now. There he is, the winner of the Democratic caucuses in Iowa. Barack Obama walking in with his daughters, Michelle Obama, his wife. He's getting ready to address his supporters. They are so pumped up. They are so excited over what happened tonight. Barack Obama, a young man in his mid-40s, has now won the Iowa caucuses, and he's about to speak to his supporters and get ready for the next contest in 5 days in New Hampshire, where the polls show it's very, very tight right now. We don't know what the impact, the bounce will be from Iowa on New Hampshire. We do know that his supporters are very, very pumped up and excited as a result of tonight's dramatic win in Iowa. I should point out to our viewers, he's had some trouble with his voice over the past day or two. He's been working really hard. It's been really cold out there. So if his voice sounds a little bit weak tonight, you'll know he's been losing some of that voice. Not necessarily a great time for that to happen, but I'm sure he'll overcome that problem with the whole notion of this victory. Barack Obama with his supporters. And as you see that banner behind him, change. We can believe in. That's been his theme from day one. He's focused in on change, not necessarily experience, but that theme of change has clearly paid off in Iowa for him tonight. Right now, with 98% of the vote officially counted, he's got 38% to John Edwards' 30, Hillary Clinton's 29. Barack Obama is about to speak in, and we're going to want to listen in very, very closely to hear what he has to say, just as we listen closely to Mike Huckabee, who's the Republican winner. Let's get ready to listen to the junior senator from Illinois, Barack Obama.
Thank you. 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 Thank you, Iowa. You know, they said this day would never come. They said our sights were set too high. They said this country was too divided, too disillusioned to ever come together around a common purpose. But on this January night, at this defining moment in history, you have done what the cynics said we couldn't do. You have done what the state of New Hampshire can do in 5 days. You have done what America can do in this new year, 2008. In lines that stretched around schools and churches, in small towns and in big cities, you came together as Democrats, Republicans, and independents to stand up and say that we are one nation, we are one people, and our time for change has come. You said the time has come to move beyond the bitterness and pettiness and anger that's consumed Washington, to end the political strategy that's been all about division and instead make it about addition, to build a coalition for change that stretches through red states and blue states. Because that's how we'll win in November, and that's how we'll finally meet the challenges that we face as a nation. We are choosing hope over fear. We're choosing unity over division and sending a powerful message that change is coming to America. You said the time has come to tell the lobbyists who think their money and their influence speak louder than our voices that they don't own this government. We do, and we are here to take it back. The time has come for a president who will be honest about the choices and the challenges we face, who will listen to you and learn from you even when we disagree, who won't just tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to know. And in New Hampshire, if you give me the same chance that Iowa did tonight, I will be that president for America. a president who finally makes health care affordable and available to every single American the same way I expanded health care in Illinois by bringing Democrats and Republicans together to get the job done. I'll be a president who ends the tax breaks for companies that ship our jobs overseas and put a middle-class tax cut into the pockets of working Americans who deserve it. I'll be a president who harnesses the ingenuity of farmers and scientists and entrepreneurs to free this nation from the tyranny of oil once and for all. And I'll be a president who ends this war in Iraq and finally brings our troops home. Who restores our moral standing, who understands that 9/11 is not a way to scare up boats, but a challenge that should unite America and the world against the common threats of the 21st century. Common threats of terrorism and nuclear weapons, climate change and poverty, genocide and disease. Tonight, we are one step closer to that vision of America because of what you did here in Iowa. And so I'd especially like to thank the organizers and the precinct captains, the volunteers and the staff who made this all possible. And while I'm at it, on thank yous, I think it makes sense for me to thank the love of my life, the rock of the Obama family, the closer on the campaign trail. Give it up for Michelle Obama. You. I know you didn't do this for me. You did this because you believed so deeply in the most American of ideas, that in the face of impossible odds, people who love this country can change it. I know this. I know this because while I may be standing here tonight, I'll never forget that my journey began on the streets of Chicago doing what so many of you have done for this campaign and all the campaigns here in Iowa, organizing and working and fighting to make people's lives just a little bit better. I know how hard it is. It comes with little sleep, little pay, and a lot of sacrifice. There are days of disappointment, but sometimes, just sometimes, there are nights like this. A night that years from now, when we've made the changes we believe in, when more families can afford to see a doctor, when our children, when Malia and Sasha and your children inherit a planet that's a little cleaner and safer, when the world sees America differently, and America sees itself as a nation less divided and more united, you'll be able to look back with pride and say that this was the moment when it all began. This was the moment when the improbable beat what Washington always said was inevitable. This was the moment when we tore down barriers that have divided us for too long, when we rallied people of all parties and ages to a common cause, when we finally gave Americans who'd never participated in politics a reason to stand up and to do so. This was the moment when we finally beat back the of fear and doubt and cynicism, the politics where we tear each other down instead of lifting this country up. This was the moment. Years from now, you'll look back and you'll say that this was the moment. This was the place where America remembered what it means to hope. For many months, we've been teased, even derided, for talking about hope. But we always knew that hope is not blind optimism. It's not ignoring the enormity of the task ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. It's not sitting on the sidelines or shirking from a fight. Hope is that thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us if we have the courage to reach for it and to work for it and to fight for it. Hope is what I saw in the eyes of the young woman in Cedar Rapids who works the night shift after a full day of college and still can't afford health care for a sister who's ill. A young woman who still believes that this country will give her the chance to live out her dreams. Hope is what I heard in the voice of the New Hampshire woman who told me that she hasn't been able to breathe since her nephew left for Iraq, who still goes to bed each night praying for a safe return. Hope is what led a band of colonists to rise up against an empire, what led the greatest of generations to free a continent and heal a nation, what led young women and young men to sit at lunch counters and brave fire hoses and march through Selma and Montgomery for freedom's cause. Hope is what led me here today. With a father from Kenya, a mother from Kansas, and a story that could only happen in the United States of America. Hope is the bedrock of this nation. The belief that our destiny will not be written for us, but by us, by all those men and women who are not content to settle for the world as it is, who have the courage to remake the world as it should be. That is what we started here in Iowa, and that is the message we can now carry to New Hampshire and beyond. The same message we had when we were up and when we were down, the one that can change this country brick by brick, block by block, callous hand by callous hand, that together, ordinary people can do extraordinary things, because we are not a collection of red states and blue states. We are the United States of America. And in this moment, in this election, we are ready to believe again. Thank you, Iowa.
So there it is, Barack Obama. He has emerged the winner of the Democratic caucuses in Iowa, speaking to his supporters, now getting ready to move on to the next battle. That would be in New Hampshire. Barack Obama decisively winning among the three frontrunners in Iowa, John Edwards, Hillary Clinton, right now with 98%. 98% of the Democratic precincts officially reporting Obama has 38%. He's the winner. John Edwards, 30%. Hillary Clinton, 29%. If this stays the way it is, she will come in third in Iowa. We've got some other news we want to report right now. Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, will drop out as a Democratic presidential candidate. CNN has now confirmed. Earlier we reported that Chris Dodd, the senator from Connecticut, also has decided to drop out of this race. Both of these U.S. senators not doing well at all in Iowa. They pinned a lot of their hopes on doing well in that state. They didn't do well, and as a result, both Joe Biden and Chris Dodd will drop out. We're still waiting to hear from some of the other candidates. By the way, at the top of the hour, midnight Eastern time, there will be a special Larry King Live, and Larry's going to be speaking to a lot of these presidential candidates. Among them, Mike Huckabee, the winner of the Republican caucuses, will be joining Larry. John Edwards will be joining Larry as well. Rudy Giuliani, who really didn't do well in Iowa at all, he will be joining Larry King tonight. A special Larry King Live at midnight coming up right after our election coverage. And remember, you can go to CNNpolitics.com and see all the results, county by county by county, Democrats and Republicans. You can get running analysis from our own Bill Schneider. Go to CNNpolitics.com for the inside story of what is going on. This is a very dramatic night, as I've been saying, for the Democrats and the Republicans. A big disappointment for Hillary Clinton, a big disappointment for Mitt Romney. Anderson Cooper is watching all of this with the best political team on television. Anderson?
I want to introduce two members who have just joined us. Roland Martin, CNN contributor, as well as Carl Bernstein, CNN contributor. Roland, you've been watching Barack Obama's career for a long time from your perch in Illinois. What do you make of tonight?
One of his campaign, the folks said, we rock the political establishment. Here is someone who 11 months ago people said had no chance. He had a funny name. He's a junior senator, only served 2 years in the U.S. Senate, 8 years in the state legislature. All of a sudden tonight he wins Iowa. But also, this should be expanded. Iowa has never elected an African American to anything. And so for Obama to win tonight, this was not a close race. He beats Edward by 8 points. He beats Clinton by 9 points. That is a major accomplishment for someone who people said was a naive guy, young guy, running against somebody like Clinton.
It's amazing how the style of his speaking, I mean, you saw it in the speech tonight, a very stirring speech. He has grown a lot as a speaker, as a campaigner over the last several months.
Well, because he's also gained more confidence. And so what you saw, a lot of people said, well, he doesn't perform well in debates because, frankly, he hates debates. He thinks you can't talk about issues in debates in 30 seconds and 60 seconds. And so what he has done is he's begun to truly believe in himself that he can actually win. And so in this speech, you heard him reference Selma. You heard him reference Birmingham. He referenced, of course, his mother being from Kansas, his father being from Kenya. He brought in all those different elements, but also the backdrop. When Reverend Jackson ran 84 and 88, he ran under the Rainbow Coalition. What you saw, that was really a black campaign. What you saw tonight behind Obama was the true Rainbow Coalition. You saw multiple number of different people. That's why he is so appealing, because he is reaching out to voters across the various spectrum, as opposed to just one particular ethnic group.
Carl Bernstein writing the best-selling book, A Woman in Charge, The Life of Hillary Rodham Clinton. How does Hillary Clinton now go on tomorrow? We learned that Bill Clinton will be campaigning with her in New Hampshire. There have been some question about that. A third-place finish to Barack Obama is probably the worst possible outcome for her today.
Not just third place. 70% of Democrats in Iowa voted against Hillary Clinton, not just that almost 40 voted for Obama. And what we heard him do tonight is say this is going to be a crusade. She gave her stump speech, and I was watching Bill Clinton, and you could see the devastation on Bill Clinton's face tonight. They are going to have to regroup. They are going to have to come up with a different rationale for this campaign, because what we heard Obama say tonight is this is about Republicans. This is about independents. There's going to be a fight for the soul of the Democratic Party, not just in New Hampshire, but through all those 20 Super Tuesday states. And that fight is going to be about who can best reach out and unite the country, because Obama knows that the rap on Hillary Clinton is that she's polarizing, is that she's divisive, and the Clintons now have to come up with a rationale that shows they are not, and they can unite the country, unite the party. It's a very difficult thing to pull off after that inspirational speech, on top of which, you know, you looked at the people behind Hillary and Bill Clinton. They were old faces.
Madeleine Albright.
Well, you know, I don't want to say anything derisive about Madeleine Albright. I mean, they were people.
They were seasoned saints.
They were, exactly. And you looked at that crowd behind Obama. and you saw, oh, something is happening here. And if the Clintons are to stop it, they have to, another thing that's been repudiated tonight is this idea of restoration of the Clintons, plural, to the White House. That was an underlying issue here, and it figures with the age breakdown that we've seen in CNN's exit and entrance polls. So there has to be a whole new rationale. Why is Hillary Clinton now qualified to be the President of the United States, and what does she do to unite this country?
Anderson, I talked to Cornell Belcher, the lead pollster for Barack Obama, and he said that we also have the opportunity to expand the party. And a lot of people criticize Reverend Jackson and his run, but 2 million new voters were brought to the party. That's how Richard Shelby won the Senate in Alabama. He was a Democrat, later became a Republican. Many other whites along the party won all across the South. What they're saying is, wait a minute, we blew away Clinton tonight with independents, and so we can expand the party. Now they're saying Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi could be in play. And here's the other piece. Joe Reed, leader in Alabama, he said, I'm supporting Hillary Clinton because I don't believe white voters are going to support Barack Obama. He wins in Iowa, 2.3% black. He goes to New Hampshire, 40% independents. What if he wins there? Now African Americans in South Carolina who've been saying that, hey, we don't know about this guy because I don't think whites are going to support him. Now all of a sudden he has proven, guess what? They're not going to support me. And so now all of a sudden I would not be surprised if you see a bump in South Carolina in terms of those numbers. And so he has the opportunity to expand the base of the Democratic Party with new votes and not rely on traditional older voters and also labor unions. And so that's also a key point here. He made the point of bringing in new people. He was successful, and let's see what happens in New Hampshire.
I want to bring in our other analysts, John King, Gloria Borger, David Gergen, and Suzanne Malveaux. John, it's a point you brought up before. New Hampshire becomes essential for Hillary Clinton because then you have South Carolina, as Roland Martin just said, and a large African-American population.
And especially coming in third in Iowa, she cannot afford to lose again. The premise of the Hillary Clinton campaign was the inevitability of her nomination. You can win in politics strategically or tactically. That speech you just heard from Obama was a brilliant strategic speech. This is the day they will remember years from now, the end of the politics of fear, the beginning of the politics of hope. She can't beat that. So she has to try to beat him tactically in New Hampshire. And the questions the Clinton campaign has to be asking itself is, well, how do we beat him tactically in New Hampshire when a state like Iowa, a caucus state where tactics matter most, turning out your people, getting them to go through that arcane process, they got beat tactically there. They better get their act together in Anderson again, and we've said this a lot tonight. This is a very different compressed calendar. It is 5 days. It is hard to stop a bounce like he will get from tonight in 5 short days.
David Gergen, you had brought up the point earlier, would Bill Clinton be campaigning for her? We now know, yes, tomorrow he will be in New Hampshire with her. Does that surprise you?
It did surprise me. It tells me they're putting all their chips on the table, because once he campaigns at her side over the next couple of days, it's really saying this is a referendum on my presidency as well. And if she goes down in New Hampshire, that's a real blow for him as well. I thought Carl Bernstein was right. There was a look of devastation on Bill Clinton's face tonight. He's proud of her, but he's also devastated. But I do want to come back. I thought we heard not one, but 2 really important speeches tonight. Mike Huckabee's speech was also transcended the issues. It spoke not to the head, as Romney does. He spoke to the heart. And if it were not for all these other surrounding issues about Mike Huckabee, you'd have to say, he could be a very powerful candidate within the Republican Party. I thought Barack Obama's speech was one of the best I've ever heard from him. There were echoes of Martin Luther King in that speech, as well as, of course, echoes of his own convention speech. But he's doing something more than that. Hillary went, you know, why she seemed a little plotting against him. She went to the change theme, change, change, change. He went ahead of that. He said, we change by unifying, by becoming one country. It was very nationalistic. And there was a sort of implicit message. If I can bring down the barriers between blacks and whites in this country, we can bring down the barriers between Republicans and Democrats.
Very quickly, Gloria Borger.
Well, you know, Hillary was kind of emotionless. She was gracious, but she was emotionless. Her speech essentially was, I should be president because I have the money and I have the support. He was full of hope and energy, and it was a much more emotional speech. And I think that's the difference between those 2 candidates.
Got to take a short break. We'll be right back with more political coverage from CNN. I'll be right back.
You eating enough? You
Yeah, oh, that's a very mom question, but yeah. I mean,
I miss you, baby.
I miss you too.
Love you.
Yeah, we love you. We tell everyone about the relief work you're doing, you know? Of course you do.
Welcome to a network that's bringing countries and families a little closer.
It's been a while now.
Cisco, welcome to the Human Network.
This lush expanse of green does more than beautify our world. Trees help clean the air of carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas. As North America's largest recycler, last year alone, Waste Management recycled enough paper to save over 41 million trees. How's that for thinking green? From everyday collection to environmental protection, think green. Think Waste Management.
Atonement is a ravishing romance nominated for 7 Golden Globes, including Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Screenplay, Best Director, and Best Picture of the Year. Atonement, rated R, now playing.
As you age, it's essential to make the best healthy aging decisions, which is why GNC developed the GNC 50 Plus multivitamins, supporting healthy aging with energy, heart, vision, and memory support. For more than 70 years, we believe a quality life starts from within. Live well.
Getting important legal documents doesn't have to be expensive or time-consuming. I'm Robert Shapiro, and I created LegalZoom.com with that promise.
Wills, incorporation, living trusts, and more. In 3 easy steps, LegalZoom.com helps you prepare quality legal documents in minutes. Over 500,000 Americans have made LegalZoom.com the leader for legal document services. Make a will for only $69. Incorporate a business for $139.
LegalZoom.com. We put the law on your side.
The first time I really played in front of a crowd was right here on Bourbon Street. That's St. Louis Cathedral. That's where I got married. Now this gets very emotional for me. I think in a matter of a very short period of time, this whole neighborhood is gonna look absolutely beautiful because of the Musicians Village. Hey, which one of y'all ordered the crawfish? My dream is to get the good times rolling again in my hometown.
The new 2008 Lincoln MKX, designed to inspire, ready to uplift.
This January, CNN gives you one last chance to see every candidate before Super Tuesday, a 2-night-in-a-row live television event. First, Wednesday night, January 30th, the Republicans at the Ronald Reagan Library with Anderson Cooper. Then, Thursday night, January 31st, live from the Kodak Theater in L.A., it's the Democrats with Wolf Blitzer. 2 nights in a row on CNN. Your last chance to see the candidates before Super Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, January 30th and 31st on CNN.
Big night for Barack Obama and for Mike Huckabee, but remember, this is only the beginning of the process. They may have won the caucuses of their respective parties in Iowa, but there's still a long way to go, including in 5 days in New Hampshire, where the polls show it could be very, very different. On the Republican side, Mitt Romney facing a very stiff challenge right now from John McCain. Let's see if Huckabee can translate that support in Iowa into New Hampshire. Here's what happened tonight in Iowa. Take a look at this. 86% of the Republican precincts in the state of Iowa have now officially reported Huckabee with 34%. He's the winner. Romney, 25%. There's a battle underway for third place in Iowa between McCain and Thompson. Fred Thompson, the former senator from Tennessee, they both have 13%. We heard Mike Huckabee's speech earlier to his supporters. It was very passionate, and he spoke about what he needs to do right now. While he was speaking, Mitt Romney was speaking as well, and he spoke to his supporters. We have a little excerpt we want to play for you right now.
We have come a long way in this last year. You think about where we started. An unknown governor from the bluest state in America comes to Iowa running against, well, at that time, 3 household names: Rudy Giuliani, John McCain, Fred Thompson, and somehow tonight we beat all of them. We just got to make sure we keep that up, state after state after state. Well, we won the silver. And congratulations to Governor Huckabee for winning the gold. Nice job. But, you know, just as Jan Jansen pointed out, you win the silver in one event, it doesn't mean you're not going to come back and win the gold in the final event, and that we're going to do.
All right, that was Mitt Romney. We'll see what kind of job he does in New Hampshire next Tuesday. He's facing a stiff challenge right now from John McCain, who's been campaigning fiercely in New Hampshire. Remember, McCain won New Hampshire back in 2000. Let's take a look at the Democrats, what happened tonight. Right now, with 99% of the Democratic precincts officially reporting, Barack Obama wins rather handily, 38% to John Edwards, 30%. Hillary Clinton, if this holds, with that 1% still out there, 29%, she would come in third. But remember, it's still a long way to go. Just because Barack Obama won in Iowa doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win in New Hampshire and beyond. Let's keep all of this in proper perspective. In fact, I want to go out to the Clinton headquarters right now. Candy Crowley is standing by. In fact, we have reporters at all of the respective Democratic headquarters. But Candy, give us a little flavor of what happened tonight. We heard Hillary Clinton speak to her supporters, clearly subdued there as a result of her not winning in Iowa.
We're going to have to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, Wolf, here's how they parsed this out before the votes began to come in. And that was, if she wasn't going to win, she'd rather lose to John Edwards. They didn't want to lose to Barack Obama because they think that he has a bigger structure. Obviously, he has the money to go on. Instead, it appears that she's now lost to them both, and pretty handily. I mean, by 9 points, if these numbers hold up, to Barack Obama. So now it is forward, and they don't have much time to kind of change their game plan. They're looking at this tonight and saying the message that comes out of Iowa is change. Now, she's been trying to kind of pivot on this point for the past several months, saying, hey, we're all about change. All of us want change. Here are the changes I want in health care, in the Iraq war, etc. But what we need for change is experience. It didn't work. They also counted on history, that there would be women, particularly the over 50 crowd, who would come in and support her because of the history of perhaps having a woman in the White House. That didn't work. The last I heard from those entrance polls was that more women went for Barack Obama than for Hillary Clinton. So they've got to figure out a strategy here in 5 days to kind of turn this thing around. Obviously, a big part of their strategy in New Hampshire has been the roots that Bill Clinton has there. This is not going to be enough to push her forward, and they know that. It is going to be a very rough, very intense 5 days, Wolf.
You get a sense, Candy, because you've covered this for a while now, that her initial support for the war in Iraq really hurt her when the dust settled today?
You know, you can't actually say that. I think it was a broader message that the Iowa voters were sending, because she has remained competitive. Her position on the war was known very early on. In general, it seems that a lot of these Iowa voters looked at this field in the Democratic side and said, there's not that much difference between them. She, as you know, also pivoted from her previous war position when she supported the war in that an original Iraq resolution. She has since then become harshly critical of the war, has also become harshly critical of the way Iran was handled by President Bush. So she's been able to kind of turn that away, and Iraq sort of went down as an issue, and the economy came up here, at least over the past couple of months, and really the Clinton campaign thought that would be a strong suit, that her experience there, that all of that would work. But I have to tell you that when you go to an Obama rally and you talk to the people afterwards, they come out and they say, boy, he is so inspirational. I have seen people move to tears when he talks, and they come out and they just, you know, they say he just fills us with hope. I mean, he's so inspirational. They come out of a Hillary Clinton event and they say, she's so smart. You know, she knows a lot of stuff. Well, clearly, inspirational, the future, turning the page, at least in Iowa, won the day.
And we certainly saw that come through in his remarks, Barack Obama, just a little while ago. Candy, thanks very much. Jessica Yellen is over at Barack Obama headquarters in Des Moines as well. It may have been a little subdued over at Clinton headquarters. It was really lively where you are, Jessica.
not subdued here at all, Wolf. You cannot exaggerate the enthusiasm that was in this room. I'll tell you, Barack Obama finished his comments about 20 minutes ago, but he is still here shaking hands, people swarming him. Even before he arrived in the room, there were spontaneous cheers of people chanting his campaign slogan or his campaign chant, fired up, ready to go. There is so much enthusiasm among people saying, I can't believe we did it. I can't believe it. Barack Obama and his aides here are emphasizing the message that they pulled out this victory tonight by bringing together, in their view, independents, Republicans, and Democrats. Barack Obama is one of his chief advisors. David Axelrod says it's part of their message for the future that there can be a new majority for the Democratic Party that's about sort of healing the divides instead of driving people apart with wedge issues. And you really heard that in Barack Obama's comments himself tonight, that this is about being a united America, the U.S. of A. I can tell you Obama seemed very relaxed all day today. He started his day with a basketball game with some of his staff. He was out to dinner tonight. He wasn't even at a hotel watching returns. Was out to dinner with his family when he heard that he had won, or that it was called in his favor. And they're not underestimating the challenge ahead. They say it's going to be a tough fight. They don't think this is the end. But bottom line, the idea that he was able to win in this state, they believe, is a huge boost for him, not just for the natural momentum, but for all the doubters who thought that somebody who looks and sounds like Barack Obama, meaning that he's brand new to Washington and he's so different from the mold, the fact that he could win, they think, will encourage those doubters to believe he could actually win in November and really turn out the numbers for him on the elections and all the primaries to come. Wolf?
Jessica, having heard him earlier in the day, it looked like he was losing his voice a little bit, but it came back robustly in this speech that we just heard. He must be feeling a lot better, I assume.
Yeah, they say he's feeling great. He's pumped up. And they, you know, his aides keep emphasizing he doesn't think this is the end, this is the beginning. But obviously, such a sense of joy from the campaign. And I'll tell you, so many young people in this audience who are sort of saying, wow, I couldn't believe this could happen, and it worked. So the enthusiasm around him is infectious. And you hear it in his speech tonight. Truly, as so many people have said, one of his best speeches. He just seems to be hitting his stride right now. We'll see if it'll last in the states to come.
And congratulations to Barack Obama on a decisive win in the Iowa Democratic caucuses. Jessica, thank you. Joe Johns is over at John Edwards' campaign headquarters. It looks like he could come in second. Hillary Clinton coming in very narrowly third. But he says he's moving on. He's going on to New Hampshire, Joe.
Well, yeah. And the interesting thing, Wolf, if you look at this whole thing, this was supposed to be the make or break state, of course, for John Edwards. He was supposed to win or out. He didn't win. And so now sort of the question is, well, what happens next? What are you going to do next? And they're already talking about Plan B. What happened here really, I think, throughout the day, everybody was pretty aware of the fact that if there was enormous turnout at these caucuses, new people coming into the system who haven't done it before, it's going to be real problems for him, and it was going to inure to the benefit of Barack Obama. That's pretty much what happened. So now we're talking about Plan B. Plan B for this campaign, some old handlers, you know, David Bonnier, the former congressman from Michigan. We've got Joe Trippi as the chief strategist, a very long-time hand in Washington, D.C. They're already looking to the future, sort of turning seamlessly to what we do now. What they're looking for, hopefully, they say, is a good, strong showing in New Hampshire. After that, hopefully a breakout state for this campaign, either in Nevada or perhaps South Carolina, of course. If we have a soundbite, we can throw to it just to hear a little bit of what John Edwards himself said here today.
The one thing that's clear from the results in Iowa tonight is the status quo lost and change won.
So The story here again is the overwhelming turnout at the caucus has really sort of buried John Edwards and pretty much Hillary Clinton as well. Now they're neck and neck, as you see right there in those numbers that we've been looking at all evening. This campaign is trying to say this whole thing just shows that Hillary Clinton was rejected, but still the numbers are quite close, Wolf.
Very close for second and third place. The big disadvantage that John Edwards has going into New Hampshire is money. Obama and Clinton, they have a ton of money still. He doesn't necessarily have much money, although I must say Mike Huckabee's win in Iowa shows money is not necessarily everything nowadays.
That's true, and he spent what he could spend here on advertising and still couldn't keep pace with Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama. Nonetheless, they're not saying they're going to win in New Hampshire. All they want to do is try to pull out a respectable showing using that same message they've been pushing here in Iowa. They feel they did okay with it, and then they want to look to South Carolina, perhaps if they can get there, look to Nevada, see what they can do there. South Carolina, certainly, because that, of course, is the state he was born in.
Joe Johns, thanks very much, Candy, and Jessica as well. Let's take a look at the Republican side. Dana Bash is covering the headquarters of Mike Huckabee. He's the big winner tonight, the former governor of Arkansas, decisively beating Mitt Romney in Iowa. I see that. I like Mike, but a poster behind you, a very, very enthusiastic address he gave tonight, very passionate.
Very passionate, and you know, Wolf, the theme that he gave tonight was something that we heard sort of in the closing days of his stump speech over and over again here in Iowa. And what he said tonight was, the election is not about me, it's about we. He really is trying to make this kind of, you know, he's got a populist pitch, something very unusual for a Republican. So he is trying to really make that here and extend it, as you can imagine, beyond Iowa. However, the reality is, we know this just from being with him at rally after rally, event after event, a large portion of his support here in Iowa were evangelicals. We know that from the numbers we saw tonight. About 60% of the caucus goers were evangelicals. He got the vast majority of them. Huckabee advisors here admit full well in private that that is something that they're going to have to expand beyond in the coming days, in the coming weeks, in the contests ahead. The interesting thing is, even though that doesn't necessarily play as well for him in the very next state of New Hampshire, as everybody has been discussing tonight, we're told he is going to actually spend the next 5 days until the primary on January 8th in the state of New Hampshire. He's still going to work it there, despite the fact that the very next contest in South Carolina, that is much more fertile ground for Mike Huckabee. Wolf, as you know, that is another place where it has a very large evangelical base. The former governor of South Carolina, David Beasley, is here. I was just talking to him. He has been traveling with him and sort of is trying to help Mike Huckabee continue that momentum in that particular state. One other interesting note, they understand in the Huckabee camp that he is somebody who's going to have more specific policy positions, and they're working on that already as we speak, trying to come up with more specific ideas of what he would do as president. He's talked a lot about his ideas, about his authenticity, about optimism, but they know that they've got to put more meat on the bones here, Wolf.
Dana Bash over at Huckabee headquarters in Des Moines. Thanks, Dana, very much. I want to check in with Larry King. He's got a very special program coming up at the top of the hour. You got some major guests, Larry. Give our viewers in the United States and around the world a sense of what you're up to.
First, Wolf, first order of business, I want to thank you for sitting in on Larry King Live as the very able host last week during all that crisis in Pakistan. You were superb.
Thank you, Larry. My pleasure.
We have a big show coming up, as you said. We have Mike Huckabee, John Edwards, Rudy Giuliani, and more. We'll also be joined by Bob Woodward for his analysis, as well as CNN's David Gergen, the best political team on TV, including Wolf Blitzer. That's Larry King Live, a special live midnight show, 9 in the Pacific area. You will not want to miss it.
We're going to want to watch. You got some good guests as usual, and only Larry King can do it this way. Larry, stand by. We're coming to you in a few moments. In the meantime, I want to go to Jeff Toobin because he's looking at the numbers closer and closer. You're drilling in, getting a better appreciation of what happened, but also look ahead and show us what's next on the agenda.
I mean, Wolf, In American history, there has never been anything like the next 4.5 weeks. The next 4.5 weeks are going to be extraordinary. Look at what's ahead. This Saturday, we have the Wyoming caucuses just for the Republican. That's what the red star means. Then, of course, next Tuesday, the Democrats and the Republicans, the New Hampshire primary. A week later, the Michigan primary. And here's where things get a little tricky. The Republicans are voting for real in the Michigan primary, and the Democrats will be on the ballot, but none of their votes will count under the Democratic National Committee rules. At the end of the week on the 19th, South Carolina Republican primary, Nevada caucuses for the Democrats. Then a week after that, the Democratic primary in South Carolina. It's going to be enormous. January 29th, Florida primary, again, like Michigan, it's going to be just for the Republicans to count. The Democrats will vote, but again, their votes will not count towards the convention. Then February 3rd, the 3-day Maine caucuses end, and then a day like will never have happened in American history. February 3rd, Super Duper Tuesday, and look at the states that are going to vote on Super Tuesday. New York, New Jersey, Georgia, Minnesota, California. Most of the delegates will be allocated by the end of February 5th. It is the biggest primary day in American history, and it's coming up in 4.5 weeks, and the candidates, they've been used to just campaigning in 1 or 2 states. They're going to have to go all over the country in just a few weeks.
And we're going to be watching every single step of the way. It's a sprint now to February 5th, Super Duper Tuesday. Jeff Toobin will be with us for all of this as well. He's part of the best political team on television. So is Tom Foreman. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go back to Des Moines. Tom has been with those caucuses all night. You're going to want to hear what he has to say. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Communicate in less than a second on the largest and fastest push-to-talk network.
Nice work.
The new, rugged i335 with Nextel Direct Connect. That's getting it done at sprint speed.
Larry King up next. Live coverage of the Iowa caucus results. Hear from the candidates themselves and Bob Woodward. Larry King Live, coming up next, only on CNN.
You ever think you might have worms? If your computer is slowing down or crashing or just acting weird.
E-acceleration with the full power of Stop Sign can make it like new again.
Stop Sign gives you virus protection second to none.
With a spam blocker and spyware remover.
Pop-up blocker.
And the Stop Sign firewall for all the protection you'll ever need.
Guaranteed.
You may be infected and not even know it. Go to StopSign.com for a free virus scan now.
Hey man, it's your turn to get in the game. If I can lose weight, so can you.
It was easy. The weight started falling off and I started feeling great about myself.
Losing never felt so good.
It's time for you to lose weight too. Order Nutrisystem Advanced, and we'll ship you 4 weeks of delicious meals. Plus, get free membership, free counseling, and free shipping. But wait, call or go to Nutrisystem.com/70 to find out how you can get 70 extra meals absolutely free.
If you plan on building, furnishing, or remodeling your home, or you're just tired of paying retail, don't spend another dollar. Now, you can enjoy an incredible selection of top-quality, name-brand products priced up to 50% less than retail. Take the first step towards saving hundreds or even thousands of dollars on nearly anything for your home. Call for your free Direct Buy Insider's Guide to Buying Direct and learn what retailers don't want you to know. Each full-color page of the Insider's Guide is packed with powerful information. Discover some of the hundreds of thousands of products available from over 700 name brand manufacturers. Everything, including furniture, cabinets, appliances, flooring, lighting fixtures, and so much more, all without retail markups. At Direct Buy, you can't afford to miss this valuable opportunity. Call the number on your screen now to get your own Direct Buy Insider's Guide. You'll also receive a visitor's pass and map to the Direct Buy showroom nearest you. The sooner you call, the sooner you'll be buying direct. So call now.
The New Hampshire primary, CNN Tuesday night, 8 Eastern.
Closed captioning hours provided by Renewin, the only supplement for joint care and energy.
Introducing Renewin, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin in stores now.
You know that Barack Obama has won the Democratic caucuses in Iowa tonight, but who's come in second? We are now ready to report that John Edwards will come in second in Iowa. Hillary Clinton coming in third. Look at this. With 100% of the Democratic precincts now officially reporting, Barack Obama has 38%, John Edwards 30%, Hillary Clinton 29%. Hillary Clinton comes in a disappointing third in Iowa tonight. Let's take a look at the Republican side with 87% of the Republican precincts reporting. Mike Huckabee is the winner with 34%. Mitt Romney comes in second with 26%. But there's a battle underway right now still for third place between John McCain and Fred Thompson. Both of them so far have 13%. We'll let you know, as we know, who comes in third among the Republicans in Iowa. Tom Foreman has been watching all of this together with the best political team on television. He's out in Iowa right now. You've been at those caucuses. It was packed earlier when we spoke, Tom, but right now it's you, basically. You're there with a bunch of chairs.
That's it, Wolf. This was full of Republicans in here. You move out into the hallway here, there were Democrats absolutely everywhere. They had 3 caucuses going on out here. Right now, there's nothing really except for the cleanup going as they mop up the halls and get rid of everything that's left here. But I got to tell you this, Wolf, if there's one thing you have to know more than anything else about what happened from the caucus goers, when I talked to them tonight, on the Republican side, there were a lot of caucus goers who came in here among the Huckabee supporters who really believed in their guy, but didn't know if this threshold of possibility could be reached with a lot of other people. They left here shocked to find out that it was true. And in this very room, the Clinton supporters were right in the middle over there. And when they came in to this caucus today, they were very fired up. They were enthusiastic and excited. And partway through, even before we knew the numbers, I came around the corner here at one point and I looked over and you could see the group just visibly sag. And at that moment, I thought something is happening to them in this room that is not a good thing. And by the time it was done, the Obama supporters on the other side were absolutely dancing in their seats. The folks over here who didn't quite get the play they wanted to were disappointed. But the Clinton folks were really crushed. And more than anything else, as I said, I guess what you have to know from the caucus goers as they filed out tonight is the Huckabee supporters and the Obama supporters alike walked out of here convinced that the thing they believed in actually has a possibility of being believed in by an awful lot of Americans. And that's a very important threshold. It's maybe something you can't even count in the numbers, but boy, they went home with that feeling tonight, Wolf, and they told me so. They're excited about what happened, and they feel like this has really invigorated the entire race for them, and they hope for a lot of Americans.
Tom Foreman at the Merrill Middle School, where there were 4 caucuses, separate caucuses tonight. Thanks very much, Tom, for that. Abby Tatton has been watching all of this online. Abby, what are you seeing?
Wolf, at CNNpolitics.com, we've watched all these reporting, all the results coming in right here, and you can look at how it all went down county by county. We're almost all in there, 99% reporting for the Democrats, 86% for the Republicans. There are entrance polls as well that you can get online. And we've also been asking people this evening out in Iowa to send in their iReports as they were out in these caucus precincts. And what we've been hearing, this is Mediopolis in Iowa, Pleasant Hill, and Iowa City. All these 3 Democratic caucuses tonight, and all those iReporters telling us what a huge turnout they had, packed halls all over. Wolf.
Abby, thank you. Anderson Cooper has been watching all of this with the best political team on television. Anderson, we're getting ready for Larry King Live, but give our viewers a sense of what has happened.
I want to talk to Suzanne Melville, White House correspondent, about where Barack Obama goes now in New Hampshire. What happened?
Campaign manager says that the message stays the same, but they focus on independent men as well as Republican women, and essentially they do the same thing. He told me 2 days ago, that is to show the voters he's willing to challenge the status quo, even if it's uncomfortable, and they can do the same.
Chief National Correspondent John King, you saying New Hampshire now a very different place than it was yesterday.
It's a very different state than Iowa is. So you have a Republican race with a new front runner, a surprise candidate in Mike Huckabee. What do Republicans in New Hampshire do? It's a much more libertarian state, a much more liberal to moderate Republican state. And remember, it's a primary, not a caucus, so you get a much bigger group of people. Still a relatively small state, New Hampshire, but a bigger audience for a big election in 5 days.
Gloria Borger, for you, turnout key tonight.
Key. I mean, in stepping back, we can see what this means for the rest of the election year. If you look at the turnout tonight, the Democrats actually had almost twice the amount of turnout as the Republicans had. The Democratic Party is energized, but on both sides, the turnout was up. On the Democratic side, turnout was 227,000 people, which is almost double what it was in 2000.
David Gergen, about 30 seconds left.
The Republican turnout was up modestly. The Democratic turnout exploded. That really is trouble for the Republicans. And already tonight, Club for Growth, economic conservatives are attacking Mike Huckabee, saying he's unacceptable to the party. So there's going to be a fracas on the Republican side.
It's a whole different race. Our election coverage continues right now with Larry King Live. Larry, take it away.
Thank you, Anderson. Interesting having you throw to me rather than vice versa. Huge night for Democrat Barack Obama. John Edwards, Republican Rudy Giuliani, and an outstanding panel standing by to sort through tonight's outcome. As promised, though, we're going to start with the Republican winner, Mike Huckabee. Were you surprised, Governor?
Larry, I really wasn't. I know I surprised a lot of people, but I wouldn't have worked this hard, stayed this long in this race if I didn't think we could get here. I believe the message was resonating. I could sense it in people, and I just believe that the Republicans needed to start talking about issues that people were discussing around their kitchen table. Well, tonight I think we found out that our party is sort of getting its groove back. We're finding out how to talk to the middle class, finding out how to talk to people in small business that make up 80% of the jobs in this country, to speak up for the folks that maybe felt like nobody was talking for them and to them in the Republican Party. This was not just an Iowa deal. I think it was an American deal.
Strategically, Mike, how did you do it?
We just went to voters one-on-one. We focused on a very positive message. We did not strike out at our opponents, and believe me, it was tempting, and as you know, I got real close to doing it. But in the end, I decided that people were sick of it. There was so much, I call it political dumpster diving, where all people wanted to do was to just say, look, here's all that's wrong with my opponent. Everywhere I went in Iowa, if I said we're going to keep our campaign positive, the audience would break out in applause. You know, and sometimes you think, well, they applaud, but they really do want to know, what are you going to do to beat up this other guy? In the end, I believe a positive message did work. They want a more civil discourse. They know this country's got some real problems. They've got to be fixed. And they're not going to be fixed if all we can do is tell you what's wrong with the other guy who wants to be president.
Were you at all tempted to run that ad against Mitt Romney?
Oh, I was more than tempted. I pretty well pulled the trigger on it. It's one of the few times you try to put the bullet back in the gun. And we actually just decided an hour before it was to go on the air, I said, call the stations and kill it, pull it off. And we did. I know there was cynicism and said, well, you showed it to the reporters. If I hadn't have showed it to the reporters, I promise you, some of them said, you didn't have an ad, you're just saying it. We didn't give it to them and didn't put it out there for them to go run. If I'd really been playing a game, I'd have let it run for a day or two, and then I would have pulled it and said, oh, I just decided that's a terrible ad. That's not what I did. I pulled it before it ever aired, and I believe it was the right decision, and tonight that decision was validated.
In retrospect, would it have hurt you?
I think it might have. You know, I think it would have hurt me. I think, you know, at some of those times you just have a moment in which deep inside your gut you know that there's something that you ought to do that's right. I felt that way, and as I told the people of Iowa, if you gain the whole world and you lose your own soul, what does it profit you? And that's kind of what I just came to. If you have to win the presidency, not by just telling, look, here's what I want to do to make America a better place, but hey, this guy's a bum, how does that qualify me to be president? And I just decided that wasn't what America was looking for in their next leader, and it's what I wasn't looking for in my own person. So it was the right decision, Larry.
Is Iowa representative of winds of change in America? What's your thought on Barack Obama's win tonight?
I think it's very significant. I think the significance of both his victory in the Democrat caucus and mine in the Republican is Americans are clearly saying we want change. We want to give new people a chance to lead this country. The folks in Washington who have been in charge clearly haven't fixed those things which are broken. And we're going to give a whole new generation, not only different people, but a new generation a chance to take on these problems and solve them. And I think it's also a great testament, particularly in our party, to show that it's not just about the money. You know, when you're outspent at least 15 to 1, as I was, so many people just wrote me off and said, well, you know, people think he's, you know, okay out there talking to the maybe the crowds, but he can't win without that much money. But here's what we had that money can't buy. We had thousands of people across this state that were giving us something better than money. They were giving us their heart and their soul and their hard work. We couldn't have afforded them. If we'd have raised $100 million, Larry, we couldn't have afforded to pay the people who went out there and worked their hearts out for us.
Do you have the money to go through New Hampshire, South Carolina, Florida?
We do, and we're even seeing tonight a big upsurge in our web traffic. But the truth is, we've got over $2 million cash on hand. A lot of the campaigns don't have that much. One of the things we learned was when we didn't have money, we acted frugally. The federal government needs to operate like our campaign has. We only spend what we have. We don't borrow. We don't go into spending in deficits. Wouldn't it be refreshing if the federal government would do that rather than spend off into the future? I think people responded to the fact that we ran the kind of campaign that existed with gas from our own tank, and we weren't siphoning off gas from somebody else's. And it proved to work out, and people looked for the message more than they did just the money.
It's an amazing story. Congratulations, Mike. We'll be seeing a lot of you down the road.
Thank you, Larry. Always a pleasure to be on your program.
My pleasure. Mike Huckabee, the 2008 Republican presidential candidate, former governor of Arkansas. Let's check in with two of our top political pros looking at things tonight. Bob Woodward, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, assistant managing editor of the Washington Post. His most recent book, State of Denial, Bush at War, Part 3. He's now working on Part 4. And in Iowa is Candy Crowley, the CNN senior political correspondent. Bob, what's your read on tonight?
Big change. It's a big deal, and I was particularly struck by Barack Obama's speech in which he said rhetorically, they said this could not be done. He never identified who the they were, but the implication was kind of everyone else. And he said this is a people's victory. Very, very strong message, very strong victory for him. And Huckabee's the surprise. To a certain extent, he's like Ross Perot, created or at least launched on the Larry King show. And he has a calmness about him. There is a kind of inner peace that he immediately communicates to people, and I suspect that's part of his appeal.
Candy, what struck you tonight?
Well, what struck me is the message that comes out of here. If indeed the numbers hold up and Hillary Clinton comes in third, what it means is the two change candidates, that is Barack Obama and John Edwards, and really on the Republican side, Mike Huckabee, have taken this message of change and really propelled themselves into the polls. I mean, this is worst case scenario for Hillary Clinton coming in third. They wanted, if they were going to come in second, which they thought was possible, they wanted to lose to John Edwards. Now, of course, they've lost to both, and it's going to be hard for Hillary Clinton, who has run a campaign on this sort of incumbent or quasi-incumbent campaign, inevitability and the like. It's going to be very hard for her to pivot within 5 days and try to push that change message, which in fact she's tried to do, saying, well, yes, I'm for change, but I've got the experience. It hasn't worked. I am really anxious to see what they're going to do in New Hampshire to kind of shift that message around.
Joining Woodward and Crowley is David Gergen, a longtime CNN senior political analyst, editor-at-large U.S. News and World Report, who'd cover this whole scene tonight. What happened to Hillary?
She got rolled by Barack Obama. I don't think she just lost. I think he won. And Larry, it had a lot to do with turnout. Last year, last time around, the Democrats got about 120,000 people out. This time, they had about 220,000 people out. A majority of or a great number of those people who came out, those extra new caucus goers, went for Barack Obama. Many independents. That gives him hope in New Hampshire, where there are many independents too. And I think we heard tonight one of the most important political speeches of the year from Barack Obama. The Huckabee speech was excellent. The Barack Obama speech was memorable.
We'll take a break and come back with Bob Woodward, David Gergen, Candy Crowley. We'll also be hearing from Rudy Giuliani. We'll be hearing from Senator Edwards as well. And check out the new King of Politics section on our website, cnn.com/Larry King. Watch our web-exclusive interview with Ron Paul, who didn't fare badly tonight at all. It even hit the streets to talk issues with folks. We did that too, and you can see it all only at cnn.com/Larry King. Back with more of our outstanding panel right after this.
They said this day would never come.
Tonight, what we have seen is a new day in American politics.
You have done what the cynics said we couldn't do.
It started here in Iowa. Thank you, and God bless you, every one of you.
We are one nation. We are one people, and our time for change has come.
There's no better reward than knowing that you've changed a child's life forever for less than $1 a day. 11-year-old Gresham and his little brother Bernard live in a small village. The children are orphans. It's Gresham's job to care for his baby brother. Imagine what it's like being 11 years old and being father and mother to your little brother. The children sleep on a plastic ground sheet. Bernard gets to sleep on a heavier plastic bag because it's warmer. There's often no food in the house. Gresham does his best to be strong for his little brother, but admits that sometimes he finds it very, very hard and wishes his parents were still alive. When we share what we have of our abundance, we begin to create a world where every child has access to the basic essentials of life, education, and enough to eat, and hope for the future. Plan USA has identified over 3,000 children who are waiting for a sponsor right now. So please call and change a child's life forever. Call the number on your screen or visit online to sponsor a child right now. We'll send you 2 photos, one of your sponsored child and one of their family, as well as information telling you about your sponsored child and their community. Your sponsorship will help provide access to clean water, education, housing, and medical care, things that will improve a child's life and help give them a better future. There are many, many children like Gresham in the same situation waiting for help. Please make that phone call right now. There's one child waiting for your help.
This winter, CNN equals politics. Did you get all that? The most critical events in the 08 race are on CNN. The best political team on television. This winter, CNN equals politics.
You're looking at a live shot of the Iowa State Capitol in Des Moines, Iowa. We'll be back shortly with Bob Woodward, David Gergen, and Candy Crowley. But right before the show, we taped an interview with former Senator John Edwards of Carolina country. Here's the way it ran. With us now is Senator John Edwards, a vice presidential nominee looking to be the presidential nominee of his party. Are you, what is your reaction to tonight?
Oh, I think it's an amazing result, Larry. I had a strong second-place finish in Iowa to a candidate, Senator Obama, who outspent me 3 or 4 to 1. Spent many millions more than I did, and I beat a candidate who outspent me by many millions of dollars. It means that this grassroots campaign for change and fighting for change and standing up for the middle class is working.
Are you surprised?
I actually am not that surprised, because I knew that people were looking for something different, looking for change. I mean, Senator Clinton in many ways is the status quo, and people are tired of the status quo. And as well known as she was, and as much organization and money as she had, she still finished third. And I think what that is a very powerful indication of a wave for change in this country. And I think what happens now is we go to New Hampshire and other states where the voters are going to have to decide who, between myself and Senator Obama, can best bring about the change. And there are some fundamental differences. We both believe in change. He has a more philosophical, academic approach to it. I think we have a fight on our hands.
Are you saying she's out of it?
No, I would never say that. Certainly wouldn't say that about Senator Clinton. But I think that what we're seeing is a huge momentum toward a change candidate. And I don't think, I mean, given all the money and time and effort that she and President Clinton spent here, and to finish third, it doesn't say good things for them. And I think what it means as a practical matter is voters are going to be choosing between me and Senator Obama for who can best bring about change.
About raising money, how are you going to do in that regard?
Oh, we'll do fine, but I mean, we'll do well as a result of this, but I just have to tell you, you know, what this proves is we're not going to have an auction, we're going to have an election. I mean, I was grossly outspent by both of them. I was so much the underdog in terms of financial spending in Iowa, and here I finished in a strong second position. I mean, I think what this means is we go roaring out of Iowa into New Hampshire, a place where they really don't like candidates who just spend and raise a lot of money, where they're actually looking for somebody who understands their problems, who will fight for the middle class, who will stand up to corporate greed. I mean, I think we have an extraordinary opportunity in front of us.
Senator Dodd dropped out tonight. Do you expect the others, other than yourself and Senator Clinton and Senator Obama, to do the same?
You know, I can't predict that, Larry, and I don't want to speak for them. They're all, I think, the world of Chris Dodd. He and his wife and his kids are wonderful people. Joe Biden, Bill Richardson. I mean, these people have put a lot of work and effort into this, and I would never want to tread. I think it would be disrespectful for me to tread on their decision about that.
Are you glad you ran?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad. I think if there is absolutely no question that me being in this race, pushing the progressive agenda, I mean, on every big issue, you know, from health care to energy to trade to tax to the war, I mean, I've been the person pushing the substantive agenda and the policy agenda, and I'm proud of that. And I think I've made a real difference, and I think I'm still going to be president of the United States.
Do you have a thought about Mike Huckabee's win tonight?
No, I think it's, I don't have an opinion about any of the Republican candidates. I haven't followed it closely enough. I do think it is always encouraging, though, when you have any candidate who's dramatically outspent, as I was, and it appears he was, who manages to do well.
How's Mrs. Edwards holding up?
Oh, she's great, Larry. We just did a 36-hour nonstop, every hour campaigning tour, and Elizabeth was with me every step of the way. She feels good. She's strong. She introduced me tonight at our rally after the results came in. No, we'll be side by side in this.
Always good seeing you, John. We'll see you down the road.
Thanks, Larry. Thanks for having me.
See a lot of you. Senator John Edwards.
So long.
We'll rejoin Bob Woodward, David Gergen, and Candy Crowley in a while, but let's check in with two men you've watched all night long, Wolf Blitzer, the anchor of CNN's The Situation Room and the host of Late Edition with Wolf Blitzer, and John King, CNN's chief national correspondent. Both are in New York. Wolf, we've asked everyone else, what surprised you the most tonight?
You know, I was sort of surprised. I have to tell you that Hillary Clinton came in third. It's very close, not by much. He could have come in second. Barack Obama did a lot better than I thought he was going to do. I thought that, you know, I was sort of influenced by the assessment that she had such an excellent operation, that the Clinton machine was out there. They were bringing people into Iowa from all over, some of the best political operatives out there, and they had a strong presence. I thought that that would result in a significant showing for her. I'm sure it helped her a lot. But when all is said and done, Barack Obama clearly had the passion. And when you take a look at the huge number of new first-time caucus goers among the Democrats, they showed up, Larry. They showed up and they supported Barack Obama. They didn't necessarily show up and support Hillary Clinton. I guess that was the big surprise for me on the Democratic side. I knew that Huckabee was going to do really well because there is this big evangelical Republican presence in Iowa that he was tapping himself into. That was not a huge surprise, but the biggest surprise for me was that the Clinton machine didn't do better.
John King, you spent a lot of time in New Hampshire. How well will Senator Edwards do there?
He does not, Larry, have a great deal of reservoir of support there, and it is a defining moment for his campaign because he cannot. Many thought if he didn't win Iowa, he would have to drop out of the race. He clearly wants to stay on. There are debates this weekend. He wants to give it one more chance, but New Hampshire is not his best state. Barack Obama has done a very fine job organizing New Hampshire, the independent vote, which can join the New Hampshire primary, and even Republicans can join and vote for Democrats if they want in the primary. He has considerable support there, so it is not the best ground for John Edwards to, and he can't afford to lose a second time, but he has clearly decided to fight on for a little bit. A very fascinating challenge. The Clintons have a deep network there. It is the defining challenge for her, Larry. There are many Democrats tonight saying, and many political professionals of both parties saying, if she loses to Barack Obama twice, how does she sustain, especially as he then heads to South Carolina, where African Americans play a huge role.
We'll be talking to Wolf and John again a little later. There's still a lot more ahead, including Josh Romney, Mitt Romney's son, Rudy Giuliani, and our panel of Woodward, Gergen, and Crowley. Don't go away.
As you age, it's essential to make the best healthy aging decisions, which is why GNC developed the GNC 50 Plus multivitamins, supporting healthy aging with energy, heart, vision, and memory support. For more than 70 years, we believe a quality life starts from within. Live well.
The Great Debaters is a Golden Globe nominee for Best Picture of the Year, and the critics agree it's the stuff that best pictures are made of.
You wanted your chance. This is it.
Denzel Washington, The Great Debaters, rated PG-13, now playing everywhere.
I couldn't believe how much I was paying for health insurance before, but Mega specializes in affordable health insurance for families and for people like me who don't get health insurance where we work.
Stop struggling to figure out how you can get affordable health insurance. If you're one of 45 million Americans without it, call the number on your screen right now to get affordable health insurance with the Mega Life and Health Insurance Company.
I was struggling to find affordable health insurance for my family. What appealed to me about Mega is that I could tailor a plan that fit our needs, as well as our budget.
Now I'm responsible for providing health insurance for my family. I worked hard, and I deserve a company that works hard for me. Mega, they saved me time and money. They got the coverage I needed at the price I could afford.
Mega has been America's solution for affordable health insurance for over 20 years. To get a plan that's tailored to fit your needs, call the number on the screen right now.
Do what we did. Call today.
CNN Tuesday night, the New Hampshire primary. Live from the CNN Election Center. Updates as they happen. The New Hampshire primary, CNN Tuesday night, 80.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. Great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Upgrade today. Go to DirecTV.com or call 1-800-531-5000.
Hey man, it's your turn to get in the game. If I can lose weight, so can you.
It was easy. The weight started falling off, and I started feeling great about myself.
Losing never felt so good.
It's time for you to lose weight too. Order Nutrisystem Advanced, and we'll ship you 4 weeks of delicious meals. Plus, get free membership, free counseling, and free shipping. But wait, call or go to Nutrisystem.com/70 to find out how you can get 70 extra meals absolutely free.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Before we get back to our panel, we're joined in Des Moines by Josh Romney, the son of the Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney. He's the middle child of 5 Romney brothers. And when he's not campaigning for Dad, he's a Harvard Business School graduate working as a real estate developer. Was this a bad night for your father?
Oh, not at all, Larry. We had a great time. We've really enjoyed our time in Iowa. We came out with the silver medal, which is great news. We're encouraged by how things are looking here. We're going to go on to New Hampshire. I hope to do well there, but this has not been a bad time in Iowa at all. We've the family and the 5 brothers and my parents, we've had an absolute blast in Iowa. We've really learned to love the state, and it's been a good night.
Is New Hampshire a must?
You know, I don't think so. I think you know, we have a lot of opportunities. My dad's doing well in of the 7 early primary states that are happening before February 5th. My dad's doing well in all of them. So I think we have a lot of opportunities. I think the key is that my dad's message is really resonating with the American people. I think you know, as he continues to get out there and people continue to hear his vision for this country, that he's going to continue to do well in those early primary states. So I think we have a lot of opportunities. Obviously, we're going to hope to do well in New Hampshire, but that's not a must for us.
Earlier this evening in New Hampshire, Senator McCain said the Republican outcome in Iowa shows you can't buy an election and that going negative doesn't work. And some see that as a swipe at your father. Do you?
You know, I'm not sure what Senator McCain was saying by that, but I'll tell you what this message, what the Iowa voters did send is a message that they want change in Washington. You look on the Democratic side, they nominated Barack Obama, someone who brings great change to Washington. On the Republican side, you've got my dad and Mike Huckabee, 2 other agents of change. So I think what it shows is that voters are anxious for change in Washington, and they want to make a difference. They want something to happen back there, and they're not going to send the same people back to Washington to bring about the same old talk about the same old problems. They want something done. They want something new.
Josh, honestly, do you think your faith had any kind of ulterior effect?
You know, I'm not sure. I hope not. I think obviously Governor Huckabee had a lot of support from evangelicals, and that's great. But I think we had a lot of support as well. We had a lot of evangelicals out there voting for us and supporting us, which is helpful. And you know, I think. I hope that our faith didn't have any impact, but what we are seeing across the country is the fact that people do recognize my dad is a man of faith, a man who believes in God, and they like the values that he has. They like the fact that he's got a strong family who supports him, and that his values are very traditional and very American. So I think for the most part, his faith is something that helps him quite a bit.
Thank you, Josh. You're going to New Hampshire?
I'm actually headed to Wyoming. They're caucusing on the 5th, and then to New Hampshire.
That's right. The caucus is Saturday. Thank you, Josh. Josh Romney, son of Mitt Romney. Bob Woodward, is Governor Romney in trouble?
You can't tell. I mean, I think it's time to get the cold shower out about what Iowa is. It clearly is a very significant snapshot but it's only a snapshot. And if you look at the record in the past, of the 4 people who served in the presidency, the 4 last people, 3 of them, Reagan, Bush Sr., and Clinton, did not win the Iowa caucuses. So I think Clinton in '92, though he really didn't campaign, got 3% of the vote. You know, so it is yet to be determined where this is going and what it means. It's a snapshot. I agree with David Gergen about Obama. There was something about that speech where he knew it was his moment, and he carried it rhetorically. He connected it to other people. It was really soaring. I also think one of the things that's significant about these early caucuses or primaries is you get to see somebody lose. And you often learn more about somebody seeing them in defeat than in victory. And I was struck that Hillary Clinton's speech was as if she had not lost. Mitt Romney kind of stepped up to the plate and said, look, I got the silver medal, but Hillary Clinton did not. And I think one of the issues in this campaign in American politics, it's pulsing out there, is voters are looking for people who are the voice of realism, who are truth tellers, and kind of can say, look, this is what the situation is. And I think some of that got sidestepped this evening, and people see that and notice.
Candy, where goes go with Mitt Romney now?
Well, he goes straight to New Hampshire. Listen, he's got a lot of money. He's still doing well in the polls, but the fact of the matter is he's under great challenge by John McCain. So this obviously weakens him as he goes into New Hampshire. He's got 5 days to kind of recover, and that's not a very long time. He probably will drop in these polls. Certainly the McCain camp is counting on Romney dropping in these polls. What's interesting is you could very well come out of New Hampshire still with a very cloudy picture for the Republicans. We have Fred Thompson now apparently moving on. So there's sort of this chaos theory that both Thompson and Rudy Giuliani kind of depend on, that there'll be no clear front runner, no clear candidate on the Republican side by the time you get to February 3rd. And that's certainly what Rudy Giuliani is banking on.
David Gergen, could we have a bartered convention when the Republicans gather?
It's theoretically possible, Larry. I think the real difference may be that if Barack Obama were to win New Hampshire and then win the next couple of them, the Democrats will very quickly rally around him. I think he will be perceived as the likely nominee. Whereas the Republicans could well have a fractured party here for a number of weeks. If McCain wins in New Hampshire, and I think you'd have to say tonight that he's likely to do that now, then you face the possibility that McCain has got Rudy Giuliani waiting down the road for him in Florida, and this thing could, and Huckabee, of course, could surprise in a couple of places. He gave a very effective speech of his own tonight. And I think for Republicans, that's not good news, to have the Democrats begin to rally around and feel this sense of inspiration, and the Republicans essentially to be looking for a candidate and unable to settle on anybody who excites the base of the party, can hold it together. And it's indicative tonight that, you know, the Republican, about 100,000 Republicans showed up, maybe 120,000, but the Democrats had, in a 50-50 state, the Democrats had 220,000. That's not good news for Republicans.
We'll be right back with more of our panel. We're still to hear from Rudy Giuliani as well. Don't forget to check out the King of Politics section on our website, CNN.com/Larry King. We're only halfway through tonight's special. Stay with us.
You know, I wasn't sure that I would ever be able to love a state as much as I love my home state of Arkansas. But tonight, I love Iowa a whole lot.
Rob, you know, Verizon Wireless still has lots of really great phones on sale. Got myself a Venus with a touchscreen.
The holidays aren't over yet, because some of the season's hottest phones are up to 50% off, like the Samsung U620, perfect for Vcast mobile TV, just $49.99. Or get the Moto Q Music, just $99.99. Verizon Wireless.
If you've tried more than once to quit smoking, you know it's a challenge that's not for sprinters. If only you could manage to stay on that quitting road. Discover prescription Chantix. The Chantix approach is twofold. A non-nicotine pill with a program. The pill helps keep nicotine from reaching key receptors in the brain. It can effectively reduce that urge to smoke. And should you slip up, keep trying. Reach out for support. Tell your doctor which medicines you're taking, as they may work differently when you quit smoking. Chantix dosing may be different if you have kidney problems. Side effects may include nausea, trouble sleeping, changes in dreaming, constipation, gas, and vomiting. Studies show 44% were able to quit at the end of 12 weeks. So talk to your doctor about Chantix. It's all about getting there.
The sun used to make our outdoor deck and patio space so hot and uncomfortable, we couldn't use it.
But then we discovered the Sunsetter retractable awning. Our Sunsetter retractable awning opens and closes in just 60 seconds. It keeps our patio about 20 degrees cooler.
It provides instant shade and instant protection from the sun's harmful rays.
And our Sunsetter costs under $700.
But now you can get your Sunsetter for as little as $398 when you call now to get this special $200 discount certificate and free awning idea kit.
We love our Sunsetter retractable awning, and you're going to love yours too.
Sunsetter awnings are assembled in America and guaranteed to last for years. So call now to get this free awning idea kit with DVD, plus your $200 Sunsetter discount certificate.
But this is a limited time offer.
Call now.
Call now for your free awning idea kit with DVD and $200 discount certificate. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-529-5402.
34 gangs.
Taking off.
Get down on the ground!
One neighborhood. CNN Saturday and Sunday night.
We don't play around. They count 34 gangs.
Anderson Cooper. Homicide in Hollenbeck. CNN Saturday and Sunday night, 8 Eastern.
Right before this special edition of Larry King Live, I taped an interview with former Mayor Rudy Giuliani of New York. Here's what happened. With us, the former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. He's a candidate for his party's nomination for the presidency. He's in Miami tonight. Why are you in Miami?
Well, we were in New Hampshire earlier in the day, and we came to Miami for a rally to organize all our people because they're beginning absentee balloting. It's already begun here in Florida. They've got early voting in a week. And the January 29th primary here is an important one for me and for everybody else. And we've put a lot of time in Florida, so we want to make sure that our organization is in good shape. We'll be back in New Hampshire tomorrow afternoon, campaigning in New Hampshire.
What's your read, Rudy, on Iowa?
Well, I mean, congratulations to Mike Huckabee. It was a big win for Mike. He turned it all around about a month ago and then just kept building on that. So I think we all have to tip our hat to Mike Huckabee and say he did a really good job in Iowa. Now there are 28 more to go between now and February 5th, and I think we'll win our share of them.
Was it a bad night for Rudy Giuliani or one that he really didn't contest that hard?
Well, I would say it's one that we really realized that we weren't going to have that, the kind of chance that some other people had there. So we've put our emphasis on other places. Everybody's known that. I mean, just have to look at the number of trips I've made to different places, and you can get an idea of where we put our resources. We've put a lot of time here in Florida. We've done a lot of work in California. We've done a lot of work in Illinois and some of the states that are coming up on February 5th. Now we're going to be focusing on New Hampshire and the primaries in between. We've conducted a proportionate campaign because these primaries are so bunched together in 1 month that it's really impossible to go from one to the other and give them enough attention.
There are some pundits who are saying, and you can play reporter for us a minute, that Romney has to win New Hampshire. If he doesn't win New Hampshire and Huckabee doesn't last as long as what might be expected, it's you and McCain.
Hey, there are a lot of analysis that'll come out of this. We'll have to see who wins in New Hampshire and who wins in South Carolina and Nevada and Florida and all these other, Michigan, all these other places. I think it's going to be a very interesting race, and I think we're in good shape. And we've got leads in about 16 or 18 of the states that are coming up. And I believe I'm the candidate that can be a 50-state candidate for the Republican Party. I think I can reach out in states that some of the other Republicans can't and give my party the best chance of winning in November. And I think, a lot of Republicans, as we go along, will see that.
What are your thoughts about Barack Obama?
Well, I mean, obviously, he ran an excellent campaign in Iowa. It was a surprise that he... I guess it was a surprise that he won. I mean, everyone thought that Hillary Clinton would win. I haven't followed their side of it as carefully, so I don't know how the ups and downs went there. But you'd have to say he must have run a really good campaign there to beat Hillary Clinton, who's got an enormous amount of money and a big organization.
Are you enjoying this, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a marathon. It's fascinating, of course, because you learn so much about America, and you learn so much about the people of this country, and you find out in these town hall meetings what's on their minds. I go back and forth from New Hampshire to Florida to Illinois to wherever, and the town hall meetings sometimes seem like you're in the same place. I mean, people are pretty much interested in the same things.
Your thoughts, these constant stories about your successor, Mike Bloomberg, getting in as an independent. What do you discount that?
I don't discount it at all. Mike is a friend of mine. I have not had a conversation with him about this, but I mean, he has every right to consider it and look at it. I would have preferred if Mike had remained a Republican. He was a big supporter of our party, but you know, he has every right to look at it and make his own decision. I suspect he doesn't make a decision until after at least these initial primaries have run their course.
And finally, you were hospitalized in St. Louis last month. What was it for, and how are you doing?
I had a very bad headache. They checked me out, Larry. I think I got more exhausted from all the checking they did than from the actual situation itself. But I'm in great shape, and thanks for asking.
Was it a migraine?
It was a very serious headache. I don't know exactly how you would describe it, but it was a very serious headache. It was very painful, and they checked it out to make sure it wasn't anything more serious than that. They did every possible test. My doctor has put out those reports, and they all came back normal. Thank goodness.
We'll see you down the road. Thanks for joining us, as always.
Thanks, Larry. Thank you very much. Take care.
Rudy Giuliani. When we come back, some of the best analysts in the business. We'll be talking with Bob Woodward, David Gergen, Candy Crowley, John King, and Wolf Blitzer. That's all ahead. Don't go away.
We are choosing hope over fear. We're choosing unity over division and sending a powerful message that change is coming to America.
There's no better reward than knowing that you've changed a child's life forever for less than $1 a day. 11-year-old Gresham and his little brother Bernard live in a small village. The children are orphans. It's Gresham's job to care for his baby brother. Imagine what it's like being 11 years old and being father and mother to your little brother. The children sleep on a plastic ground sheet. Bernard gets to sleep on a heavier plastic bag because it's warmer. There's often no food in the house. Gresham does his best to be strong for his little brother, but admits that sometimes he finds it very, very hard and wishes his parents were still alive. When we share what we have of our abundance, we begin to create a world where every child has access to the basic essentials of life, education, and enough to eat, and hope for the future. Plan USA has identified over 3,000 children who are waiting for a sponsor right now. So please call and change a child's life forever. Call the number on your screen or visit online to sponsor a child right now. We'll send you 2 photos, one of your sponsored child and one of their family, as well as information telling you about your sponsored child and their community. Your sponsorship will help provide access to clean water, education, housing, and medical care, things that will improve a child's life and help give them a better future. There are many, many children like Gresham in the same situation waiting for help. Please make that phone call right now. There's one child waiting for your help.
Debate is combat.
The Great Debaters is an absolute triumph. Denzel Washington has never been better.
My message is to never quit.
Golden Globe nominee for Best Picture, The Great Debaters. Rated PG-13. Now playing everywhere.
CNN Tuesday night, the New Hampshire primary. Live from the CNN Election Center. The best political team gives you updates and results as they happen. The New Hampshire primary. CNN Tuesday night, 8 Eastern.
But again, we're not dealing with the issue.
Relentless.
This is anti-middle class.
Independent.
Doesn't anybody deserve a government that works?
Lou Dobbs Tonight, weeknights on CNN.
And get your copy of Lou Dobbs' new book, Independence Day, available now at any Hudson News or Hudson booksellers.
They have done yeoman-like work for many hours, so we're going to let Wolf Blitzer and John King get some rest, spend a couple more moments with them, and then spend the remainder with our panel of Woodward, Gergen, and Candy Crowley. Wolf Blitzer, what's the headline tomorrow?
Well, the obvious headlines are that the Barack Obama wins, Mike Huckabee wins. These are two very formidable political players because they have a natural instinct, both of them, and it clearly came through. Mike Huckabee, he's going to have a formidable challenge himself now because a lot of establishment Republicans, Larry, don't like Mike Huckabee. They think he's a liberal on a lot of the economic issues, on immigration, if you will, on some of the tax-related issues. They look at his record in Arkansas, and they're not happy with it. So he's going to be pounded now. He's going to face some serious problems moving on to New Hampshire, South Carolina, Michigan, and beyond. Barack Obama, he doesn't have this thing locked up by any means. Hillary Clinton is still a formidable force out there in the Democratic Party, and John Edwards is still a player as well. Chris Dodd dropped out. Joe Biden, excuse me, dropped out. You know, one thing I noticed, and I'm looking at the numbers on the Republican side right now, Larry, clearly Mike Huckabee won with 34%. Romney came in second with 25%. There's a battle for third place between Fred Thompson and McCain. Thompson now slightly ahead, 15,000 or so to 14,700 for McCain. But look at this, Ron Paul, the maverick Republican, he's got 10% of that Iowa caucus vote. 10% for Ron Paul. That's way ahead of Rudy Giuliani in Iowa, who only got 4%. So Ron Paul, I think, is going to be a factor in New Hampshire, much more so on the Republican side than he was in Iowa, given all the independents there. So let's not neglect Ron Paul when we're talking about this.
Well said, Wolf Blitzer. And yeoman-like work today, Wolf.
Thank you, Larry.
John King, Is Barack Obama one of the amazing political stories of your tenure? Have you covered anything like this?
Nothing with the potential of this. We don't know if he will reach that potential yet. Larry, months and months ago, I was talking with the veteran Democratic pollster Peter Hart, one of the smartest men in the business, and he said this is a guy who has the potential to be the next Bobby Kennedy, who has the potential to unite people, to rise above it, to where the traditional rules don't necessarily apply once you get the support. And the only question was, could he keep the flame burning? He was very inspirational tonight. He has grown as a candidate, and the question is, can he sustain it now? And Bob Woodward made it fascinating and a very telling point earlier tonight when he said you learn a lot about a politician when they lose. Hillary Clinton, in elected politics, has had a very short career. She's never lost before. Her husband lost as governor of Arkansas, and it made him a much better candidate and a much better politician. He got up off the ground, and he learned from that defeat. Can she learn from that defeat? And Larry, she has only 5 days to do it. It is very hard if Hillary Clinton loses 2 in a row, especially if she's in 3rd place in Iowa. Very hard to see her coming back again, especially because then Barack Obama goes into better territory. So watching Hillary Clinton to see if she can learn from losing and learn fast is fascinating. And the other big thing to watch is John McCain has a second chance. He blew his first chance. He was the Republican frontrunner early on. He has a chance now in New Hampshire, and then if he can win in New Hampshire, to have a race where he can try to take control of the Republican Party again. The obstacles are many. The immigration issue still hurts him. He is very short on money. But John McCain, as Mike Huckabee has a chance to redefine the Republican Party, John McCain has a chance for a revival. Larry, this is fascinating.
Well put. A fascinating 5 days ahead. Wolf Blitzer and John King, they're part of the best political team on television. When we come back, Bob Woodward, David Gergen, and Candy Crowley. Don't go away.
Convenience stores have walls of brightly colored fluids that promise energy and good health. There's really no need, because there's 100% all-natural Florida orange juice, the original power beverage that during cold and flu season gives your immune system many of the vitamins and minerals it needs. Start your day with Florida orange juice. Healthy, pure, and simple.
34 gangs.
Get down on the ground!
One neighborhood. CNN Saturday and Sunday night. Anderson Cooper. Homicide in Hollandbank. Saturday and Sunday night, 8 Eastern. Now play on pay-per-view.
This man killed my uncle, and he's still out there.
Everybody needs help sometimes, Peter. Even Spider-Man.
Catch all the action like never before in the biggest movie of the year. Spider-Man 3, now on pay-per-view.
It seems like
like magic because it works so good.
For 40, I would say I look pretty hot.
Within the very first week, I noticed my jeans were fitting looser. Thank you, Nutrisystem.
It's time for you to lose weight too. Order Nutrisystem Advanced, and we'll ship you 4 weeks of delicious meals. Plus, get free membership, free counseling, and free shipping. But wait, call or go to Nutrisystem.com/56 to find out how you can get 56 extra meals absolutely free.
I was stunned when I saw the scale and it said 313 pounds. And that's when I got on Nutrisystem.
It's time for you to lose weight too. Order the all-new Nutrisystem Advanced.
I'm Mike Golick, and I lost 51 pounds on Nutrisystem. And you can too.
This new heart-healthy program is formulated to help fight your hunger and curb craving.
If a big old defensive lineman like me can lose weight, so can you.
Call or go online now to order your first 4 weeks of awesome food. And through this special offer, you can get an extra 2 weeks of meals absolutely free.
Eat like a man and lose weight.
About $11 a day gets you 4 full weeks of perfectly portioned meals.
Pick up the phone and lose some weight.
Order our 4-week men's program now and you can get an extra 14 breakfasts, lunches, snacks, dinners, and desserts. A full 2 weeks of Nutrisystem Advanced meals free. Call now to find out how.
Blue Dodge tonight, tomorrow night, 7 Eastern on CNN.
Doesn't anybody deserve a government that works?
Enough is enough. We are better than this. We are going to bring the change that this country needs.
We're trying to change our country. That is what I am committed to doing.
Well, we won the silver.
To give our kids a better future, to give this world a better leader. And we join together tonight for that purpose.
And in this moment, in this election, we are ready to believe again. Thank you, Iowa.
We're back with Bob Woodward, David Gergen, and Candy Crowley. Bob, it's no secret Bill Clinton will spend the next 5 days with his wife. It is also no secret that he can be one tough cookie. Can she become the comeback gal?
John King was kind of saying she's got a difficult road ahead. I think that's probably true, but one of the things you see in all of this political campaign is communications exercise, but it's also an endurance exercise. And anyone who's known or followed Hillary Clinton knows one thing: she never really throws in the towel. She never gives up. And so that can surface. She's got, there's a lot of, she's got the right plumbing in her organization. She's got a lot of money, she's got a lot of advice. She's got her husband standing in the background. But I was struck this evening in watching all of your coverage on this, how there is really not much mention of Bill Clinton. There's almost no mention of George W. Bush, the current president. These people who are running have come into their own, and I think it's very clear that Hillary Clinton's on the ballot, not Bill Clinton.
You share that view, David?
I do share the view. I think she is capable of a comeback. She's got some devoted followers in New Hampshire. There are a lot of women there, especially who are going to be out this weekend over the next 3 or 4 days, I think, working very hard. And there's a resilience about the one thing about Bill Clinton, I think his wife shares, is they're both very resilient. They've been knocked down before and come back. But I think she's facing something very new and different in American politics tonight. I must tell you, whether or not he wins any more primaries, there was something historic about tonight, that a black American could go into a state that's 95% white and win, not just win a victory, but win a thumping victory, 8% over John Edwards, 9% over Hillary Clinton, and then give that speech that would inspire so many to believe that a new day is possible, that if it's possible to bring down the barriers between blacks and whites in this country, maybe it's possible to bring down the divisions between Republicans and Democrats and govern in a new way. I think for her to come to grips with that is going to be very hard. He has a message now that almost transcends this question of change. It's really a message of hope in a different kind of America, and there are a lot of Americans yearning for that.
We'll get Candy Crowley's view on that in our remaining moments. When we come back, more comments from Bob and David as well. We'll pick up with Candy right after this.
They don't want to make tough decisions anymore. There are differences in what we stand for, and it's going to be a tough fight.
I am not about business as usual.
We need change in Washington. It's a mess.
Bad sore throat pain? New Cepacol spray is a big shot of relief. Numbs pain instantly in just one shot. Old-fashioned sprays need 5. New Cepacol spray, the little spray that's a big shot of relief.
Hello, friend. I'm Pat Boone. I'm here to tell you about the popular government-insured reverse mortgage program that's sweeping the nation. If you're a homeowner, 62 or over, a reverse mortgage may be the answer you've been looking for. This unique program is a safe, easy way to turn the equity in your home into tax-free cash. Why don't you call my friends at Financial Heritage today for your free information kit with the top 10 things to know about a reverse mortgage. It explains how you can keep your home, eliminate your house payment, and use the money for anything from paying bills to taking that long-awaited vacation.
I have such a great life now. It was very simple and easy to understand.
Thousands of customers have chosen award-winning Financial Heritage to help them reach financial security. So if you or somebody you know is 62 or over, call now for your free information kit and make your dreams finally come true. There's no obligation, so call now.
If you think you've seen and heard everything there is on Elvis, have we got a surprise for you? For the first time ever, the greatest Elvis collection on 3 DVDs. The Elvis Lives 25th Anniversary Concert, together with the gospel music of Elvis Presley. This 3-DVD collection includes over 55 of Elvis's most loved gospel and pop recordings. Discover never-before-seen footage and personal stories that take you behind the scenes of Elvis's career. This special TV offer is not sold in stores, and all 3 DVDs are authorized by Elvis's estate and feature over 5 hours of music, performances, and never-before-seen interviews. Call now for the greatest Elvis collection on 3 DVDs for just 2 easy payments of $24.98 plus $5.95 shipping in hand. Call or order online. Rush delivery available.
Closed captioning hours provided by Renewin, the only supplement for joint care and energy.
Introducing Renewin, the only intensive release supplement for joint care and energy. Renewin with glucosamine and chondroitin improves joint comfort, joint mobility, and boosts energy. Renewin in stores now.
We're back. Candy Crowley, is George W. Bush kind of is he the forgotten man here tonight?
Not by the Democrats, actually. Hillary Clinton, in the past couple of weeks, has returned to aiming at George W. Bush. Certainly Barack Obama does that a lot. You didn't hear that tonight. They're a little more focused on each other. But he is, on the Democratic side, certainly a guy that comes up a lot, not so much on the Republican side.
What surprised you the most tonight, Candy?
I think not just the depth of his win, but the breadth of Obama's win. I mean, he beat her in women. The last I looked at those internal numbers. I mean, that's astonishing. If anything else, the Clinton campaign thought that history would bring in a lot of first-time caucus goers who were 45, 50-year-old females and over. They put a huge amount of effort into that. And in the end, Barack Obama, it appears, also won the female vote so that he could get support across such a broad spectrum of the population. I thought was pretty amazing.
Bob Woodward, wouldn't you have said, say, 10 months ago, this would have been impossible to predict tonight?
Well, it's always impossible. For months I was saying if you take the top 10 candidates, that may not be the next president or the nominee, and Huckabee is an example of that, of somebody coming from the rear. Another thing in watching this that struck me is that most of the candidates, particularly those who in the top tier, now have weathered and a seasoned nature about them, that they really have the texture and feel of presidents, and that's very important. They are plausible presidents. I agree with David Gergen about Obama's win, the nature of it, the nature of that speech. It was soaring, and if he goes on to win the nomination and become president, obviously that is one of the milestones in this. But again, you know, it's only that quick snapshot that we got tonight, and you've seen these things turn around. Tremendous victories, tremendous defeats in Iowa, and then people go on to become president or not.
David, will we have candidates on February 5th?
Not clear we will on the Republican side, more likely on the Democratic side. And I just want to echo Bob Woodward on this. It's only in America could we have so much attention and so much turn on 350,000 people going out to vote, essentially, and have the fate of 300 million people, ride on that. And it's an odd thing. In many ways, it's a terrific system. In many ways, this is a wacky system, and it's hard to know. It's hard to know which way to come down on that, isn't it? I mean, I think this is an exciting night, but it's still. There is some, and I think we in the media may feed on that. And we may build that up some. I think it's something we need to ask ourselves about sometime.
Candy, is Iowa important only because it was first?
Sure. I mean, absolutely. You won't see these candidates here anytime soon again, I can assure you. I mean, absolutely, it's important. But, it's important for this bounce that you get into New Hampshire. After New Hampshire will be important. It's a continuum. This is not the end of something. It is the beginning of something. And, to the person who wins the beginning goes the bounce. And that's Barack Obama and Mike Huckabee. That helps. That definitely changes the dynamic. It certainly shapes the race, but it's not definitive.
You heading for New Hampshire right now, Candy?
Absolutely.
Where the action is, so is Candy Crowley. Thank you all very much. Bob Woodward, David Gergen, Candy Crowley, and earlier, of course, John King and our very own Wolfgang, the Wolfman, Mr. Blitzer, who has done such a noble job here all day long. We invite you to head to CNN.com/Larry King. We now have a special King of Politics section that includes our web-exclusive interview with Ron Paul and more. Also, you can email upcoming guests, participate in a quick vote, or watch a Jack Hanna Web Extra. We're online 24